as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we're heading into the final play day here to determine who is going to make top 4 in the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. I am Lethal. Joining me is none other than Ark and D-Man. Guys, lovely seeing you as always. It's been a long time, even though it was just yesterday. Don't know why I said that. But Ark, I'm going to start with you. Hello mate, how you getting on?
Good. How are you? You good?
Yeah, I'm right. You seem to be doing well. You seem to be, very happy, very cheerful, getting ready to know exactly who's going to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, today it's about Blood Diamond, Navi, and Epe, isn't it? I mean, like, there's two bunched together, and of all days to happen, we've got an update as well. So balance changes are going to be a thing, and it's going to come down to whichever team is basically able to adapt fastest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dim, I'm sure the feelings are mutual here, considering we're going to the final play day at the moment.
Mate, whenever I hear level up, I'm ready to go. You know that. I'm ready to step into the elevator and level up. But yeah, I mean, let's see whether some of the teams can level up today. Obviously, big challenge for Blood Diamonds, Navi, and Free Agents. They're the ones that are all in the mix for the top 4. It does look like everybody else is safe. Certainly, Clash and SK are going to be in there and pretty much safe. And as we saw yesterday, obviously, Reply Totem fell away, and 3X and Mood just battling for a bottom place.
Yeah, that's exactly it, is it? For the bottom 2, it's all about the chunk of change. For the top 2, it's all about seeding. But at this point, I think the seeding for first and second is pretty much guaranteed here. The only way SK Gaming will lose out is basically losing twice on the trot. But on what we've seen so far, pretty unlikely, but we have seen some weird things. But all of us have predicted that we will see a 3-way tie. And it's not even an unlikely chance of that. It is going to be highly likely, depending on the circumstances. But Ark, it's definitely going to be a barmy of a day.
It is, so yeah, in a nutshell, the barmy of a day for sure. I mean, one thing to bear in mind, of course, is that Navi got the 1 game today, whereas FA and also Blood Diamond got the 2 games, so that's got to be bared in mind. But still, you know, as far as the predictions go, we think it's going to happen. Curious to see whether the audience think it's going to happen. But I mean, you know, if we look back to play day 1, I think that's kind of like a pretty decent sign of what could be to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to see the schedule as well, because I think the schedule is going to be extremely important here, as we're just going to quickly speed run any % these matches, as Navi will play against 3X first. So, of course, for Navi, they need to win both their matches to try and guarantee their spot. But Blood Diamond will be playing against 3X as well. So, 3X could be, you know, a huge obstacle here, depending on how they want to play. They've got nothing to play for, but they definitely could make some teams' lives a misery here. We'll have to see as FA will play against Reply Tonum. But not only that, though, if we switch over, we've still got a few more matches left to go for Mood Gaming versus FA, a double dosage of SK Gaming as they play against Mood and AC's Milan's Clash. And last but certainly by no means least, we do have Blood Diamond versus Clash here. D-Man, it is definitely going to be a very close affair, and one slip up could definitely cost one of these three teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, this is probably the least impactful, least meaningful SK Clash game. The audience going for SK, by the way, apart from us. We've gone pretty much for the same throughout, but the audience don't agree. That first game, it's not a done deal. It's Navi v 3X. You know, there's nothing more that I think 3X players, certainly BBGS, would love to beat Navi and stop them qualifying for the finals. How good would that be for them? So that's far from a done deal. It went 5 sets last time. But honestly, some of these predictions, I mean, we've all agreed the same. Interesting that the audience has gone Reply Totem over free agents, especially after yesterday's performance. I thought free agents looked great.
Yeah, it might be a chance of a bit more favoritism behind Reply Totem because FA are quite a fresh or quite a new team. But yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised. More heart towards the brain, really, instead in that matchup. But we've seen the SK Gaming, of course, they think that they're going to take down Clash here, which is, I would say, a bit strange because they did lose 3-0 and it was quite convincing, wasn't it, the last time they matched against each other? And that was only a couple of weeks ago. I can't really see it being any different, but you know, we've seen some weird things in the past, but Clash, you know, they're going to keep their record streak on, which is going to make perfect sense. But not only that, though, we'd love to know what you guys think at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile, so know what you think in terms of these matches and how we're going to pan out today, and who's going to qualify, who's not going to qualify, and who the results are going to be from who, what, where, and why. So love to know your thoughts, because sometimes our opinions just don't matter, because it's very hard to predict in the last couple of weeks, but I think things have started to become back to normality over the last few play days here, but we'll have to see. But D-Man, I'm afraid for you though, we're going to have to see you in just a little while as we're going to get this first match underway. But it's going to be an absolute banger number. Let's hit arcade. It was going to start with Navi versus 3X, but let's, you know, get a bit of a talking point and then let's have a bit of a storyline and discuss exactly what's going to happen. So I'm looking at the rankings at the moment with Navi. They've only got one match today, and they're currently going 7-6, but a win here could guarantee their spot depending on the tiebreaker or heads-up situation later on here. But for them, though, it is a must-win, but the last time these two went up against each other, it went all the way to a set 5.
This is the thing. It's such an important game for Navi to secure. But the last time we saw these two teams face off, yeah, you're right. A very, very close matchup, 3-2. I mean, it was towards the beginning of the season, so there was maybe some of that kind of, I don't want to say bad blood. I don't think there's anything bad blood between these two teams, but there's definitely a storyline going back, isn't there? Because, you know, BBG's was on the roster, and then swapping over towards, you know, of course, 3X now. MMA, Alex, Jason, and Cube, obviously, you've got it was such a newfound form of synergy going on for me at the moment. It's working out very, very well for them, but of course, BBG's coming over towards the 3X roster with the stop rub from Genius Gene and Dark and Kagamu. You know, we've yet to kind of seen that much promise from them this season. I think it's still that sort of honeymoon phase maybe in the roster. It's a bit of time to still adapt and learn each other's playing styles, but they've been a rough time. They've had 2 wins and 10 losses, unfortunately, so far. So can't qualify, of course, for the challenge, but at the same time, can definitely cause a stir along the way. If they get a win over Navi here, that could be huge.
It certainly could, and it's a shame really because there was a lot of promise from 3X at the very beginning, and it's like it was a downward spiral, which is a bit of a strange, but we will talk about that in a little bit. We've got the maps and bands here, starting off with double swoosh, sneaky fields, shooting star, some assembly required, and hot potato. Interest, do you know what? I think it's the first time I've seen a max ban this season. And you know what? Doesn't surprise me. We've seen a lot of max so far, especially over the last 4 or 5 play days. Poco pretty standard, Stu as well, and nice to see the Byron in there coming out from 3X. So that does mean that for Shooting Star, we may see more Brock rather than the Tick. And at the same time, though, you know, Brock's had a little bit of a nerf, as of course with that projectile difference in comparison. I think it was by 11% if I remember from the top of my head. But very interesting way to kick things off here. And we'll have to see if 3X can put a stop to Navi's plan of action to try and qualify.
the same bans the 3x used last time as well, the Byron and the Stu. It's interesting as well, to see just kind of on day one of an update how the bans have changed and kind of what I predicted, really, not that much. I kind of said that I think we'll see probably a bit more of Poco being banned. I don't think you'll see Frank being banned despite him being relatively good now. I think it's really nice, the buff that they've made to him, making some of his older gadgets and star powers a bit more viable. But so yeah, I like a lot of the balance changes at the moment. I don't think we're going to see a huge big change in terms of the bans throughout the course of the day, but you're absolutely right. Max I think is a really smart ban. It's a brawler which is being really utilized, similar to kind of like the Spikes and the kind of Sandys that we see and others like that, which and Leon, which are just under really that top ban go-to. It's going to mean that Ash is available here, although I don't know, with the Byron ban and the Poco ban, I don't know, it's going to be usable, but it's not going to be necessarily completely and utterly dominant in that respect.
Do you find it a bit weird, though, that Navi have banned Max? Because we know that with some of their compositions, if they throw, one kind of one-trick pony or very assertive, very aggressive lineup, the Max is, probably one of the biggest options to select or to use in a lot of this, and especially in this matchup entirely, because when Navi are feeling it and they're basically going through that beast mode phase and they literally almost take down anyone, normally the Max is a very viable pick. But don't you feel it's weird that Navi have actually banned that outright?
They do like it, let's be honest. I mean, a lot of teams at the moment like having Max on their side. It's a great way to score those early quick goals in Brawl Ball. But at the same time, Navi are a team that like to kind of edge a little bit towards control. Like, MMA will obviously go towards that Barley pick in Brawl Ball when that's an option to him. They like to go back to control. So I think it's actually a safer bet. I think that Max can provide some unpredictability and some uncertainty and some moments where you can't control. So by taking that brawler away, it means that they can start to bring in more elements of that to slow the pace down. I think that's always a wise thing to do against teams that like the fast pace, like 3x. They're very aggressive and they like to have Max as an option. When you eradicate that, it brings it back down to not basics, but a much more sort of straight line in terms of things and how they're going to go for the outcome. I think it's smart, actually. I think that, would Navi like to have it? Absolutely. But is it worth banning? Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, they've clearly thought about this a lot. I'm hoping they haven't overthinked it, but yeah, I can see your argument as well in terms of like why they would ban it, which does make a lot of sense in my eyes. Of course, for 3x, we can talk about their storyline as well. We know that, bottom at the table, they can maybe come 7th here if they want to get an extra chunk of change. I think it's like an extra $250 or $500 there. But one of the other things is you've got to remember that these two are going to be the biggest rivals in the EECA region for BSC, aren't they? So, this could be a sign of things to come. Of course, there'll be a few months break after the BSC finals. But, this is definitely a team to keep an eye on, especially as if they, of course, stick together, because we don't know if they're through the honeymoon period or anything like that. But I'm sure there will be nonetheless. It just depends on the circumstances. We know how team changes can go in the later stages of things. But for Navi, though, like, they will be furious if 3x take him down here. If they do, of course, 3x are just here just to be a bump in the road, or maybe bigger than that, a huge hurdle just to try and be a real pain to Navi. And it's kind of their way of saying, we stopped you from making it to finals. And it will be a shame if they go out like this, losing to a team where, they've got nothing to play for apart from, a bit of extra change, and that's about it here. But it's nice to see that Navi have taken this very seriously. Of course they have. Literally, they're potentially one win away from qualifying, aren't they? So it makes a lot of sense why they put a lot of thought into how they go about these bans, especially here. But Frick seems to be on par as well. They seem to be a kind of team where they want to really put a spanner in the works for Navi.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I don't think 3x is going to stop them from qualifying. I mean, would it make a great story? I would like it to be a thing, because I think it's a great story. Again, but just looking at how Navi have progressed in this season, you can't deny that they've had clear progression, especially when we look back to the spring and how they performed then. Such a night and day difference. I would say that the new roster format is working out better for Navi, having sort of parted ways with BBGs. It seems to have brought the team closer together. They're not so stubborn sometimes in their brawler picks. They are obviously very much in keeping in tune with what they like to play, but I've noticed that they are starting to kind of experiment a bit more, be less stubborn to those picks where if it's not working, bring out something of a shock pick like we saw yesterday. And I think that at the moment, they're kind of like at the top of their game in terms of the tournament and the journey to get to this stage. If 3X get inside their mind, however, that's a different story. If we start to see some of those, kind of like inner mind games occur, and yeah, when you're playing against a former teammate, that can be a thing. So as long as they stay focused and calm and collected like they should, and I think they will, then they should be fine. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, if 3X can get a win here, that's going to be something which Navi are not going to forget.
No, they're not going to forget it, and they're definitely going to make him pay for it next season, aren't they? They really are. It depends. Do you know, it's the reason why I can't see it happening is because Navi have looked too damn good, haven't they? Like, you know, we've spoken to Ogre like a couple of times, haven't we? And we've interviewed him enough times as well, and he says how confident the team's feeling, just pushing forward now, heading towards both finals, really. And 3X isn't really, they don't really see it even as a hurdle. They see it more, it's just a team they're just going to clearly outright demolish, all said and done. They're not even seeing them really as a threat, are they? And they're just going to push on straight afterwards, which I don't blame him really, but at the same time, I hope they're not too confident, if that makes sense, just going into this. So just let everyone know at home, sorry for delay, just waiting for the players to, you know, get ready and get themselves sorted out before we start this game and get underway. And if you're just joining us, welcome, because it is the first match here of the final play day, and we do have finals coming up soon, but today will be the day where we determine these 4 spots here for finals. And, you know, make sure you stay tuned for that, because that will be happening in a few weeks' time. And make sure you follow us at ESL_mobile or ESL mobile on socials to keep yourself updated and to keep an eye on to make sure you don't miss a single beat here as we're still waiting for this match to get underway. But, you know, we're going back and forth. Let's talk about the update a little bit as well, just while we get these teams to trying to sort themselves out a little bit so far. Is there anything which you've noticed which really stuck out for you in this update?
I think Jackie and Frank, I think in general, the kind of tankier brawlers are going to have a bit more of a place now. I like the changes. I think they're great changes. I think that's at the same time, though, just eradicating more of the healing behind those changes is probably the wiser of the moves. I think we might see a little bit of a rise in more tank counters like B, which is, again, a nice thing for me. I always vouch for her. Mortis, Shock. I think, was a very nice. Yeah, I know. Shock her, right? I like B. I think Mortis having a little bit less cyclability, a great thing. Mortis has been too strong for me. Bringing down Creepy Harvest, I think, was a wise choice in terms of like getting that healing just a little bit less. But at the same time, you know, the Brock nerf, I get reducing the rocket speed. The team obviously wants to kind of go towards the splash damage being a kind of unique thing. I'm not a fan of the splash damage personally. I think it's too much, or at least there should be more of a visual indicator to like make me realize as the player, you know, conceding those shots. I'm not too sure about that, but I think the players will be banning Brock far less as a result of that speed decrease. Definitely makes it more easier to juke them. So that's a great change. Lollipop drop from Leon, been said it since day one, and it was the exact change that I was suggesting since day one to put into play. I think that's going to make Leon in a much better place now. Ultimately, you know, that gadget has been his strength. We haven't seen any kind of change to his DPS or his HP. It was just that new gadget, and then suddenly everyone's playing Leon. But now with that damage over time trickling down that Lollipop drop, it's going to have a limited amount of time on the map. It's not going to be remaining there indefinitely. Over time, it's going to decay. So great change on that side of things as well. But yeah, I think we're going to see a bit more Frank, a bit more of Jackie. I don't know why kind of Ash got this kind of like half buff kind of thing. Ash is already pretty strong for me.
We were debating that, weren't we? Yeah, we were going on that quite a lot. We know why it's there, because, you know, you were making a very, very valid point. But of course, you know, without the mech, she's pretty useless at that point, you know, with the you know, lack of damage. But of course, it's for the mech, you know, it's for the purpose of that, isn't it? But the fact that she gets a shot off straight away, she's just going to get a mech, like, you know, a hell of a lot fucking, not a hell of a lot faster, but fast enough to really make an impact against some of these teams.
Yeah, I think that it's going to bring Meg into a better place for sure. I think Ash is still going to be a brawler which is going to be very strong, but just requires that healing ability. Let's see Meg straight out the gates though. Double Gene as well, and Pam lanes for both QB and BBGs. So I like the Tara here. I always got to vouch for that one as a good pick to have, and I want to see Storm using that with a lot of aggression. But look how quickly MMA just got his mecha there. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that is a bit of a joke in itself here. But you know what? MMA took advantage of it. Got obviously enough shots off there. And I'm sure FA and Blood Diamond are keeping a close eye on this match to see if Navi's going to come out on top or not, or 3X is going to be a serious, or create a serious issue here for Navi. But MMA's still alive, still on the left-hand side, and still trying to get full use of that mech, but hasn't really got a lot of damage recently. But Dark has already taken down Q, which is already a good start here
for 3x and managed to get the gems as well here. So just trying to keep MMA back at the moment. 147 HP. Yeah, it does get cleaned up straight away. BBG's managed to finish things up. Stop Rob now just trying to do what he can to keep Cube at bay. Cube had to do a 1v2 until Alex comes back. But BBG's also just flanking around on the left-hand side. And this is a great start here for 3x.
Yeah, really, really aggressive. I like the fact that Dark has now got his pull to hand as well, and just going to keep probably cycling it onto MMA, I imagine. But Alex is the primary target now with the 4 gem store, but again in that very, very aggressive position. Placed the super down as well, and just keeping Navi at bay at the moment. And positioning is all there, the aggression is all there, and it's a nice pull again. At the moment, Navi just struggling to get out of the spawn.
I did not picture this in the perfect world. This is ridiculous. The only problem is BBG's has been taken down. But do take note that he will come up and respawn shortly and will be able to give a helping hand. The problem is MMA and Alex have to wait a bit. They've taken away too much damage. But with the mate, though, that will definitely do itself justice. They're all pushing on here and trying to collapse on the 3x as soon as possible. But Cube has already taken one down. MMA takes another. And that means the counter will start for Navi. And they are literally just trying to leg it as fast as they previously can.
That was insanely close. I think this was the gene pool and the Taro gravities to hand here, so they're going to be very, very careful when they go back. A nice shoot from Alex, but the black hole coming in now. It does connect with both players, and that's a reset again. This time in favor of 3x. Not done yet. MMA's all alone here, but goes down now. Oh my word. Navi had it, but they've thrown it away so quickly.
Oh, that's such a shame. Hand comes in already. Cube is taken down. Alex is the last one left standing. Of course, there is absolutely nothing he can do as 3x come out on top in the first game here of the first set. And could it be an indicator of what's to come?
Why did they not separate there? I mean, they were kind of clearly running out of space, and they were going into that same corner, and you could tell that it was going to catch up at some point, but it was a great steal. I didn't imagine, to be honest, that Navi were going to reset that. It was very, very tight. I thought they left it too late. But then to come back out with the gems, but to get that far and then to, you could see it coming. There was the G-Magic hand, there was the Taro Gravity. It was all there ready and waiting. They just needed to split up a little bit and juke it along the way, but they just kind of caught themselves out in the corner in the end.
Yeah, I think the Pam and the Taro worked really well in this lineup, and I'll be interested to see if they do stick with it. And I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't, in all fairness. It's a good comfort lineup, isn't it? And can't counter everything, but at the same time, if they do bring something wacky to the table, at least they can deal with it to a certain extent here. But I did not expect this start from 3x here, but enough to see it though.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the perfect start, actually. Get inside the minds of Navi, ruffle their feathers, make them remember back to when they last faced off, and yeah, start things up to a high. Yeah, it's the sort of thing which could play on their minds more so. I mean, when we look back yesterday, for example, against Blood Diamond, they got that 3-2 in the end, and they were very, very resilient along the way. They kept pushing in, taking it all the way until the very end to make that turnaround happen for themselves. Whereas with this, there's more of a personal story underlying here. So when it's personal, things can happen, mistakes can be made. So this is the perfect stuff for 3x. If they keep this up, this could be their set.
That is definitely a good talking point, actually. Yeah, some people get underneath each other's skin, or the fact that because they know each other so well, it should actually favour BBG's really, because of the fact that he's on his team with him. There's only one person who went off to the likes of 3x, so he's got all this knowledge of Navi, not really about strats, because tactics and strats change all the time, but the player traits and sort of their bad habits and what they get up to all the time. And it is very hard to kick those individual habits. Sometimes it takes days, weeks, months, even years sometimes for some players, depending on how well they practice, or with a lot of people, when they practice, sometimes they go into autopilot and then don't really improve in terms of longevity of things. Sometimes improve dramatically because they look through their VODs and the research and realize what they're doing bad and what they're doing good. But for BBG, though, he has all the knowledge of these players with their, the bad habits, the traits they have. Sometimes strategies can play a part, but coordination and how they sync up can definitely play a massive part here. So there's no reason why BBGs can't help to a massive degree on how Navi works.
You're absolutely right. It's like those inner workings and knowledge that can just come full circle to actually go against you when you part ways. So yeah, fully see it the same way. And with that insight of the weaknesses and strengths, you can kind of look to capitalize on that. I think we're going to see some changes for sure. I think that the Meg was working out well for Navi, but at the same time, I think there's better options, to be honest. I like to see Amber here. I do always like to see Amber. I think that she's a great choice, and just to eradicate some of the bush, never a bad thing to have. Spike could be a good shout as well to counter the Pam a little bit more than we're seeing, or maybe like an Ems as well. Bell going to come out for Cubic. I like that. Amber is going to come out for MMA, so they are going to drop the Meg, which I think is probably the wise choice. Pretty much the same, except for the Spike on the side of 3X now. Going to be keeping that Jean and the Pam, but swapping the Tara out for the Spike.
I'd keep a careful or a watchful eye on MMA, because we've seen him play Amber before, and he's a very, very strong Amber player, and we've seen him do it. We know he's known for being a bit of a brawler, but sorry, a bit of a thrower. But MMA, you know, we've seen some great things with his Amber, and as I said, that though, he just got taken down by Rob, and that's going to be a complete team wipe here. What on earth is going on?
Cubic only needed to literally hit auto aim then. He would have got the takedown, but he was caught unaware by BWGs, and now coming back into the mix. But yeah, I mean, Navi look to be a little bit shaken today. It's kind of very unusual to see, especially after yesterday's performance. They were absolutely on fire, and hence why, you know, my predictions were quite clearly cut going into the day. But at the moment, they've got a bit of time for a reset still. Alex has got the magic hands. Storm's got 2 gems. The gems are split on the side of 3X, so that could be a factor which comes in around in full circle. Let's be from Stotrob, forcing Cubic into the side here, but look at the amount of gems that are sitting in the mid here. They can be taken into the pocket of Navi if they can push this mid.
Yeah, Alex is trying to go in for the pull. It doesn't get it, though. MMA was actually sitting back for quite a long time. The cannon started for 3X, but the problem is they're already so heavily damaged, and now it's going back and forth, and this is going to be an absolute chaos. And 3X still came out on top. Yes, sure, they had the numbers disadvantage, but the problem was the members of Navi were just way too weak. MMA, though, is also weak as it is, but should be able to recover in time before he engages. But even if he gets it taken down, it does not matter. As long as Rob just stays back and he's in clear distance, he's going to be perfectly fine. And a comfortable victory from 3X. Okay, I'm liking this. This is going to be a sweaty series coming out here, Ark.
Yeah, Caster's Curse could be coming out for me as well, because again, I didn't think that 3X are going to be in a position to take this one. Just, you know, having seen it, you know, from what we saw yesterday, didn't see this coming. But again, it's still a first set. You know, got to bear that one in mind. I'm sure now they're going to have been having some words in the background and some team talk for sure. A lot of the time, towards the end of the counters, they just didn't seem to make a push at the right time. I mean, they were able to make it count on that very first game when they got the reset, but there was no way they were going to get to the gems in time, and just need to have a bit more lane control. They're not looking themselves, it's fair to say.
We know that for Navi, it takes a little bit of time for him to get warmed up, doesn't it? Before I talk about that, let's have a look here. Look at that, 10 more takedowns as well. And as well, 16,000 more damage, or just shy of it. That is absolutely incredible stuff here from 3X. Definitely not what I even anticipated. I knew it could be close, but that was quite a comfortable victory from 3X. There's a few threats here and there from Navi, but we didn't really see a lot from it so far. And the problem is for 3X, I think for them, they need to close this out 3-0 or 3-1, because as soon as at some stage Navi take a game or a set, then I reckon it's going to be the opposite end of the spectrum. They're just going to literally just reverse sweep. And that's one thing I'm worried about here, as Navi have been known to do it. They've done it on a number of occasions as well, especially. The only problem is for Navi this time round, though, is the fact that it's not just your, you know, any box standard league game, is it? You know, this match is going to be 4 finals, and 3X, it's dangerous because they've got nothing to play for, they've got nothing to lose, and they can just make your life a misery just taking you out here. So they don't have any pressure on their shoulders at all.
Yeah, if you're 3X, I think in the grand scheme of things, you know, with everything that's happening, this is your best bet of coming away with a victory of some sort, right? This is it. Like, and I don't know. I mean, going after the next match is going to be Sneaky Fields. So the Bushes didn't fare well for Navi in Double Swoosh. Are they going to fare any better in Sneaky? Now, the one thing to say is that, you know, Navi did ban the Max. This is exactly where the Max ban would be taking the most value from. So they must have a game plan going into Sneaky Fields here. It is the best guess for me. And I just wonder whether the Poco and the Byron bans that are also in play are going to be enough to eradicate some of those tankier options. And what they're going to be bringing in, I kind of have a feeling they're going to bring in the Barley, just simply because MMA does tend to bring it in for a lot of that control basis side of things. They could be daring. I think they've got to bring in a Jackie here. Jackie's in a great spot since the balance changes. I think that, you know, Jackie and Frank might not be the worst idea, even without the Poco or the Byron here. Either way, I think this is probably the map that I think the balance changes may have the greatest effect on.
And this is what I'm excited for. This is going to be really good here, Mark, going into this second map. One thing I want to talk about is the fact that the only reason I was a little bit worried for Navi as well, because when we were watching them just then, there wasn't really a huge element of hesitation. They did coordinate very well, but the problem is they were still losing those engagements, and that's what worries me slightly. If there was some clear, obvious major errors, then yeah, there's something they can fix straight away. But yeah, it is going to worry a tad here, as now we're just going to go straight into it already. And already, oh, you know, we're talking about the B here. You're going to see it straight away. I know Archie will be a very happy lad there, and you can see already Cube is actually taking down another member. That's all 3 members, and Navi just making a statement really to say we're going to get that goal clean cut straight away. Last set was a fluke, and they're going to try and come back in this matchup.
That's what I expected to see, is a lot of tank counters being run as opposed to tanks. I do want to see the tanks. I've got to be honest. I still want to see Frank. I still want to see Jackie. I want to see triple tank. Bring out the Rosa as well. Why not? But this is what I think is the safest bet, because ultimately you're going to be prepared for so much. You've got the range at your disposal, and you can see just how different Navi are able to play now. They're able to go back to their kind of control-based style. Nice connecting super there from Dark, forcing back Cubic, however. MMA doing a good job on the right-hand side, still full health, as well as Alex as well. Has his super now. Navi are playing with a lot more conviction this time round in Brawl Ball so far.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. They're looking a lot stronger compared to what it's... Oh my god, straight away. Alex getting that 2 for 1, and they're just going to be diving straight in, really. That's going to be a straight up 2-0 for Navi, and what an impact. What a statement to make in that second set.
So different. So different. They look like they put so much more together. Gem grab was all over the place, let's be honest. But yeah, it definitely seems like they kind of almost expected that, because now with the bans which they had lined up in their strategy, they're making Brawl look pretty easy.
Yeah, they are, and I'm just still a little bit surprised. But you can see with these, you know, with these tank counters from both teams, they're both worried. They're both worried that we will see some kind of, you know, Poco double tank comp or anything like that along the lines later on. So clearly they are aware, and clearly they are worried about it. But, you know, at the same time, this conversation also is quite safe at the same time, isn't it?
The problem that we're going to have here is that the 2 of the 3 brawlers are the same on both sides. So, you know, what realistically are 3X going to have to do if they don't play this better? Because they're running the tank counters, so there's not really an option to go towards the tanks as being a thing. And again, with Poco and Byron being banned, even less so to have, you know, without those Helio ideas there. The Max is banned. That's a big, massive difference. I don't think there's much more you can go to on this map. I think that 3X is going to have to suck it up, play better, and try to give themselves a little bit of an advantage on the way here. Let's see what they go in with this time round. See, the Mortis coming out for Navi then, but it has had a recent little nerf. Barley and B Anim. So bringing in the Barley for 3X then, and yeah, I'm not sure that's going to fare well for them here.
Get better forward. That's basically 3X's game plan coming into this matchup. BBG's already taken a huge amount of damage, but Robert the Barley's just going to try and keep him at bay if he can here. But BBG's, oh dear me, it was very close, but Cube's already gone down and just taken him out and finished things up straight away. Robert's going to have to deal with MMA at the exact same time. Not going to happen. Cube has cleaned it up. Only one more left standing. That's going to be Dark. He's already super weak as it is. Lucky for BBG's, he's still got that respawn immunity. Just keeping Alex at bay and giving a chance for Rob and, of course, Dark to respawn.
This is where Storm's going to be able to do some work here as the Barley, but I do worry simply because the Mortis on the other side of things from Navi. If they stay on Stop Rob, they should be able to take him down quite swiftly. But let's see now. Cubia's got the amplified shot and super to hand. MMA just being very cautious around those bottles, not feeding Stop Rob in any way. Nice cycling there for Alex, but again, a little bit of a sign towards that nerf from the Mortis. It's going to have less survivability now on those attempts to cycle.
Yeah, MMA and Cube just pulling back so Alex can rejoin with the rest of the pack. And yeah, you're right there. With the Barley, you know, it makes the lineup a little bit more passive, but at the same time can get these odd takedowns here and there. But the problem is Alex has already taken down BBG's, and literally Dark was deleted on that south side. Surely this is going to be a goal. He could probably dribble in at this point. Doesn't need to. He's just going to super it in just for safety measures, and that's going to be a nice little goal here for Navi and potentially taking this set.
Really nicely done from Alex. I've got to say that looked so easy, but it's definitely nothing than you can imagine more than just good amounts of practice. Good taps from Cubic onto BBG's as well. The follow-up from MMA on point. That's going to see him going down here, but in the same time, Dark just get a nice takedown. Alex, though, still lurking right in a dangerous position there. Great cycling ability there. Love to see that. Double takedown for Alex. And now can they... Oh, the friend zone coming for BBG's. The attempt to stop that's going in, and it's actually going to pay off. Wow, what a defense from 3X.
Oh, dear me. The problem is, though, they just need to push. They have absolutely no choice. It's literally 10 seconds left remaining. Stop was the last one left standing. He's trying to make a go of it. He's not going to get very far. And Navi are going to take this set. And, yeah, exactly. What a difference Navi made there. As 3X just ran out of ideas.
It's a daring pick to bring in the Mortars, I've got to say, especially on day one of an update. You know, people are still trying to work out where the brawlers lie in terms of the meta. I thought it was daring. It paid off. Alex played it perfectly. Double takedowns more than once and just kind of kept the whole thing moving. Ultimately, you know, it could have been a risk that didn't pay off. It did pay off. We're now one set apiece, and that was a very important set for Navi to win.
Certainly was. That definitely escalated very, very quickly. I was quite surprised, in all fairness, considering the compositions we actually had. But we'll have a look at the stats quickly, and again, a mammoth difference. We know that 3X actually had 10 more takedowns in the first one. This time around, Navi responded beautifully there. 12 more takedowns and 22,000 more damage total. So Navi can't really complain there. And as we're going to head into the third set. And this is going to be an interesting one, because of course we're shooting star. We get the usual Nanny, Piper, Tick, you know, all day, every day. But now with the Brock not bans, we could see him coming out. But of course, you know, it depends on the circumstances of the update. I don't think the update is going to really make that much of an impact in terms of this lineup. They could still bring the Brock here if they want to.
Yeah, it's a good brawler to have, just to get that instant breakage of the map. The only thing is now with the rocket speed being reduced is, like, you know, how players respond to that. I think it's going to be something that on a kind of pro level is going to make it far easier to juke. I think that's if you've got Piper to your, you know, your arsenal as well, then you're going to be able to outrange it. I think that Tick will be still preferable here, but we'll see. If we see Brock come out, I'm curious to see how teams are able to go about those shots coming in. But at the moment, it's difference in star power on the Piper side of things. We can see the ambush on the side there of Navi and the faster shot on the side of Cubic there. So Cubic, I think, are running ambush, and on the other side running on 3X, the snappy sniping, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't really feel like Navi are pressured or, you know, worried at this stage. The elements of aggression we've seen here and there definitely shown it from Navi that they actually aren't worried at all. They're not really panicking or anything like that. Momentum's definitely working in their favor, and this is where 3X have to try and put a stop to this in this set alone. This is a good set to come back on as well. We know what shooting star can be like in terms of the shenanigans. It can be quite 50-50 at times, but 3X now behind by 3 stars and don't even have the blue star either, which is going to cause a little bit of an issue, as now just trying to bide their time. They do have map control, just trying to keep Navi at bay on the back line, but will they be able to take advantage of that here? They've got to be very wary of the Nani from MMA. He's actually missed quite a few shots now, and the 3X have actually made a note of that.
Yeah, not a fan of the piloting either on that peep. It just kind of connected with the wall. I think they were trying to buy some time before going in for the shot to get the double takedown if it was a potential on the cars there. But yeah, that's a lot of damage there, just staying alive with the help of Alex. Alex came in so clutch. Now Cubic able to go on the aggressive here, but yeah, I think the sort of Nanny plays need to be upped a little bit here to, you know, to keep this going. A lot of stars though flying in, you can't deny. But Navi, they're now 9 in the lead now. But what's this peep going to do coming in now for MMA?
Oh, I feel sorry for 3X. Navi was 4 HP at one point, but 15 seconds. Oh, MMA's just making matters worse so far. 5 stars behind. They'll need to go 2-0, including taking down Alex. But yeah, Alex is basically saying, yeah, unlucky guys, you are not going to get any further, even if you tried. Alex is just going to add insult to injury, taking our star up at the very end. 8-star lead. Navi are looking way too good now.
That's just some momentum, aren't they? Yeah, absolutely. And looking a bit more confident. I think getting that early lead there was very important to keep themselves ahead. And then for any kind of issues that came up along the way, there was definitely some mistakes. I've got to say, there was definitely some mistakes towards the end as well. I'm not sure that MMA maybe had no gadget left, but he did definitely miss the return to sender if he did have some people coming in now. But nonetheless, though, that was the thing. Getting that early start, getting that early advantage then allow for those mistakes later on down the line. So this is looking far, far better from Navi right now. If they keep that same sort of momentum going into this game, then this should be in a good place.
Dark needs to be really careful because he's been caught with his trousers down a number of times by MMA. So as it takes one hit, he doesn't really have enough room to try and back away. Look, this is a good example. This is exactly what I was talking about 5 seconds ago. And oh my God, Dark actually still took him out after all that. That's a huge advantage here for 3X. And now we're going to go back to that stalemate situation. I'm a little bit worried for Navi because they were on the defensive for the majority of that last game. But also, remember, you can understand why they did have a decent lead. So defensive posture made a bit of sense. But 3X, 4-star lead, good start for them. Let's see if they can hold it.
Keep coming in for MMA. Needs to connect with Stotrop here, ideally. Went for the Piper, not a bad shout. I mean, ultimately, this is either going to draw out the super or you're going to get a free kill. So I quite like the idea there. And 4 stars in his head. That's going to make things a little bit more tight and closer together. Just the well, the blue star is with 3X. That's going to be better in mind here. So there's going to have to be at least 2 kills for Navi to take the lead here. Unless that kill is on Stotrop, of course. At the moment, though, the positioning is much better than it was in the early outset of the game. But we're a little bit careful with this. They're a bit overly aggressive at the beginning of this game. They're paying the price for it now.
Certainly are. Still don't have 2 stars. Definitely going to help him out, but BBG's has actually been able to make matters worse for Navi, but MMA's still got the 4 stars. He cannot afford to be taken down, but look, his Dark is after blood. He really wants to try and get in deep and try and finish him up. He doesn't know, and MMA's left on 151 HP. Finally gets cleaned up. Dark is there to try and tank all that damage with his respawn immunity, but by then, Cuba's already pulled back. Alex actually got taken down in the end, and there's only 7 stars in it. 10 seconds left, and Cuba's just trying to do the inevitable, try and do the impossible to try and get as much damage done as possible. And look at that, already going to get cleaned up by BBGs as Cube gets taken down. 9-star victory here for 3X. Nice response once again.
I don't know what Navi were doing. I've got to be honest. They were going so aggressive. You can't play that way in Shooting Star. You literally can't. You've got to push as a team and be there. I mean, you saw that moment where MMA went super on the aggressive, got loads of kills. Well, that's stars that actually, when you eventually go down, is only going to feed your opposition more. That's the thing. You're actually going to only give them a much greater advantage by just getting those kills along the way, because when you eventually go down, which you're inevitably going to do when you have 3 versus 1, it's going to extend that lead. So I think Navi got to rethink this one massively. They looked so good in that first game. That one was literally all over the place. Everyone was going on the aggressive at different times. They've got to play more as a team this time.
Yeah, they certainly do. We've said nothing but great things recently, but saying that though, BBGs gets taken down by MMA straight away. And yeah, Navi just need to take an element of caution with these pushes and make sure everyone's ready to coordinate and push in sync when on the aggressive here. And it's interesting as well, we haven't seen any Brock changes switching with the tick. It looks like they're all just sticking by their gun. Don't really want to take too many risks here. But I'm just keeping a close eye on that left lane though. This fight between MMA and Dark, because MMA's got the better of him on a number of occasions, but Dark needs to be careful. He needs to make sure he can back away enough in order to be out of Nani's range, but also at the same time be behind some kind of structure though. But the stop of though, he does get a takedown on the board and now up by that 1 star.
Yeah, applying good pressure on the right-hand side there onto Cubic as well. I mean, ideally, the Navi has the Nanny has the advantage against that Piper 1v1, so should be able to come out with some value from the back of it, but MMA still struggling to get that people on the go, and Stob already connected nicely with Cubic and push back now, but if they, oh, that's a nice pickup from Cubic, that will give them the lead. They should come back now a little bit more and play it calm and collected, because, Dark, yeah, that was a nice return to center from MMA there. Nicely done, that keeps him in the corner there, nicely done. So if they can keep this position now, maybe just get a kill on the way, this will be Navi's game, but they've got to be very careful now not to overcommit and not to be overly aggressive.
You're not wrong there. It's Navi pretty much on the fence here, and it's all about... Oh no. Alex is taking down BBGs. I was going to say, we need to get prepared to make this push, but they still can, though. It's 3 stars in it. Oh, Cube was literally taking down Dark. I'm surprised how aggressive Dark was. And even then, though, Cube was just trying to dodge everything coming his way. 5-star lead. They need to make the push happen now, but it's just not going to happen, sadly, for 3X. As Navi managed to win the 3rd set here, but it's a shame that Dark just didn't pull back and just wait a little bit longer for his teammates.
It was so much better. They played it much better than the last game. Yeah, you just see it was back to kind of basics, you know, just make sure you try to get your peep in, try to cycle, stay in your lanes, and just be a bit more together. That's why you win. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you know, they let the Rex come to them more often than not. They didn't feed the store up too much on the side of the Nanny, and just played it, yeah, just pretty textbook for me. They seem to be a little bit, I don't know, a bit off their game today, because some games are like this, where we kind of expect Navi to do what Navi do, hit their shots and play kind of just very lane and sort of structured. But then sometimes they're kind of going really aggressive and just kind of, I don't know, it's a bit unusual. They're not normally like this against other teams. It just seems to be with 3X. But now, with that very important set lead now, they should be able to get this tied up, I feel. I think 3X has started off so well, but now are dwindling.
Yeah, 21,000 more damage, 6 more takedowns as well. I think we saw different sides to the story on those first 2 games. Navi with a great lead. We saw 3X respond beautifully there, just capitalized on some of the mistakes from Navi. And in that last game, it was neck and neck. It's a shame that Dark was there in the center for as long as he was. I think he just assumed that they're just going to be going all the way back on their side of the map straight away, so that way he's got a little bit more time just to hold him to the center. But as soon as Navi's just saw him sitting there in the center, just took him apart straight away. And of course, number disadvantage, that's it, you're done, and that's your one and last chance really done for. And it really was unfortunate, but even then though, just clutch at straws here, it would have been very difficult for them to turn and take at least 2 of them down without taking any deaths along the way. So when we go to Siege, there will be some assembly required, and we still could go to a 5th set here. 3X definitely showing some promise, some life on the server still, and it will be hot potato for Heist if it does get to it. And that's going to be an absolute carnage and mayhem if it does get that far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because at that point in time, both teams are going to be in such a kind of crazy headspace. They're going to have to be so focused if it gets to the 5th and final here. I think for Navi, it's so important that they tied us up in Siege. And again, they've got to find that balance between their aggression and their control. That today has been the theme for me that's been kind of underlying a lot of the gameplay that I'm seeing. They've got to be a bit more collected and a bit calmer, because they've got the skill. Like that's not in question at all. But against this team, they just feel like they're a little bit unsettled, and that's a bit of a concern for me. That's why I can see this going all the way, to be completely honest, if they don't start to kind of just go back towards what they know and treat this like any other team. It just feels like every now and again they make a couple of mistakes that they wouldn't normally make if it was against someone else. But it seems like maybe some of that past history is throwing them off a little bit. However, coming out of Bounty with that win, I think they're going to be in a better place now, as it was a little bit in the middle there for a moment there. I didn't necessarily feel after that loss that they were going to take the set, so they have now, which is a great thing for them. The Siege, again, so important to get those pushes, be consistent with them, and get a good defense if you need it along the way.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree with what you said about Navi. Like, we've seen some minute errors, which is just creating an impact on their gameplay overall. Like, they're not fully on. It's weird. They're coordinating okay, but they're not on the same page, are they? So sometimes they're a bit out of sync. They have the right idea, but just not pushing together on a number of occasions. And in terms of Angels, though, I'm surprised that MMA is actually winning his Angels quite a lot against Dark earlier on. Of course, Dark overextended quite a bit. Obviously, this time around, it's going to be a little bit more different on Siege, a little bit more room here. I was looking at, okay, so Navi's actually putting out the Dynamite, the Rico, and the Barley, and the other side, I literally just missed it, but seeing the Buzz, the Frank, and the Jesse, okay, this is going to be interesting coming out here. So we've got almost completely different lineups, and I've said it before, you know, I do like the Buzz not having like the double throw or even having one throw, just having a very aggressive approach so far. But Dark now just trying to take down MMA, doesn't at least get that. But the main thing is for 3X, I do get that bot, so it does mean for Navi a little bit of trouble along the way, and 3X will manage to get that center control as the trades come down.
They're going to have a struggle in their hands here if they don't start to gain these shots. Yeah, the throwers is a great idea, but ultimately what's going to allow Dark and BBG is the control around these bolts. They can push and just use the HP. Yeah, they're going to feed some supers, but they're going to get the objective, and that's the thing that Navi are going to struggle to have here unless they start to break open some map. Alex needs to get his super to break open more of this map to be able to expose a lot of what the strategy is here from 3X. Good super from MMA, so that has some territorial control, but again, Storrob is a real threat here. They've got to start shutting some of this down. The bolts are still in a good place in favor of 3X, but they're able to just keep coming back into the map and rotating accordingly. I think Navi are going to have a problem here.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think we had a nice thought-provoking discussion about this when we were saying that, like, of course, if you're on the center and you've got map control, the throwers are so useful. But the problem is when you're trying to counter-attack or break any kind of setup with the throwers, it can be a little bit of a tough task to do. But they're going to give it a try once again here. And I think with the Frank, it just makes Madness even worse, doesn't it, really? Just putting the pressure on, just trying to keep them at bay. But the problem is, all 3X need to do is just stall time. That's all they need to do here. And with the amount of HP across the board for 3X, they're making it happen. But coming with the Buzz now, Storrob does take down one. The problem is that's only Stop Rob left. Oh my God, he's taking down the entire team. Even when he was on half HP, that is surely going to do it for 3X.
And this is the thing now, 3X have got a push, and this time they can actually like push behind the bot. But they've been keeping them in control, which is the perfect strategy to have. Just letting Navi always be on that back foot, but now they can just go in behind us and just finish it off. I think that it was a very bad idea to run in with double thrower to start things off. I think it would have been better for Navi to just have one thrower, but ultimately, yeah, you can just see how you've got to have some kind of tankiness going for yourselves, whether it's the Frank, the Jackie, or the Buzz. I think that Navi have got to bring at least one of them into their next game, or yeah, 3X could be taking a set for themselves here.
And you can see the strategy across the board, can't you? Of course, we know with the Frank, the Buzz, great pick. Stop Rob went absolutely off. The complete team wipe, and there was 1v3 that did it. That was just absolute filth, and you'd love to see it already. But with the throwers, though, this is the problem you see. It's may take a little bit of time to get some damage done to your opponents. But the problem is 3X have way too much HP, and by the time you do establish control in the center, it's too late. They've already got the bot, and then it's rinse and repeat, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think that 3X were quite bold in their comp, and you know, quite sure of themselves going into that game, and it definitely showed in the way that they controlled the game as well. I think that Barley's a great thing to have always, but I think that you do need to balance it out a little bit, and Storm absolutely on point all that game, and yeah, the results really spoke for themselves. I really still vouch for the idea of going in with a Griffin and a B here. I just think that if you break everything open quickly and just get the whole map open, then this is the sort of comp that's going to struggle against that. You want to stay away from Buzz. Buzz likes the walls. Ultimately, it's going to feed your super if you're too close in terms of proximity. I think this is a breeding ground for tanks now. Jackie is in a great place. Frank is in a great place. And Buzz ain't going anywhere. I mean, like, despite not having really any change. So I think you've got to prepare for it.
After what we just saw, I'm not surprised. Stop Rob was just taking a mickey with the amount of things he's doing with that Buzz. He basically just chose the opportunities wisely, but Navi didn't do themselves any favors sticking together on that side with Buzz. Like, I kind of feel like Storm did a great job just pulling himself in and able to get all that damage done and getting so many takedowns. But at the same time, Navi didn't do themselves any favors either. Yeah, they're going to have to rethink very quickly as well. I think that 3X as well will probably keep Navi guessing a little bit here. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going with the same thing again, in all honesty. But I think that what Navi have got to do is, I know they want to play their throwers. They like their throwers. They like to have that control. But just keep the barley. You don't necessarily need to go overboard. I don't think that a Dynamite is really necessarily going to do too much unless they broke open the map in crazy proportions very early on. It wasn't really going to ever really go in their favor in that respect. They've got to be able to consider some range here a bit more than just the Rico, I feel. But let's see, they're going to just go in with Dynamite, Rico, and Sandy. Okay, well, the fortunate thing here is the fact that 3X have dropped the tanks. Otherwise, I'm not sure how well this would have fared for them. I know, it's been crazy enough as it is, and I still can't believe what happened earlier on. BBG's is just getting away from that like the plague. It's dark, it is there as well, but it will be a tied siege. The only problem is Navi's the one with the map control. Stockweb's here, ready to cause a lot more mischief across the board, but the problem is Alex is actually just giving him back a little bit so far. MMA is taking down Dark. Rob's actually going to be in the storm also here. There's now Alex and Cuba just trying to back away. I don't think they want to take any risks here, considering the circumstances they could have put themselves in. But, you know, you were talking about earlier on with the throwers, they only kept one in the end. And it's funny that Alex is actually going to be the thrower and not MMA.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Dynamite here for sure. I think it can have a definite place in terms of having some breakability of the map. So, but I do like Barley for the defensiveness. Having to have the syrup gadget there for the slowdown. I think it's a good thing to have. But ultimately, yeah, you got the stun on the Dynamite side of things from the satchel charge as well. So we'll see whether Navi need it at all. They've got a push coming in now at level 9, so not going to need it, at least on the defensive side, maybe on the offensive. Let's see what Stoprop's going to do here, because he's looking like he's going on the hunt here on the right-hand side.
Certainly his bot is coming, and let's see how defensive or how good the defense is going to be from 3X, as he, will take a chunk in terms of percentage, but can't have the percentage so low that they can just retaliate with the thrower straight afterwards. No good. Okay, so 37%, which will mean that 3X need to try and establish control back in the center, try and get as many bolts as possible, and then go all in if they can. But we need to win these engagements out first. There's BBG's already a good start from him already, and going to take down MMA as well. That's going to be a full-on team wipe. All 3 members left alive. And these bolts are just coming in hot so far. Could be able to get 11 or 12 here, depending on the time. It looks like they will be able to do it. So this is definitely a big enough bot to try and go all in with. And they don't need to worry about, anyone coming from the side to finish off their own Ike here. So already 3X are going to be on the aggressive. Navi now going to try and do what they can. Dark has already taken down MMA. The bot is going straight in, but the problem is, it hasn't done a huge amount of damage. The bot's coming in straight away to try and do that extra damage to try and finish off the Ike. The damage has already been done. And it looks like 3X will take the 4th set. And we are going to go to hot potato for the 5th and final one here, Ark.
I mean, I thought Navi were going to do better. They had a great push. They had a fantastic push. They just had to hold the control. I mean, you could tell that Stotrov was going to be going in for a takedown. He was seeking for it. They even left the bot because they knew the importance of just getting and eradicating the dynamite there. And, they just had to come back. They just had to sit back a little bit and keep the control, but they just went a bit too on the aggressive, and you saw how quickly Frix established control. On those final rounds, those bots are so important, and if you get a team wipe along the way, then every single bolt goes in the pocket, and that last push is such an important push to have. You want to be able to fully commit, and the patience that was there on the 3X push along the way as well, they deserved it. They deserved the win. Now this is going to get very interesting because it's going to come down to the 5th and final set. And 3X have a really good shot now of causing Navi some serious problems in terms of the qualification prospects.
Yeah, I'm still speechless at the moment. It's 123,000 more damage, 7 more takedowns for Navi. In terms of the huge damage difference, makes sense, mainly because of that first game, wasn't it? Just due to the fact that with that tanky composition, it's more Navi had to do the damage output, and 3X just needed to stay alive. And it was good strategy, and it worked in the long run here. Just good time wasting, just valuing their life in that first game. And I must say, clean sets from 3X. So momentum not in Navi's favour anymore. I am quite worried, not severely worried, because it is hot potato. And if Navi start feeling it and riding the momentum after winning one of these games in the set, then yeah, it could be a different story entirely. But yeah, 3X could cost them, really cost them here.
They really could. They really could. Again, a team that have only had 2 wins all season. They might be able to get their biggest win of the season.
And it's not to SK, didn't they? 3-0 like the other day. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is the thing. And Heist is not necessarily the best map going in. I think it's going to be a troublesome thing, especially if 3X want to go super on the aggressive with some tankier choices. And it wouldn't be my preference, but it's a possibility here. I think that in terms of comps, I still think Edgar and Rico is a great combination to have. But we are seeing sometimes the map come into more destructional territory as well, with some rough ideas starting to float around as well, with I think some Griff as well. It's a bit of an odd spot for hot potato at the moment. It's getting away from that traditional idea a little bit, but I still feel like there's going to be the potential, at least for some Bell, for some Rico, for some Edgar, possibly some Spike as well. Sometimes we get in the tanks shine through as well, some BB and some Daryl and that kind of thing, but I feel like just keeping things at range is going to be a good thing. I wouldn't be surprised if MMA goes back towards the Barley pick here actually as well.
Yeah, we see a lot. Rico at times, especially, on multiple occasions. I'm just so worried for Navi in the moment. And the problem is their final qualification is hanging in the balance here. And 3X, they're not bothered. It's like, we stopped you from going to finals, really. I mean, maybe get an extra $250. So they're going to be pretty chuffed with themselves, you could say. But it's weird how Navi took down SK last week 3-0, and now they're just having these problems with 3X. It's obviously a bit of a style clash for them. They're just struggling to try and beat around the bush and try and dismantle 3X in any way, but just having a lot of troubles. And this is probably why it's taken a while to get to the 5th set. So they're probably double, triple thinking themselves here, thinking, well, what can we do? What is going to be the best way, or, the safest approach? I think Navi's going to be looking for a safe approach going into this matchup in terms of the brawler comps, and 3X, they can do what they like. They haven't got any pressure on their shoulders. They can do whatever as they see fit. And one of these risks could really cost them here. And if 3X get away with it, then they can go for the safer compositions, and then Navi won't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, 3X are showing, at least at the moment, that they are the team that make changes that are sometimes high risk, but have high reward. We saw them bringing out triple tank in Siege, then adapting it around, and, Navi kind of wanted to keep playing Dynamite, and it's like, well, this is the team that are evolving and adapting with the competition. You kind of need to treat them the same kind of way that they want to be treated. I think that Navi now they've got a big risk of being in a perilous position. Again, they've only got the one game today. This is the one game. everyone else that follows is going to have 2, and they're able to know where they stand at a very early stage in the competition so that they can then adapt along the way as well. And I think Navi have got to be so careful. They're kind of playing a little bit like they've almost already got it in the bag. And I don't think that is the case. I think they've got to start to remember that this is a really, really important game. And there's now only 3 more games at the most that will be able to be played out here. And I like the Griff coming out for X, to be honest. It's going to break open a lot of the map and exposing things early on. Navi are going to have to make this wrap up very quickly if they don't want to be outranged by a lot of territorial damage here.
I'm surprised they didn't get more damage onto the safe than initially did. I suppose they did get a lot of those takedowns in the center, didn't they? Or even on their half. So makes a little bit of sense here. Storm looking to be the aggressor. Alex is taking down BBGs and Dark. Trying to be careful, but looks like Storm does take down the bell. Actually, that's going to be 2 down already here. So they can now just do a sprinkle of damage just to try and capitalize on that. But also trying to take down MMA. MMA just ran off on his own here. He's overextending, and Storm could be able to put him in his place, but Dark finishes him off. I don't know why MMA just went so far deep on their side of the map.
See, it's so weird. As I was saying it earlier, the Griffs and the Ruffs, I had to actually think what I'm saying. Is that really actually what I'm seeing a lot of? And it is. And you can see why it works. Because with the Ruffs combining that air superiority, just bringing down the map along with the Griff along the way, everything gets exposed. Rico's not able to do much. Edgar is being able to be kept at distance. And this works. And this is a daring thing, again, that X are putting into practice right now. And the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to be for a Navi to make a push here. So they've got to start to make some aggressive plays and get some damage because, yeah, BBG's breaking that side again. Where is there going to be left to hide?
Absolutely nowhere at this rate. And you can see Storm now has picked or found exactly where MMA is going to be, but there's a Dark and BBGs are just going to, well, we're tempted to the base trade, but it looks like they both just go straight at it already. And BBGs and Dark don't know what to do. They don't know if they should go back or go straight for, you know, their opponent's safe. A bit of a disaster in terms of decision makings here, but they stopped it. But at what cost? Look, the percentage has already dropped down to 65.
Yeah, I think they should have committed. They were buffed up as well, and they could have gone and actually brought back the flow of action from Navi there, but being a bit indecisive can be costly in Heist. Nice sandbags nonetheless from BBGs. Cubic still marked up as well, and now MMA jumping in, but didn't quite make the connection there, and Storm gets to pick up from behind, so I think they've just got to leave MMA here, or get the takedown and rush the safe now on the other side of things, because they've got to start getting some damage. At the moment, Navi have got the lead now as a result of going on the aggressive. We're not really seeing that. Storm now places the super down, but he needs the support. They've got to get this damage in from the side of a 3X.
Okay, that's 1 down, but Manita made the push. They can't mess around with MMA. Just need to go straight for that safe straight away and try and get as much done as possible. But the problem is, they're just going to literally body block with that respawn immunity, and it's just not going to happen. They should have committed, absolutely right. When I saw, the funny thing is they were both just in the center. They went back and forth and back again. And you could it's clear as day. You can see they were just couldn't make a decision or just couldn't agree on what they should do. If they should just go for the base trade or just go back and defend. Like, the sooner they could have done it, the less damage would have done to the save. I think you're right, though. I think they should have just committed. And whoever comes up on the respawn, just try and at least go for the trade. Yeah,
they're so indecisive. Honestly, I think Rex definitely should have won it. And then the better strategy, it was as clear as day, like you say, to see that they came out prepared. And, you know, with Griff, Bell, and Ruffs, and everyone was like pretty much had a supply drop as well to hand. They had a strong chance of breaking open the map entirely. What can Edgar really do? They can just jump it. If you're ready for it, with a Griff, you can get it taken down so quick. Brick should have done better, but again, you've got to play the objective at the same time. You've got to be able to know when to go on the aggressive and when to, you know, concede some damage of your own. It's not a bad thing if you know that you're going to be able to counteract it with 2 people that are buffed up on the other side of things. So just some indecisiveness, which was really costly for Frix, and could well now give Navi the win off the back of not having the better comp, to be honest.
Yeah, MMA took a huge amount of risks with the Edgar, didn't he? You know, there was times where you have extended for the right reasons, but was just hoping that they would all just turn back. He was going to be just a clear distraction. He wasn't really bothered about anything else, was he? He knew that it was a huge amount of risks. The one I pointed out earlier was just clearly obvious. He just shouldn't have done it. I can understand Edgar's job is to pull your opponents back and then cause a bit of a delay and maybe get away with some damage onto the safe in the long run. But there was times where he just clearly shouldn't have done it, but there was times where he just made the magic happen, especially in that left lane a couple of times. But that matchup here. So Navi are going to be on match point. Brock is going to be whipped out as well as the Bell and the Ruffs. And the other side here, I think I just saw the Daryl as well as the Edgar. And also, it looks like going down with the ball as well. Straight towards the safe here. So 3X have already got a game plan here going straight for that safe.
Great Jinx from Storm there as well, and Doc now is to roll in and take care of Alex. I like this from Frix. Again, they're playing so daring with their comps. Bringing in Edgar, Daryl, and Ball is a crazy idea, but look how much damage they've done already, and I think that they can wrap this up quite quickly if they're careful around this. And Doc going in now, getting another takedown, just keeping the cycle coming in. BBGs has to be now taken care of. Storm has got super as well. I think Navi have got a problem.
They really do. BBGs is already down there. The problem is they can't just go for the base trade now. It's way too deep into it at this point. Already up by 39%. MMA is taking down Stop Rob, but what chance are they going to be? The fact that someone else is just going to flank behind them. This is the issue which 3x had before, but now we've got 3 members doing it here. Look at this. This is perfect sync at the moment. BBG's just going straight in and just trying to get as much damage done as possible. Stop Rob this way just to add insult to injury, down to 15%. The cleanup's been done, but the problem is I just feel like it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if they just keep this cycle coming in, Storm has got super yet again on that right-hand side. BB just can't be far away from it either, so it's going to act as a bit of a distraction, really, to allow them to respawn in from Dark coming in. He's got super as well. And there's just not enough DPS to handle this comp that Navi have come in with. The Ruff's idea is good, for sure, but against this, they're going to really struggle. BBGs can just wait for healing here or go down and respawn back in. As time goes on, though, the damage not being done. Storm is being so aggressive at the moment that Navi can't make any attempt on the safe.
They can't, because they just got to keep coming back, or they're just getting traded. They're just getting traded every time. BBG's coming with the bull rush as well to try and finish the job. 1%, that's all it is. But let's be real here, Ark, clutching its jaws at the moment. 1%, and they need 85 to make something happen. But the problem is with this tanky composition and with the Edgar just flanking around doing his absolute mischief nonsense once again, or shenanigans, whatever you want to call it, Stop Rob is definitely going to find the opportunity here. He's just almost in range. He's going to be diving straight in, and we're going to be all tied up, double match point. And this is what I said right at the very beginning before the set even started. 3x, they can take these risks. It don't matter. They've got nothing to lose, but Navi, they've got everything at this moment. This is ridiculous in terms of the matchup, Ark.
Exactly that. Navi should not have let it get to this. They shouldn't have let it get here, because ultimately now it's going to come down to one game of heist, and the comp can make all the difference as we saw in that game. So it's so hard to get this right now. They need to lock it down at a much earlier stage, realistically, considering what's on the line for them. Again, like you say, 3x, just they're having a ball, really. I mean, they're having a laugh. I mean, they're just happy to see, themselves, potentially win what could be the most important game for them, because they can't make any impact on the challenge stage as far as that's concerned, but they can if they knock Navi down to a point where they can't even compete themselves. So, what a high risk thing that we're in now. Like, this could come down very much to just like one brawler here or there not being synergized with the comp. So such high risk, and this could be like the entire season for Navi going down the drain if they're not careful.
But this is what we're saying. Like, 3x, they're not bothered. It's a couple $100 extra, and it's just a real obstacle or hurdle for Navi. We've been talking about it literally throughout the entire series, and the fact that it's come to this, I'm just trying to think. Last time these two played, I know I went to a set 5. I can't remember if it was also double match point, but I kind of felt like it might have been. But to be fair, we've seen so many double match point set 5s this season alone. It could just be one, either one
you
of
have
many.
seen more than most people, to be fair.
I know. I'm not surprised they're kicking things off a bit straight away. So poor D-Man had to sit in the background, having to wait to start this second match here. But I'm sure he's absolutely loving it at the same time. I'm sure you guys at home are as well. But there's going to be a lot of eagle eyes for a lot of FA. The FA fans, of course, the Blood Diamond fans as well, just keeping a very close eye on this to see if 3x do topple them. But all about the brawler picks, all about the composition here, especially kicking things off straight away. Now it's going to be the Rico, the Belt, and the Ruffs on the other side. Okay, so almost a rear match, just apart from the Surge instead.
Yeah, Surge is a very interesting pick, and one that I don't think is going to fare well. You can just see how easily there was countered there with the Ruff sandbags, and if Navi can keep the Surge from gaining a stack, then you just be stuck there with low maneuverability, low range. I don't understand why 3x have done that, in complete honesty. But let's see how it goes. I think Navi got the better comp now, so this is a bit of a saving grace for them. Again, this is going to come down to this one game, so everything on the line here. And yeah, what a high-risk brawler to bring in under the circumstances.
It really is. Dark's taking them my cube, and it's just been all Navi in this game. And the problem is, momentum's in their favor now, and this is not a good sign for 3x. It's Dark here. Only just come off the spawn and is still trying to do some damage, but look at the amount of damage done to the safe though. Already down to 74%, don't get me wrong. Still 90 seconds left remaining. Dark is doing a great job just dodging and weaving a lot of these projectiles. Stop Rob has actually managed to find an opening here and just trying to make that push. But if Cube gets taken down, the respawn cycle is going to be completely off. Cube's actually taken down a Dark in the end, and that was huge for Navi.
Now on the back foot though, Cubic picking up the supply drop. That's really important for Navi here, and yet the range and outrange BBGs as well. I just don't see how 3X are going to be able to work with this comp. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm going to be honest. I don't think Surge here was the way to go at all. And yeah, this is going to sit Navi all in a good spot as well, with the rough supply drops continuing to come down to help out as well. Unless 3X can really start to collect themselves and start to gain some composure here. But yeah, look how easily they're dropping like flies at the moment, Lethal.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's such a debatable pick. It's pretty much thrown this at that point. What a shame. MMA taking BBG. Stopwob gets Alex at the time. It's going to be a 2v2. But, you know, especially with the brawlers they have, to be able to pick it up by 70% or 68% rather, I can't see it happening here. Even though they won that engagement, that's the first engagement. Actually, they didn't even win it in the end. They've not won one full-on engagement yet. Alex has just been doing so much damage with the Rico. He's going to put the final nail in the coffin eventually at some stage. As BBG's going to try and take down Alex. He does not. Misses the shots on the safe, but manages to clean up anyway. That was just completely different kettle of fish. Yeah, the surge was very debatable, and there we have it. Just like that, Navi managed to win, but only by the smallest of margins.
Smallest of margins, absolutely. We saw the BM pin towards it. I don't know whether it was really that warranted. Gotta be honest. I mean, that's cutting it fine if there ever was. I mean, we'll be able to see now later today how the scores do develop and how important this game was to actually win. But I gotta say, I felt like it was won as a result of a mistake by 3X. I think that if they'd actually brought in maybe back to that Daryl sort of bull Edgar idea, then they would have definitely stood a much better chance of winning. But yeah, I don't think it was much more than just going in with a brawler, questionable brawler. I mean, it's basically a 3 versus 2 the majority of the time. But I mean, as far as the kills are concerned, 44 to the 30 only with the 3X there, and a ton more damage. My goodness me, almost 300,000 damage for Navi. Quite considerably more. So I guess they had the tankier comp as well, which they would have been able to cycle a lot of those shots on. But yeah, more healing on the side of 3X, which is interesting. But nonetheless, Navi will pick up the win on very much the same scoreline as we saw in the previous matchup against them playing 3X in Payday 1.
Yeah, they definitely got that damage in the second game, didn't they? But I think they would have had a better damage output anyway, even if it didn't happen. Because it definitely seemed that way. That last game was just ridiculous, wasn't it? That Surge didn't really play a big part at all. Good question what you said, you know, what were they thinking? It was a real shame because they definitely could have made Navi drop out and not get their final spot. But Navi, they get the victory, and it's all about them waiting to the end of the day to see exactly how things will pan out for them as they've got to watch the matches from FA and Blood Diamond. So that was just the first match, guys. We've already had double match, but still got 6 more left to go here at the ESL Mobile Challenge. But the next one will be 3X again versus Blood Diamond. Let's see if they become another hurdle now for another team, as we're back in just a few moments.
Hello, this is Inso. I'm the coach of Repai Totem.
Hi, I'm Scarus from SK Gaming.
I am Auge, the Brawl Stars coach for Navi, and this is the emoji challenge where we have to guess what brawler is probably meant by the emoji that we're going to see on the screen.
I hope I know them well because I'm a coach, so I'm supposed to know them.
Pretty well, I think. Like, I always have a tier list to look on, so...
I think well enough, to be honest.
I mean, it could be 8-bit because of the robot.
Surge?
It could also be some different skins, maybe like Bass with the sunglasses.
Surge, it's definitely Surge.
Oh, Surge, lol. I should have known that.
Mr. P, this easy, Mr. P.
That's Mr. P.
Mr. P?
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, Mortis, for sure.
Ah, that's Mortis.
Mortis.
Oh yeah, I'm good to go. 2 out of 3 right now.
Bro, what is that? Lou?
Lou, this is Lou.
Maybe that's Lou because of the eyes.
Oh my god.
If you stay too long, oh yeah, nice. Ah, he also has a cup of ice.
Okay. Dynamite. Yeah, Dynamite. Dynamite.
Is it Dynamite? I mean,
Dynamite.
ah, oh, the lamp on his head.
Keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL MENA Brawl Challenge. We're going to head into match number 2 between 3X and Blood Diamond to see if 3X are going to be another obstacle here for another team who could potentially qualify. Back in the hot seat, the lovely D-Man is with me once again, and I'm sure you witnessed that series. I'm sure you had a nice, well, it wasn't really a break really because you haven't even started yet, but I'm sure you took it all in and saw exactly what was going on.
Oh, I mean, we knew it was going to be a tense affair, didn't we? We knew the old rivalry of Navi 3X. So both games, 10 sets basically between the pair across the 2 games they've played at the very start of the season, which I think we both covered, didn't we? Or maybe it was actually with Ark. I'm not too sure. But either way, yeah, we knew it was going to be a long one. But I feel for 3X. I felt they had that actually. I thought they were doing some very clever tactics there. Clearly. A lot of passion in that game. Whether that's now going to be the same going forward into this matchup is questionable. I think they may be quite annoyed with one another that obviously they lost it in the draft. It's as simple as that. They lost it in that final draft.
Yeah, they certainly did. We don't really need to debate it, really, do we? It was just clear as day, wasn't it? It was such a shame, but then again, they put it on themselves as where we're playing against Blood Diamond, another team who is looking to try and qualify. But the only difference is for Blood Diamond, if I have a quick look at the rankings, because they've got more of an opportunity, more than anyone here to qualify compared to the other teams. Because if you remember rightly, they've already got 7 wins underneath their belt. So literally, if they just win one of their 2 matches, then they should be smooth sailing. They should be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But the problem is the other matches against Clash, so they need to defeat 3X here, because see what we're seeing from Clash. But we'll start with Ring of Fire, Safe Zone, Factory Rush, Acute Angle, and then Shooting Star to finish off the series here. And we're going back to our pretty standard balancing, with the Stu and the Byron, as well as the Poco and the Ash here, man.
Yeah, no max ban this time around, like Navi did. Obviously, there's no Brawl Ball, which is where 3X utilized it really quite strongly. To go back to your point in terms of the table, obviously, Navi are, what, are they on 7 wins or 8 wins now? I think they're on 8 wins now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're done. They're 8-6, which is a great score. For Blood Diamonds, you know, if they don't get a win here, they're looking at 4th place. Now, obviously, you know, they're still looking at, are we going to be in the top 4? But you also need to be thinking, are we going to be 3rd or 4th? Because obviously Clash at first, you know, that's a guarantee. They're 12-0. SK 9-3, they're guaranteed 2nd place. So predominantly, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same. I haven't double checked it, but it's normally 1st versus 4th, 2nd versus 3rd. So would you rather face Clash or would you rather face SK? It's like, honestly, for me, it'd be SK right now. You know, Navi have beaten SK already. Blood Diamond's beaten SK as well. So, you know, there's a chance there that both these teams, they would 100% want to get that 3rd place. So for Blood Diamonds, this is a must-win game, just like it was for Navi.
Yeah, it certainly was. And if it does come to tiebreaker, score difference, anything like that, not for qualification, but for seeding, then yeah, it's going to be very important.
Yeah, I mean, a loss here is inconceivable because, you know, obviously if they were to get a loss here, they'd be on 7-6. And suddenly free agents who've got back-to-back games are thinking, if we go in 8-6 now, that means Blood Diamonds have to beat Clash in the final game of the night. And that's not a task. Like, Clash have not dropped a game. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
They've played 41 sets and only lost 5 of them. Like, that's ridiculous. That's nearly 10%. That's just mad considering the competition here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But let's kick things off. We're going to get straight into it here. As now Blood Diamond and 3X. Let's see if 3X can cause just as much of a ruckus as before. But already here, Harry had to deal with some issues there from Stop Rob, with Rob diving on in with the Mortis. Manages to stay alive, but the problem is with PBG's trying to push him with the Frank. And the problem is, though, it's not really getting much value out of it.
Yeah, I like the thinking here, but, you know, the triple bruiser, I think maybe is one too far. Well, I mean, if you can count Mortis as a bruiser. Obviously, using the Rosa, the idea is you're extending the overgrowth and, you know, you can't get spotted, so therefore they have to come into the circle to see where you are. And I like the thinking here. Frank just obviously had the buff as well. We are playing on the new patch here, so clearly coming in. They are still getting a decent percentage in, but unfortunately, because of, you know, the fact that what they brought out here with the the Rico, good words are hard today. The Bell, the Leon and the Rico it's just going to be very hard because they can keep them at arm's length quite easily here. This is why you see BBG is just basically dodging. It's all on Stop Rob. You know, if Stop Rob can get in, it's great. You know, Rose is trying to get around the back and actually might be close enough, but these players are too clever and just going to keep you at arm's length.
Yeah, it's just a simple strategy, isn't it? 3X are just trying to throw him off by just relying on the high HP they have with their brawlers in order to constantly trade out and go into the objective. But you're right, though, Blood Diamond are not stupid at all. They're going to go capitalize on that straight away. All they need to do is, they don't need to flank, separate themselves, get any kind of position advantage, just stick together, 3v1 every kind of person, or every person go to a single file, job done. And that's literally what they've done there.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty straightforward. You know, it was a gambit, I would say, coming out from 3X. I'm not too sure that they... I like the thinking, but I'm not quite sure why they brought triple bruiser. Like, why would you not bring something to back them up in there? I don't really understand the whole theory behind it. Obviously, Poco was banned, so you're not going to bring a Poco out there. And you can't bring a Byron out because you can't get the heals out. But you could have easily put... for example, like, look at the right now, the bush is there. If they'd have brought Leon instead of, say, a Frank or something, put the lollipop down at the edge of that bush, boom, invis. There you go, standing on there. Does the same job for you. That's exactly what, obviously, Blood Diamonds did.
So, looks like 3X tried to do a strategy we've seen definitely a couple of times before, but looks like Blood Diamond, you have to wake him up pretty early in the morning to try and get him down with that kind of composition, and they were prepared for it. They've obviously dealt with that composition plenty of times before back in scrims or practice or matchmaking. You can see clear that, you know, they just stuck together, don't need to flank or do any kind of lone wolf or hero plays to get behind them to do extra damage onto the tanks before they head into the objective. Sit together, and eventually over the course of time, when they keep going in single file and trading things out, they will get taken down. And that's exactly what Blood Diamond did. And there's not really too much to say about it because it was just such a simple method they were trying to execute, and it just did not work. We've seen it work before, but I think it was a different brawler choice in the end, so it was very hard to try and counteract that. But let's see exactly what shenanigans that 3X are going to be bringing to the table. It looks like we'll have the Meg, the Bell. We see the Tara again, so the M's, and then we've got on the other side here. I don't actually see that, but it's going to be the same composition, I believe, apart from one of the borders.
No, BD has stayed exactly the same. They've stuck exactly the same. It's the full change, though. Now, we have seen the Meg working very well on here multiple times. A couple of teams has now made it work with BBGs making this flank around. This is a really very different comp coming out from 3X and much better executed. BBG is just still hanging in there in that mech somehow, getting the smallest amounts of regen and actually going toe-to-toe with the Rico. Finally gets pulled out of it, and Javi putting the damage down, has got the invis down in there with the lollipop, and that's some great work from Javi to get back in control of the zone.
BBGs has heavily distracted Rafa, but the problem is he's just trying to get his mech back, and there we go. He's got it back, and he's behind him at the same time. Javi, though, is still getting the objective here, and BBG's got directly behind him, and because he won that engagement, that is going to be clean cut for 3X, and now able to try and get this objective. Dark's also taking him down. This is looking very good here for 3X, what we've seen so far. BBG's, he's been in that left lane for at least 30 to 45 seconds, just constantly trying to get his mech back up, almost able to get it back again, but Rafa's have to stop him in this place.
Yeah, it's basically, I think this is the same comp that Free Agents ran yesterday that 3X is trying now. I might be slightly similar, but definitely with the Meg in there. Obviously, we saw Clash adapting to it eventually, but it was where Free Agents put a lot of pressure onto Free Agents yesterday with that same comp. Speaking of which, Blacksy's going to get straight in the face, and that's some great work. We've seen Blacksy doing this so many times. He is such a brilliant flanker. Yes, I did say flanker. For Blacksy. He really does get around the sides very well, puts the damage down, and he's in the right place at the right time. Trying to do it against Stop Rob and Atara can be tricky, though, when he's fully loaded.
Yeah, Blacksy's got very good, or, incredible game sense there. Stop Rob is pushing to the center from the right-hand side, but we'll have to deal with Javi and Blacksy at the same time, though. BBG still got his mech, but not for long, though, as now he's got to try and find a little bit of damage to try and reclaim it back to maybe even secure victory here. And because he's taken them down, his mech should be coming up very shortly. Yeah, he's going to get it straight away here. Javi has to pull all the way back here. Freaks are, they're going to capsize on this, and Blood don't have no chance, but to Persian, of course, nowhere near enough time. So 3X was responding beautifully.
Yeah, great response, great comp. As I said, it worked yesterday. It put Clash to the limit yesterday. I think Clash's response, if I'm not mistaken, was to bring the Sprout out, if I'm not mistaken. And obviously, I think it was Yoshi that was keeping control in that mid. So we'll see whether Blood Diamonds maybe go for an adaptation here. They're basically for Rafa. Rafa was just up against it the whole time. Look, BBG's just look at it right there in the replay. He lived in that bush for a very long time until Blacksy finally came around and got a bit of flank on him. That's where they managed to clear him out. But again, as soon as they go back to it, look at BBG's. He's back dominating that top left corner bush, and Rafa couldn't do anything about it. So it's down to see what Rafa could maybe change, whether he continues with the Rico, maybe they switch channels, put their Leon over on the left side instead, or whether they decide to go for something else, because they have to focus on that Meg. That Meg causes so many problems for them.
Yeah, at one stage, he was there for 45 to 60 seconds. He got into the mech twice, maybe even 3 times at one stage. And the problem is they're giving him too much time to get to have the opportunity to get that mech as well. Literally just... I can understand they're trying to dodge and weave. They're trying to Ferrari pick at some of his corners in order to try and take him down. But the problem is, if you're going to keep poking, prodding, and just letting them get the mech, you might as well not even take the fight at all, full stop. You need to really decide together how you want to try and approach this. But we're going to see the Crow come out this time here for 3X. On the other side, we are going to see for Leon, but even then, though, with Stop Robbie looking to already try and push on up with the Tara again. Shadows are coming out, and now Dark has already put a little bit of pressure onto Javi here, but needs to be cautious, though, because Rafa now pushing straight in deep with that Rico here. BBGs can't really do anything about it, and Dark has also cleaned up with Stop Rob, the final member left remaining.
I really don't get this.
I know.
I feel like we were just watching the Navi game when 3X just made a change and pulled out Surge, and it's just like, what? Why did you just pull away from the thing that just won you the game? Meg absolutely dominated that left, and now, BBG's, okay, we know that Crow can do it, and obviously there's a reason that Clash banned Crow out as well. Okay, so he's going to get control of the bush, but honestly, I felt he was in a much better situation. Now he's going to get in Rafa's face. Yes, he's going to pop him. Okay, all right, BBG's, you know what? We'll see what you can do here, whether you can turn it around. But He definitely was struggling at the start there. You'll see, this is going to be very tricky. They're going to have to try and keep a hold of this. And now the problem is that Rafa and Javi know that he's there, so they can try and deal with that as with. And you just don't offer as much pressure, I feel. Yeah, there you go. Get sniped out. And suddenly the mid control is lost again, and that pressure they had on the bush. So Blacksea, again, is allowed to let forward. Rafa comes forward, and again, this is pressure back on, and Blood Diamond are going to start getting a bit more control.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. As BBG's now trying to deal with the Rico from Rafa, but just can't really get anything going, not getting any value, and makes you wonder, just sort of stuck to the mech, really. But even then, no, Top Rob is still on the behind him in the center. Javi and Rafa need to back away, but the problem is the damage has already been done. He's going to get cleaned up from behind eventually, and Dark's coming now with Blacksea now in the center getting the objective. BBG's jumped on in. Will it be too late, though? No, he does make it in time, though. But at this rate, only 5%. Blood Diamond going to take it again. Another questionable pick.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that change at all. You know, for Blood Diamonds, they kept the same composition throughout all 3 games. For them to just change away to a Crow, I guess they were maybe thinking something was going to come to counter them. It's like, it's the classic, if we go with this again, they're going to counter us, so we should change, and therefore we do it. Which I do fully understand, because, you know, I'm the first man to criticize a team that stays with the same comp and can easily get countered. But I don't really understand that change. And maybe something else, you know, especially with how powerful they were with the Meg in the last round. It does surprise me somewhat to see it change away. You know what, BBG's, it wasn't all on him, because actually he did pretty well on the Crow on that left side in the end there. But Blood Diamonds, you know, they took control as soon as they could just deal with that. They didn't need to suffer the left side. They always had control of the right side. That was never in question, because Blacksea was doing a magnificent job over there. And that's why the stats reflected.
Certainly did. Look at that damage. But of course, you know, the majority of it was definitely from the first game, but they definitely would have had the damage output a lot bigger compared to 3x anyway, from what we saw, especially in that last game. As you saw, Rafa just had full control of that left lane. Didn't really give the Crow much chance to utilize any of his abilities, or even get his abilities full stop on half the occasions. It was ridiculous. It's a shame. I would love to have seen that game again if he had the Megas and the Crow, and then maybe still what circumstances could have occurred later on here. So, of course, that's already the first set done and dusted. That will be in favor of Blood Diamond. So we are going to go into the next set, which is going to be an interesting one as well. We've been safe zone for Heist here, and I think we're going to see pretty much the standard picks here as well. You know, the Colt, the Piper, and whatever else they're going to bring in the mix here. It's pretty standard picks what we've seen. We're not going to see anything too drastic here, which we have done in the past for 3x, but for this map, I can't really imagine it.
Yeah, they tend to also go with the nanny maybe at times in this one. As they say, it's a bit of a long-range snipe fest. This one tends to be. The Brock wasn't banned, was it? No. So the Brock's 100% a possibility. Surprised actually nobody's gone with it. Maybe they're just thinking it was still banned out there. But as you say, the double Colts, the double Piper, and the double Nanny in there. So pretty standard. It's a case of you may as well be Purple Paradise at this stage, because everything's going to get removed. But yeah, without the Brock being banned, I'm very surprised it hasn't come out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well, because actually, at the same time, though, we've not seen Brock in this map for quite a while. So yeah, it's a nice.
Because he's been banned all the time.
that is also true. Yeah, you're not wrong in the slightest. So Blood Diamond coming down by 17%. Go on.
I know. I was just wondering if he's going to go up there and go aggressive. Why did BBG's not push up with him? Like, that was the perfect point. Instead, BBG seemed to be in no man's land in the middle. I think it was because Javi was doing the same, and he was kind of like half-heartedly going back there. Couple of taps from Dark, still not able to deal with Blacksea. Blacksea doing a great job at the moment on the Colt to keep them busy. Will finally go down. Stop Rob now back around the side. Pretty even fight so far. Javi's going back in again.
Certainly is. It's Dark and BBG trying to hold onto the centre as much as possible. Just not going to happen now. Javi tried to get behind him, which he did for a certain amount of time. But Stop was there to greet him, as he did get cleaned up by Blacksea. Good teamwork there into the centres. Javi is waiting for his opportune moment to push into left lane, but Dark is having absolutely none of it, going 2 for 2 with the snipes. Going to see if he can finish off Blacksea as well. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Dark looking very good over the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on, and more importantly, BBG's is getting that damage down on Blood Diamond safe, and that's what it's all about. There goes Rafa once again. Stop Rob once again, getting around the backside. Rafa has to deal with him. Yeah, Blacksy's been dealt with. Dark could get a tap or two on here, but he's got to deal with Rafa. Does try and go for it. In goes the other side. That is Rafa that's going in around the backside. Javi gets in. Now Rafa pushes forward. Is he going to land the shots? No, he eats a couple instead from Dark, but Blacksy still manages to get the damage down. Is enough. 20 seconds to go. They're in trouble here.
They certainly are, but they just got a team wipe here, so now they can get map control, but they've still got to make this push. And Blacksy, he stayed alive for such a long time, but
1%.
Even then, though, for 3x, exactly 1% is all that's needed here.
There it is.
And looks like it's already been done, but need to push straight across. Rafa's going to try and push the right line. They stopped him in his track straight away, and 3x will win by a measly 3%. But at the end of the day, a win is a win.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like, for 3x, they are very good aimers. They play the compositions well when they get the composition right. The biggest issue for me with 3x does seem to be their draft. Like, they're almost their own worst enemies. Like, that was the same against Navi, and it was the same on the last map, and the same a couple of times against Navi. Like, they should have won that Navi game. I'm not going to lie. They should have won that game. Like, Navi should be thanking them for making such a poor draft in the final game, because, you know, they're looking great right now. It is almost a travesty that they only have the 2 wins in the league so far.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, considering how they're performing today. It is sad to see, and you're right that they are their own worst enemy. If they're going to keep making weird decisions or debatable choices like that, then I'm not surprised in the slightest here. BBG just gets taken down by Blacksy, and also with 3x, you know, the individual ability and the teamwork is actually pretty solid here, especially with how they respond. So let's see what happens later on in this matchup to see if 3x can continue to improve on this. 77%. Blood Diamond do have a nice little, or actually big advantage considering how this matchup preferably goes. Is Blood Diamond just on the defensive here? Rafa just letting that save take some damage, and you can afford to do so, but as he's saying that though, gets cleaned up straight away. We're going to have a little 2v2 on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the whole point of that is you're distracting as best you can. Oh, BBGs, that didn't work out. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt them quite a lot here. Blood Diamond should get quite a bit of damage down on the safe. You can see a couple of shots from Rafa. Javi gets around the backside as well. The spawn protection runs out on BBGs, but this is definitely going to be a problem. It should be a Blood Diamond's game. 38% and counting. They should need to hold on.
Certainly do. It's so tough. The problem is 41% deficit is huge for a map like this. It really is. But saying that, though, they've actually managed to drop that percentage heavily by only now 11% deficit. Is already BBG's doing a lot more damage. They're not even trading. They're slaying really well.
They've got to deal with Javi. They're ignoring Javi. Javi's getting free damage around the backside at the moment. 1%. There we go. Yeah, Javi was just got 3 or 4 shots. He was just waiting for the reload. He was just absolutely decimating the backside there. But yeah, Blood Diamonds get themselves back in it again. It's simply a case of this big noggin here, forehead, play better.
It really is, isn't it? And it's going to be 2-0 in favour of Blood Diamond. I think all of us would have predicted and expected this kind of outcome. But I think we were a little bit more... I think in terms of the scoreline, we thought it could be a little bit better this time, man. Maybe even taken to a 4th, maybe even a 5th set, though, considering how well 3x played against Navi. But I think it's just a Navi 3x matchup in terms of both their style of plays, isn't it, really? But Blood Diamond just having absolutely none of it. Just coming out swinging, just trying to not even rectify back many mistakes here, just capitalise on the mistakes 3x are making, like the brawler pick they made on the 3rd game, and then in that time round, some of the stuff we were seeing there was a little bit questionable. But you're right, though. Javi did a huge amount of damage and distraction in that left lane in the last matchup, and we're just going to go straight into it here already to see exactly how the outcome's going to go in this 3rd and final game. But I thought that this was already done and dusted. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a lot of damage already from Blood Diamonds. They've started off strong. Rafa double tapping. Blacksy gets around the side and takes BBGs down. That's a big problem now. They're already down to 60% and counting. And Blood Diamonds starting strong. They have to protect this Nanny, though, going around the backside. They should be fine. They're all going to back away. It's going to buy 3x a small moment. And it is a very small moment, as the shield of Javi doesn't matter because he's teleported down the bottom. He's going to get called out. This is going to be surely Blood Diamonds to take it. If Blacksy can get his super up, his job done. Yeah, pretty much is. Apologies. I thought we were going to a 3rd set for some weird reason. I don't know why I thought that, but it looks like we will be anyway at some stage because of the fact that the percentage, yeah, it's just ridiculous. 3x are going to have to get at least 2, maybe even 3 team wipes to try and execute some kind of plan of action here. But the way Rafa's playing at the moment, he's going to take down stop Rob. The trade's going to come out, understandable.
Now the problem is, though, what else can they do? Not really much here. And as long as they keep like some kind of spawn cycle going on the side of Blood Diamond, where there's always 2 up no matter what, then they should be fine here.
Yeah, they do need to be careful, though. You know, 58%, that needs to be respected. 51 and counting. But now they have to defend. There we go. Yeah. Javi gets around the backside, and that's the job done. So Blood Diamonds take it 2-0 now, as they will move on to the 3rd set.
Now we're going to the 3rd set. Apologies, everyone at home. So we're going to go straight into it shortly here. It will be Factory Rush for some Siege. And I'm trying to remember how good Blood Diamond are on Siege. I know that their counterparts, you know, in the same region for Clash. But AC Milan's Clash, they had a serious issue with Siege months and months ago. But nowadays, they're actually very, very good at it. Not as good as SK, but still very, very strong. But maybe that could be another debate to discuss at a later point. But for Blood Diamond, though, we'll have to see how they get on here. 3X really showed some promise on Siege against Navi with some of the brawler picks which were selected. But you can see that already the takedowns, not really much in it for the 2 teams. Only thing is that Blood Diamond just got much better objective efficiency. They didn't really hesitate at all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, overall, Blood Diamonds just played it tactically better in those last 2 games. You know, they got forward, and Javi did a lot more damage on the Nanny once he managed to get in those positions. So moving on, Factory Rush. Now, this is an interesting one. So yesterday, if you remember, we had Clash up against Mood Gaming, who brought a bit of a surprise with them, which Ark pointed out. You know, he's been watching scrims, and quite a few teams have been doing this. They brought the triple thrower comp out here on Factory Rush, and it is something that actually worked out very, very well. Now, obviously, with the bans in place, it is totally doable with the Stu Byron, Poco Ash. It opens things up for a potential triple thrower out there. So, you know, it's talking a Barley, a Sprout, maybe a Spike or something else in there to sort of keep them going. And honestly, it worked absolutely brilliant yesterday. I think they already almost 100% in the first push with like a level 1 bot. It was that strong. So it's definitely something to watch. However, Brock is available, which I keep saying. So could certainly be used. I would double check the patch notes on the Brock. It did have a slight reduce at 11%. Yeah. Whether that's enough, I know we do tend to get some quite big knee jerks from the pro scene on when a nerf comes through. And then, and then they realize that it's actually not as bad as they thought. Maybe that is a big part of why we're not seeing him at all tonight.
Yeah, you know, a tenth of a second, really. 11% it can make the difference, but the problem is it makes the difference if you're very aware of your surroundings. That's the only problem, isn't it, really? You know, just keeping a very close eye. It depends on whoever fighting in that lane with the Brock, really, isn't it? You know, the person who's probably got the most, probably the most talented player in terms of the awareness of some of the projectiles coming towards him will probably take advantage of that 11%, just really how you see fit. But no matter how you look at it, though, Blood Diamond are coming out 2-0 in the series here, going to a third, potentially final set here, depending on how Diamond wants to do. But already, though, all 3 members here of 3X have got taken down just like that, absolutely evaporated.
So the Max Sandy, I didn't actually just catch what the third one was, the PAM, of course, up against the Leon Bell and Rico on the other side. And it is Blood Diamonds that will get things started off early with the first bot, so no mess in there. It'll be a bit tricky, actually, with Navi, 3X's setup. It's actually going to be tricky to slow this bot down. Yeah, and you can see immediately Rafa's going to get behind that and get a fair amount of damage. So a good 40+% damage done on the first bot, and he gets the super off as well. You've got to love that. Rafa, he's just untouched at the moment. Nobody answering to him. The Sandy Sandstorm goes down, but still doesn't really benefit them too much. They are going to be able to get mid-control, though, so the bots should start going their way.
Yeah, it was good. Normally you see anything between 0 and 30% on the first bot, but the fact that it wasn't even an all-in and Rafa did extra damage, it was nice to see as well. So good if you put them in their comfort zone. But for 3X, they've got their own level 4 siege bot here, and the deficit isn't really that bad for Blood Diamond to capitalise on straight afterwards if they do their sense of control once again. Just being a bit more cautious on the PAM. To Storm's done a lot of work in that right lane, and it's Rafa who's going to have to deal with it here. So I'm hoping his shots are going to be on point here. He's going to be pushing straight towards Stop Rob. And looks like Harry was hoping to try and be on cleanup duty to do additional damage, which he had done here. And Rafa's done a lot of work across the board. Dealing with Pam once again, back and forth. Harry's there to give him a little bit of a helping hand and push Rob all the way back here. And even if it didn't take him down, it's more than enough to push towards him, try and stop this bolt deficit. Dark's going to pick up another bolt. It is still very close here, as looks like Dark is going to try and pick up those 2 bolts, but they don't know. Stop Rob will be able to pick him up though, but it could be a tie siege. No, it will not. Oh, it will be. Goodness
they
gracious.
didn't get banked. Oh, my word. Yeah, I thought Stop Rob, when he picked up that double, that was going to be it. Going to get them banked in there. The biggest problem is that they don't really have the follow-up. So even if they do get the next bot, they don't have a great deal to go with it. They didn't get the bot down. And in the one attack that they had, there was like 0 follow-up. If you think of it, obviously, when Blood Diamonds came in, they non-stop had Rafa just pumping the damage into that Ike. From behind it, and nobody was really challenging him out there. Whereas 3X, once they got their attack in there, nobody followed it. They were so focused on trying to control mid.
Yeah, they certainly were. I feel so for Stop Rob a little bit. He did a great job in that right lane for the majority of that matchup, just trying to keep Rafa back with that Rico. In the end, Rafa was able to be able to... he just took on better Angels, but also had Javi at the same time, trying to get the range and try and clean up the Pam as well. So Rob had... quite a bad deficit to deal with in that right lane with that 2v1, especially with the range of the Bell and also having to deal with Rico's rate of fire at the same time. It's very tough to call because you can't really contest Rico because he's worried about the Bell pushing up by any means. So we are going to see the Meg coming out here as well as the Piper here for Dark. Looks like the lineup's going to be the same for Blood Diamond here, and we'll be seeing the buzz here from 3X. And I'm not surprised Rob used it last time in the previous series, and we can see what work he can do this time round.
Don't tell me, Service. I swear it was the same time yesterday as well. It's hopefully going to be all fine. I mean, obviously the patch came through. The servers would have had a nice reset, but it seems like it's all good now. Just a small little stutter there. But yeah, the Meg coming out. See what he can do. I mean, at the moment, it's not doing a great deal, is it? And more importantly, are they going to stop Rafa backing this up and Blacksea? Look at this. They've got completely around the Ike. Nobody's blocking the shots that Blacksea's doing. Blacksea is getting free damage on the Ike right now. Nobody even challenged it. Dark didn't even get in front of it. Finally, BBGs comes out, and they've managed to get, 46% of the damage done on that already.
Yeah, because then that wasn't an all-in. That's a huge amount of damage for the first spot. If it gets over 30, I kind of feel like that's a bit rough and it's a bit bad to really start things off here. But already, though, Blood Diamond put a hell of a lot of pressure on, and you can see the deflation coming out here. They're taking the Angels at the moment. BBGs is going to push Blacksea. Should win that engagement as we're looking on the right-hand side as Rob and Dark both taking a lot of damage. This is a level 4 siege book coming their way. It's not a huge one, but if they take them all down, which they have done, they could potentially go for an all-in if they want.
This is match point right here. On the way it comes. I just don't think there's going to do a great deal. The Meg's out of position. Rafa's got around the side. In goes the Super. In goes Blacksea. GG. Well played. And that is Blood Diamonds taking the series 3-0.
Nicely done. We know it's a little bit anticlimactic there, but for Blood Diamond, what can you do against such a strong opponent force, really? As Blood Diamond do win that matchup, and we will see them again later today. They were playing against AC Milan's Clash to either solidify their spot entirely or be in the tiebreaker situation. Actually, I think considering what we saw so far, I think this should be okay considering we, the head-to-head, the tiebreaker, the sets they take. But we'll talk a little bit about that later on. But apart from that, no, Blood Diamond, fantastic performance.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of their score difference, obviously getting a 3-0 here puts them on 8-0-5. Whereas Navi are on 8-0-6, so they're both the same wins. But obviously for Navi, they just had another 3-2, didn't they? So their differential, I mean, their differential wasn't as good beforehand. Blood Diamonds should be securing that third place now. The big pressure is coming from free agents, whether they can get in there and maybe try and challenge out on Navi's score difference. And of course, for free agents, they're going to be playing in just a moment.
They sure will indeed. So for free agents, there's still maybe a slim chance, but we're not really fully sure as of yet. But one thing we do know is the fact that FA, they have to win both these matches to stand a chance in that tiebreaker situation. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere as we're back with Reply Totem and FA coming up shortly.
reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. Keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching. I keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. I keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. I keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. Keep reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. It's the final play day here before the finals to see who the top 4 are going to be to qualify. I'm D-Man, and bringing me the action will be Ark alongside me as we check out now free agents up against Reply Totem. Two teams that were certainly in with a chance of qualifying for the finals. Reply Totem slipped away, well, to their own demise last week. and free agents, they just had that one bad play day. Play day 3, I think, was just a tragedy for them, and then they managed to turn it back around a bit.
Yeah, there was definitely a mid-turning point, wasn't there, for FA? And sort of now they've been playing a lot better, for sure. I mean, that beginning, that middle stage didn't work out very well for them at all. So kind of wondering today how they're going to, bring the fire. We've seen some good games from them in more recent time. Joko Cyclone and HK, as we know, have got the skill and played some good bans along the way as well. But Reply Totem, despite being out of the running, are still a threat here and have got to be taken seriously.
Yeah, free agents definitely looking really good yesterday. There's no doubt about it. Dark Joker, Cyclone, HK, they put in some fantastic performance. They put in, and despite they lost 3-0 to Clash yesterday, it was a 3-0 that went the entire distance in every set, right? It wasn't a simple 3-0. And honestly, it looked like free agents should have taken some of those sets. I felt they were a little unlucky not to take some of those sets, but the fact is, Clash do seem a little unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, isn't it? Yeah, I think Clash definitely look unstoppable. I actually wanted to put them down on my predictions as losing today, but I didn't. I went with my brain, but I would like to see someone break their streak. Yeah, absolutely. But you're right. I mean, when it came to Clash, FA, struggled. I think it's fair to say most other teams would. I think it's only Reply Totem that took things to a 3-2. But, you know, against 3X, they were very, very dominant. And we saw the Max coming out again and all that good stuff that they love to run. So if they're not banned out, I think that if FA get the comps they want, they can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the bans to come through to figure out where we're going to be going with this one. Let's briefly talk patch while we are doing that, because I was just mentioning it in that previous game. You know, Brock was available, hasn't been banned tonight so far, and wasn't even picked. So, you know, is that 11% change? Is that big a deal?
I think for me, it kind of is. I think that players obviously practice juking, like just literally moving around the map and just dodging shots. And I think just having that little bit of a pace down from the original rocket speed, it's going to make a big difference. I definitely don't see there being as much Brock being banned. I can still see it being used. I just think that at the moment it's come down to a much better place. We maybe even say it like a final midpoint yet to be found. It's still that kind of early days of that nerf, and it was quite a brawler which stood out amongst others as being particularly prominent. But yeah, that projectile speed being reduced by 11%, maybe we'll see it reduced, pushed up a little bit, so being like maybe like a -6 reduction or something. But at the moment, I think that players are definitely becoming more accustomed to getting those jukes on when it comes to Brock.
Yeah, which I'm secretly happy about, because once Brock was in, it was Brock. Every game, didn't matter what game mode, Brock would be there or thereabouts, you know. Also, a couple of changes, by the way, which interest me for, say, if the max is allowed, and this is definitely was an important one for obviously what we have with 3X here, or any Brawl Ball games. Jackie got a little bit of a boost, and that works very well with the Max Super.
Exactly. I think we've yet to see sort of Jackie come into full form today. We seen a little bit of her, and I think it was Siege earlier today, the Frank and others. But yeah, definitely, you know, despite not having the main thing to consider with Jackie now is that she does not have the shield that she had when she used her super. So she's definitely going to be more vulnerable when using that. Just take that into consideration. But at the same time, since the changes to her maneuverability whilst being able to use that super, but combining that with the additional HP as well, I think that now Jackie's going to have a bit more of a place than she did before, for sure. Definitely more viable. But again, I still feel we're going to see more Poco ban rather than anything else, because ultimately that is what gives tanks the invincibility, you know, not quite, but pretty much, you know, when you're combining it in the right fashion comp-wise. Yeah, survivability, I think, is the key, really. If you eradicate the Poco or the Byron from that side of things, then it makes it easy to manage.
Yeah, and obviously the Griff, we've been talking about sort of the slow, steady rise of Griff has been sort of sporadically used right now. Did get another minor tweak increase in his heal.
Yeah, so the increase in heal, 10% of missing health up to 7% if you're running Business Resilience as a star power, yeah. And, you know, I think Griff is in a great place. I think actually kind of underused a little bit, but every time I kind of see that combination of Griff coming out with a B, or we saw a little bit of Griff earlier today coming out with the roughs on Hot Potato as well, on the heist, and you know, things like that. It's a really interesting strategy. The thing with Griff pairing so well with B is that you just break everything open. And I think that is going to be more prominent now in this current meta because of the increase of Jackie and Frank and others that are more tanky. Yes, we're going to see more Poco bans for that reason, but also more Griff plus B because it's a great counter to those big tanky ideas. So I definitely feel like it's kind of, you know, I see a lot of, you know, pros in the scene kind of saying, oh, it's tanky meta kind of coming through, but I honestly think that it might seem that way at the beginning. It's actually going to become the anti-tank meta, in my opinion. It's a much safer thing to run.
Yeah, and speaking of the tanks, well, I'm not really a tank, I would say, but Mortis I wanted to talk about. Probably more prevalent for the next game with Mood coming up in a few. Obviously, yeah. we know OP loves to run it. They've reduced the creep harvest by quite a deficit, I would say, with the heal. Is that now going to make Mortis sort of not really used that often? I mean, obviously, he was starting to get quite active across quite a few maps, certainly when certain players that were very good on it were using it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a little bit earlier today. I think it was Alex that was playing it and playing it exceptionally well. I think it's going to bring it down to a nice place. I think it's still going to be strong. Mortis is still always going to be strong, but what it's going to probably do over time is make players consider more the prospect of using the Core Snake star power as an option. I did feel like going into that big hit change with Mortis that it was going to be inevitably the case. Like Creepy Harvest was always going to thrive. You basically take in, you know, something and just kind of making it a bit more recurrent with a new star power. I didn't feel like it was going to be anything but what we've kind of already seen play out. I still feel like Creepy Harvest is going to be pretty much the go-to. I'll be honest, it does still provide enough value, especially if you're getting those cycles. It's just going to mean that you're going to have to be able to be more cautious around lining up those supers when you're going along your tears. You want to make sure that you're connecting ideally with 2 people on the way realistically now, and being consistent on that front. But I think, yeah, players will consider the other star power, Core Snake, but I still think Creepy Harvest is going to be dominant.
Well, I do wish we could have 3X back because they were quick playing their games. For Free Agents Reply to them, we don't even have the bans yet. They're still, you know, like, so we can't start the game because they haven't even actually spoke to the admins to say what their bans are. So when you're saying, what's the delay? I can tell you exactly what it is. It's currently a delay in terms of communication. Communication is the key. But I mean, is there anything else in the patch that you're particularly seeing? Obviously, we know the map rotations come back in from Power League. That's changed around. Looking like a pretty good rotation, actually, this time around. Looking at the maps, I recognize the vast majority of them. You know, obviously, Sneaky Fields is probably one of my favorites. I think for Brawl Ball, it's great to see that back in there. Anything else you're sort of happy to see? Obviously, we mentioned the Ash change before, previously with Lethal.
Yeah, I'm very much an advocate for the lollipop drop change, and again, that was my idea from day one. Not my idea, but my recommendation from day one, because ultimately that's going to make it in such a better place. And there's like we saw that change the Bose totem, the super totem, the tick over time. I think it's very similar with Leon. You need to have a definitive that it's not going to go on for too long. So great changes there. I think Lola, very interesting. I double checked to see what the date is to make sure I could even talk about her in much more detail, but have played it. That's all I'll say for the moment. I have played it. So always excited to see a new brawler coming into the meta. Obviously that changes up so much more than arguably any other balance change. So I'm very much looking to seeing how new mechanics come into play.
I mean, everything's listed out there, but we haven't seen it just yet. So just hold up there. And Frank could be on the phone in a minute. Like, exactly. We need to talk, son. While we wait for these players to sort out whatever they're sorting out, I don't know what it is. You know, they're trying to decide, obviously, with the patch coming in. Maybe it's a big decision on what brawlers they are going to ban. Let's have a little listen to what some of the players and coaches had to decide when they had to tackle the emoji challenge.
Oh, Piper.
Piper.
That's Piper.
Nice emoji.
It's a streak right now. It's a run.
Rico, maybe? Actually, I don't know.
What is the? I don't know that one.
Maybe Gale? Gale. Oh, it's Gale.
Gale?
Ah, Gale. Okay.
Oh my, that was hard.
That's Frank?
Frank. This is Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, it's Frank.
Daryl. This is Daryl.
Daryl? Should be Daryl. Daryl's barrels.
Oh, Daryl.
Damn it.
Oh my god. The killer Minecraft madness?
What?
I don't know. What is this? Is that Carl, maybe?
8-bit, maybe? Actually, I have no idea.
Oh my god. These were hard. Like, some of them were really confusing.
Carl, oh, okay. Actually, yeah, the pickaxe makes sense.
I suppose I'm the first, maybe. Like, I'm born to win, you know? Like, that's a bit cringe, but... yeah, it's just because of Navi, like, it means born to win, but... maybe first or second?
Actually, I think I only missed 2, so pretty good, actually.
Hey, quite good, I guess. I got all of them.
Maybe I've been lucky, or have to get the same tiers that I use, so always join Pedro's stream and copy it.
Then you guys need to study harder the game and learn the emojis related to the brawlers.
How many did you guys get in chat? Come on, be honest. Did you get Carl? Because when I looked at that, I was just like, what? Shopping cart? Like, what? What has a shopping cart and a pickaxe? I actually got it. I was watching, I think the first time I saw it, I was watching Inso doing it. And I got it before he did. I'm putting it out there. I got it before you in, so I did. Honest, you just couldn't hear me at the time. The bans have come in at last. We've got hold of the players, and they've given it. Obviously, Cyclone, we see you in the chat. Poco Ash banned out, and Byron Ash banned out for Reply Totem. So obviously the Ash changes. They still think it's certainly strong enough. It is blind bans as well, which is why we see the double Ash ban in there. Does mean we're going across the Nuts Bolts, Gem 4, Pit Stop, Super Stadium, and Dueling Beetles. Many maps you will certainly recognize because you would have been playing them this time in the Power League.
I just see this happening more and more. Ash kind of has had a buff to a star power, so Ash is still very much a threat. But Poco and Byron need to be banned because of Ash, but also because now the tanks are coming rife, and Brock now has kind of dropped off the bans. So we're kind of seeing nothing change, but yet still some things change around it. I've got to say, regarding the emote challenge, I don't understand what everyone was struggling with. I found those emotes to be so easy. I mean, maybe it's different when you're put on the spot, but I was looking at, I want ESL to challenge me. I guarantee every single one without fail. Just saying.
Right, there you go, production. You've been had the challenge laid down.
Past the challenge
for the finals live. By the way, this has to be done live. I think so. I think the only one I looked at was Gale. It was just I was like Snowball. And then I saw the win. I was like, well, it's got to be Gale. It's the only one I can think of that's got that. Yeah, the Carl one was the one that confused me because they didn't have a minecart. There's no minecart emoji out there. So if anyone emoji creators is watching, that's what we're going to be looking for. All right, so let's get into the game. Let's talk about what's going on here before they do get started. It is Nuts and Bolts to start things off, so we're going into a siege mode. And Ark, I did touch on it briefly. I don't know whether Nuts and Bolts is going to be so much for it. It could work. The triple thrower comp that we saw yesterday, Sprout, I would say, especially on Nuts and Bolts, is very strong.
Yeah, I really feel like, if we do see the tanky brawlers come out to play, like the Franks and the Jackies, then triple thrower could be the thing which could topple it. I feel like it's a big high risk thing, but again, in Siege, it makes a lot more sense if you've got the Sprout to have the defensiveness. We know what Sprout can do on that defensive, and it's definitely a saving grace to have. I feel like, especially with the Byron and the Poker taken out of play, then that is the one saving grace that tanks would have had if it were in play. I still feel like at the same time though, you could counter it with that Griff and that B idea. I still vouch for it. I still love it to see it, and more often than not, it provides some good results. But I think, to be honest though, players tend to like those more aggressive approaches, like the buzzes and that kind of thing, to realistically go in for some good value, and it's a great way to get to that first bolt. I think that's a really important thing to consider as well. You don't want to find yourself constantly on the defensive. You also want to be able to get some pushes of your own.
Yeah, and yesterday it was SK versus Mood, wasn't it? It was on Nuts and Bolts yesterday. We saw the level 20 big beefy bot basically getting stopped dead by the Sprout, just bouncing him back and forward, just constantly keeping him off guard. So it'd be very interesting to see how they work out. Obviously, 4 free agents, I without ruining it for everyone, I don't think they can qualify. I don't think it's mathematically possible because Navi. I think if 3X would have beat Navi, I think that would have been a very different story. But because of it goes on wins, which would put them on 8-0-6 if they were to win as both matches. That's a big if, of course, and it would go on their set differences. And as from what I can tell, mathematically, this is only me. I haven't like fact checked this with any admins yet. Even if they were to 3-0-3-0 over Reply Totem and Mood, I don't think they can still be ahead of Navi. I think they'll be on +3 and Navi are on +4. That's the way I've worked it. Ark, I don't know about you.
That's what I came to conclude as well. But again, we haven't fact checked it. But yeah, from looking at the score lines and what we can see, it would seem like if Navi have got a score difference of 29 to 25, the maximum that FA can achieve would be 6 on top of the 22 they already have, which would be below 29. They can't even get to that tiebreaker if they were able to. So we'll get it checked out in the background with League Ops as well for sure. But I think they're drawing dead. I don't want to say for certain at all, because ultimately, there could be some little things we haven't seen behind the scenes. But I think they're going to struggle either way. So if there is any possible way which they can, it's going to be very, very close, and they're going to have to get every single thing right.
Yeah, and they're still obviously fighting with Reply Totem for that 5th place, so there's quite a bit of money up for grabs in this one. They certainly wouldn't want to drop the places. And for free agents, honestly, for a team that is not financially backed by anyone, they're not paid to be and play. Like obviously, Reply Totem, for example, would be a salaried team out there. For these guys to get ahead and not only be ahead, but to challenge SKs, the clashes which they've done. Your Blood Diamonds, Reply Totems, everyone that's been out there that is, under a flag or a team of some variety. This is a great showing for them, for any organization out there that's looking to pick somebody up.
Exactly that. It's a great opportunity to demonstrate that you're capable of great things, and that goes for any of the teams that have qualified into this stage of the competition, because it's a rare thing to have in any game, really, a platform where you can just demonstrate with an open format that you can take on the best. That's what it's all about. So I think ultimately, whatever happens, FA have done that already by their performance so far. They obviously want to end things on the highest possible note that they can, but at the same time, they've shown some great promise.
Absolutely. So let's have a look what we got. It is the Barley Sandy Jean coming out from the free agents, and the Max coming out with the Jean Sandy on the other side of Reply Totem. I like the Barley, I gotta be honest. But the max speed could help out here. Great grab to start out by Cyclone, though. And that's going to, once again, give them that control. And more importantly, with the Barley here, they can back up the bot. Get up to that lake and back up the bot. They have to deal with Mari, though. Now you can see they're going to get forward. Oh, I love it. I love the extension. Throwing down the Sandy Sandstorm to get in their face. Dark Joker putting a lot of damage down. It didn't give them a massive amount of bolt control, though. And the Sandstorm Soy Depressor is answered in kind.
I really like that from Joker. They're just super aggressive, and you can just see Reply Totem did not see it coming, but they did get a lovely little magic hand to that there from Maori on the left-hand side. Gonna get a bolt for his troubles as well, and another picking one up as well. So Reply Totem can respond to this pretty well. I'm surprised that actually Reply Totem didn't ban the max, because we know that FA like to play it. Surprised they didn't bring it in actually in this first game, but they are going to get a second push coming in. It's level 6. It's going to be about, 5 or 6 bolts potentially banked here for Reply Totem for the following round. So they've got to bear that one in mind as well. Ooh.
Good bit of work. Well, I mean, they got yeah, I was about to say they're going to have to magic hand or something to pull it away. They got the damage down there. That was nice work to stop any real sort of backup from that. And now they have themselves a 6-bolt lead. Sandstorm being used. That's a good pull. That's going to delay. They have still got 20 seconds to start banking all these bolts, and picking the kill up on Maru as well will be a big part of it. I tell you what, I think those 6 bolts are going to be quickly picked up here.
Yes, an important one and a nice pull, rightly timed as well, but Mari gets one of his own, and the bolt is dropped, so not banked therefore by FA, but they're going to have 2 here. The one of Mari's going to pick up that one. That's going to be a tie, but not before the round is finished, and that's going to be another push. So yeah, Reply Totem constantly finding themselves on the back foot, and FA off to an explosive start right now.
Yeah, getting the last siege in, that's exactly what they needed, and it was all off the back of that very nice start, getting that Sandstorm down, giving the invisibility for the Barley. That is the power that HK can offer, and it will be a, well, it's not going to be a 0. It doesn't matter, because it's going to be job done. 100 to 4%. It is going to be FA picking up game 1.
Really nicely done. Again, I'm surprised they didn't bring in the max, but on the side of FA, but the Sandy value which was obtained during that match. I mean, that really was the key to the comp, in my opinion, and just, they didn't need the speed. They were just using that Cloak of Invisibility for so much more aggression, and combining it again with those gene pools. That was very important. Maori is a very accomplished gene. It's pretty much his go-to, having watched him play throughout the course of the year, and seeing how often they bring out the gene and give him the mantle for it. But Cyclone was giving him a run for his money there.
Yeah, I mean, Cyclone has been magnificent on whatever Brawl he's played this season. I've been very impressed with the whole setup of free agents, and I wish them all the best in how they're doing at the moment. Reply Totem definitely up under the pressure here in the first game. What sort of changes will they go with? Will they go with any change? That's the question, because the Barley, it offers so much on this map. I actually think we might see a potential change on the other side for Reply Totem.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think that the fact that FA won so convincingly without the max is definitely going to make Reply Totem consider whether it's necessary in that side of things. I like it here a lot, but I still feel like yeah, having some control is important. A Sprout could be a good adaptation here as well. Obviously, we know what Sprout can do on the defensive. I personally, again, I just love to rip open the map. I just do. But I don't know whether we'll see it. I think the Griff could be viable for that reason. But let's see if there's any daring choices. The Dynamite coming out, so a bit of destruction. And the Sprout triple throw are actually going to be for FA. Ooh. And that's going to be a challenging thing because ultimately we're going to see double throw from Reply Totem. But Mary is going to struggle now.
Dynamite, that's the one I was trying to think of what they used the other day, and it was this triple thrower setup. That's nicely done from Cyclone. Soida Bresser's going to get Dynamite right in the face here. That's going to force him out of the way, but it will be Reply Totem get themselves up first level 1 bot.
Yeah, it's the first push they had so far, but Cyclone, ooh, very low though. He's going to have to put the wall down here, but struggling to stay alive surely at the bottom of the map, and just going to, use the gadgets and throw things back over. Nice solid defense so far from FA. Not really any opportunity for Reply Totem to get much damage there. Just a little trickle along the way. That 11% there. But from now is that FA are very clustered on this left-hand side, and that's kind of only going to serve to a great advantage in favor of Reply Totem.
Yeah, nice hedge coming out of Soida Bresser. And the Stew obviously will always offer them a danger, to get in quickly on the face of them. Cyclone got nowhere to go there, just ticking down in the dot damage. And this is going to be a second bot coming out for Reply Totem. There's no way they can get back on this one. And the triple throw at the moment is struggling.
Well, another defense on the way. Cyclone, though, out of position, needs to be able to defend this spot. And he's kind of way up the map. And not really sure why, but I guess there, the Sticky Syrup mix coming into play is a good way to defend this from HK. But nonetheless, the Sprout would have been far more effective. And I'm just kind of, thinking why they went so on the aggressive then. Cyclone needs to be back for this defense, and now they're going to have to be able to get out of the zone here. They've got 5 bolts, but that's not enough. Reply Totem have got all the control, and they can bring this back to have another push.
Yeah, I feel that they were just thinking, okay, we've got to stay up here and back as many bolts as we can before the bot. But yeah, as you say, Cyclone expected him to be back there to get the hedge, but they are got full control now, and they can start tossing him over the top there. We're seeing Cyclone doing just that, but 14% damage, so they have to be wary that Maru doesn't make this push around the side, which we're seeing right now. The bot's going to come out, but Dark Joker cannot stay around, because if that super comes up for Maru, it absolutely could take that Ike down.
Well, Maru's going to get one shot off on it, but again, that's enough time Bolt to be able to ensure that this is a defense.
It's a triple throw
coming
attack.
in. This is going to be a lot of damage raining down here, and it is that. Oh my word, just in the nick of time. But honestly, FA almost missed that opportunity there. They had to focus and deal on the left-hand side bottom for sure, but Cyclone was so low when that push came in. He almost went down to the Stew in the middle. Had that happened, that would have been disastrous for FA.
Absolutely, yeah. The triple thrower, I mean, as you said it right away, right? You said it's hard to get control of the mid at the start. And with that power of the Stew at the start, it gave them just that smallest advantage to get the control. I think the Reply Totem are going to be a little annoyed they didn't get it done in 2, because, going in there, they just didn't get the free time to get the Barley to get the free damage down. We saw, obviously, Cyclone, the second they got forward, it was starting to pummel it down. But, yeah, they managed to get that one kill. Maru committing to it, which means they didn't have the defensive control because they knew what was coming back up.
That amount of damage at the end was absolutely disgusting with triple throw, I've got to be honest. But the damage as well, very much started with FA there, over 150,000 and 21 kills to the 15 only of Reply Totem there. More healing on the side of Reply Totem, but it didn't really matter at the end of the day considering the set was already won by FA. And just, again, this is what we're going to see, I think, a bit more of in Siege as well with the tanks coming into play. It's so high risk. Yes, tanks are in a great spot, but like, you got triple thrower, you got so many options with the Griff plus the B, like if poker is not banned. I just don't know whether we're going to see much of a tankiness coming forwards. I think the community are kind of expecting this tank meta. And from at least the earliest insight from the esports side of things today, we're not seeing it be like overwhelmingly strong in that side of things. We're seeing a lot more counters, a lot more thought being placed into the prospect. Yeah, they are strong, but how can we counter them rather than, how can we play them?
I want to just test your brains. If they're going to go with something similar, wouldn't the Buzz do very well against them? Because he can just sort of dive in on top of a thrower and, it's not a lot they can do about it then.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Buzz is a pretty much an always good thing to have in Siege, unless, of course, you're going to be countered heavily by that kind of big wall breaking idea, which is going to blow the map open and leave you with no. You need some cover, of course, to be able to hide behind at some point. But Yeah, I mean, Leon as well now. We're going to still see, but I think just in a more balanced place. That lollipop drop you can see just ticking down over time in a much better place for competitive because it ultimately will not be there indefinitely. We'll have an expiry date now.
We saw HK yesterday on the mech doing very well. Hasn't managed to work for him so far, though. Getting picked off early. That's some great work from Dark Joker, though. Getting the rebound onto Leon. Gets pulled in. Maru, that's not worked for you. You had no backup and support, and actually gets taken down there. HK pops into that mech. I'm not ideal that the mech is carrying the gems here, but you know what? It's working.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I mean, as long as HK's got the survivability here, because, yeah, there's a bit of a risk. Ultimately, he's not got the most amount of damage per second to be able to defend in most circumstances if he has not got the mech. Barry's got the magic hand as well, so that's going to be a favorable thing for Reply Totem because, again, that hitbox very big for HK whilst in that mech.
Staying in that mech for so long as well because not taking the damage, expecting to get pushed in the corner. That lollipop working wonders, but they are pretty low at the moment. The mech's going to get dropped out and Cyclone goes down, and that's going to be hit and run. If Maru can throw out the gravity as well, it could cause a lot of problems. Soy Depressor will collect all the gems and get back, and that's the timer ticking.
You could see it coming a mile off, couldn't you? I mean, it was just so obvious the case. I don't know why FA therefore didn't have a bit more awareness to the fact that, you know, again, yeah, you're carrying gems as a meg, you've got your mech, you're a sitting target to a magic hand, which Maori had. So, again, not at all surprised that Reply Totem swung that. And I think FA needs to be a bit more cautious. They got a bit overconfident there, and they shouldn't have done.
If there's one thing you can grab, it is a gigantic mech that fills half the screen. I think if a pro player can pull out some like stunning grabs, you know, going for that is not a hard pull, indeed. And as you say, he was sitting on such low hit points for the entirety. You know it was going to be the small mech in the end there. I mean, it started off strong for free agents, but as you say, it's just, yeah, they kind of fell for that. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, it was a great start. It was a fantastic start, and I think that there will be focusing on that rather than the outcome towards the end. But again, you know, Reply Totem just continuously playing Gene, continuously having Maori be the man behind the Gene. You've got to be careful. Like he just, it's the brawler that he loves to play. He very rarely misses those pulls. You've got to respect him. That's the thing. You know, you can't underestimate that, and you're gonna have to really try your best to juke out and bait that magic hand to miss, because more often than not, it won't.
Oh, free agents. First game they've lost, actually, isn't it? Did they lose one in the first set? I think they did, actually. Tell a lie. But yeah, I think they're going to get the reply on this one. Let's see. No pun intended there. Let's see how they change things around. You know, Gem 4, you guys are going to be playing it in the Power League. I'm pretty sure it's back in there again. Let me just double check the notes, but I'm pretty sure it's back in there. It's kind of like a staple diet, isn't it? Overall, let's have the game on your screen as well while I do that. As we get straight into it, the changes coming through. The Leon instead with the Rico on the left side, so the Leon up against the Tara this time, so the Tara switching. So Maru's decided to switch sides, and Soy Depressor going down on the right there, but the HK staying on that mech and getting it working.
Oh, let's hope they've learned from that mistake again, because I don't know how I feel about Meg as a gem carrier. I've got to be honest, I don't know how I feel about it, but it is going to be able to do things like that. Coming in to help that Suck on the left-hand side with a nice swipe there. And yeah, those are very, very dangerous, heavy hitters. So at the moment, Gem's nicely with FA, but as HK decays down in the mech, he's going to have to come back, and that's going to bring the flow of action back in favor of Reply Totem. And again, if Mary gets a magic hand, those gems are not with the other person. Going down there as well, Joker's got to choose now. Does he pick them up? Does he leave them? They're going to be split either way.
Yeah, he's just left. Got picked two of them up and just said, okay, that's enough. They're not going to challenge and get near it. So 3 for HK, but Mari is going to pull him straight in, but he switched into the mech. It was poor timing. He did get the full mech damage, which is why we saw Mari just backing away from that one, realizing what he'd done. Pull the big boy instead of the little Meg instead. However, HK, I've got to be honest, I prefer to get out of the mech right now when he's down that low on health. Will tick down eventually. Ooh, he's got that hand available. That's a danger sign for HK. He's got to step away. He's got to respect it.
Yeah, he has to. He has to learn from that. And so the Brez on the right-hand side. Actually, Doc's going to miss that super. That's going to be a disastrous thing. Going to use the gadget there to heal back up quickly with this bouncy castle, but still, definitely would prefer to have won the lane. As Maru now in a really difficult position, finally taken care of there. Nicely done by Cyclone, because that was potentially a nightmare waiting to happen. Now HK can push back in the mid. The Invisi Hill coming in. Magic Hand used by Maru there as well. Would have probably preferred to have held on to it there for HK, but they've cleared up some of the side lane action there. 2 versus 2 on this right-hand side as Maru comes in the left to be able to contest Cyclone now.
Yeah, gave a little bit of free reign for HK. Gravity comes in, that pulls the Meg out. The hand's not available, but he is going to go down. And now they're going to try and collect them up. Cyclone comes in to try and pick them up. He's taken very, very low, though. The Invis paying off and gets Soiderbresser down. So 10-10, we're tied.
Oh my word. Cyclone still staying in position, but I worry. So many opportunities for Reply Totem to reset this, honestly. The gems are so split. Maru coming in. 1 gem is all it will take to put that one back into the hands of Reply Totem now. Darkjoker's in a good spot, but ultimately, what can he necessarily do here? He's going to have to be so cautious. He's going to connect a little bit, but not enough for getting away with murder here.
200 hit points, but he manages to hang on. The pull comes through. He gets it done, and he will survive and Reply Totem pick up the second set by hook or by crook, and very tight on the hit points there.
I feel like FA were just so uncautious around carrying the gems. I don't think that Meg is in any way an ideal gem carrier here. I don't. And in fair play to Reply Totem to be able to capitalize, because they did on multiple occasions in that game.
Yeah, and honestly, very tight, very tight. You know, Mari got away with it. I think it's going to safe to say, because he got taken incredibly low. But as you say, like, the problem with Meg is as soon as that mech is picked apart, you know that it's very easy for a Gene to pick it. Then suddenly you get into that, it's like getting through a crab, right? You're into that soft shell. There's nothing there. You're just going to get dropped so quickly. And Reply Totem absolutely maximizing on their grabs there and picking up the second set and making and tying up the series all square 1 apiece. So Pit Stop is up next. Expecting probably the Ricos to be in there, but we've seen some fantastic bruiser comps on pit stops. We've seen like the Edgars leaping in. We've seen Bulls piling through. We've seen all manner of shenanigans on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't got the Stu balance. So Stu is an option here as well. Again, Stu, Ems, and Edgar for me, my go-to for sure. But now the Brock's kind of not in the greatest of places. I wonder whether we'll see it. I mean, it has got the ability to break open a lot of the map. But again, with that additional speed taken away, not too sure whether we're going to see it, to be completely honest now. I think Edgar, Ems, or again, some tanky options like you say, or some spike for defensiveness. And one thing's for sure, if you let that Ems get too close to the safe, she's going to shred it. So I think that whatever happens, if we see some Ems, they've got to make sure that they focus on eradicating that threat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting one. I think it was SK Reply Totem, wasn't it? We had this bonkers game before. So we know Reply Totem is certainly going to be up for the base trade. Let's see what comes out for this one. It is indeed going to be the counters that you expected. The Stu Ems, Edgar certainly for Reply Totem. It's actually going to be a bit more cautious. And I'm not sure if that works out with Cyclone going on the Rico. We'll see whether we can get around the side there, because we've already seen Maru putting the pressure around the presence onto that safe.
Oh, bit of a race going on at the moment. I'm just kind of thinking that at the moment, I think I favor the way that FA are approaching this one, because they got the bounce shots on the safe, they got the M's on the safe, more importantly as well. Barry comes in with a very nice breakthrough to stop things in their tracks, and I think that is a good time to do so as well, because that was getting a little bit hairy for me.
Yeah, they just completely ignored the fact that the Cyclone and HK went up there. Finally, Maru is going to get pressured. He's going to get punished. No, gets himself the kill in there. Can he get Dark Joker down? No, he can't. The Ems has been dealt with of HK. So at the moment, advantage with free agents, but you have to be defensive. Dark Joker trying to keep that defensive duties on track. But we know Cyclone can cause problems, but Maru finally breaks away that mid wall and opens things up for Soiderbresser to have a little poke.
Yeah, Barry coming in now with some shots as well.
Nice HK.
Yeah, got to defend this heavily so, because ultimately it could be spelling disaster for FA if they don't. Good shutdown from Maru as well. Reply Totem are starting to gather themselves up quite nicely here. At the moment, though, FA have still got such a lead from that early aggression on the safe, and Reply Totem just a little bit slow to the mark. Nice takedown there. Everyone working together well on the side of FA. If they push through this now, Reply Totem could be in a real load of trouble here.
Yeah, this is obviously the advantage that Rico has. the range over anyone here, can just get in a position and get the shots off. Exactly what it's going to do there. Soidebressa having to body block that. They realize this is it. The goose is cooked and the safe will go down. HK hits that super, and that is job done.
Very nice indeed. Again, pop was on point, and the application of it, most importantly, was also. I think Reply Totem just couldn't quite get the balance really between the defense and the offense. They just seemed a bit out of tune, out of touch with what they were doing and when, and all that damage that was done early on. Again, I said at the very beginning, you can't let NMs get on your safe. If you've got that happening, you've got to really address it as quickly as possible. But it did take a while before we really saw the spawns coming into play to force out HK. Ultimately, he was what was doing all the work in the early part of the game.
Yeah, paying dividends in the end there. So let's see what they reply with. You pretty much called the comp that Reply Totem were going to bring out there, but it didn't work out as well. Free Agents putting the Cyclone on the Rico definitely added the flavor to it. You know, it's very interesting to see how they're going to adjust this one. Are they going to go all in effectively, or are they just going to try and stick with the try and test it and go pretty much exactly what they just did?
Rick is a great choice, I feel, here. I mean, you can also consider that Brock the break open. Again, we're not really too sure on where Brock lies at the moment, but definitely taking a step back. We've seen much less play rates of him and no ban rates so far today. So I kind of like this, to be fair. But I mean, the Su can break through a lot of this coverage as well, so can deplete a little bit of Rika's abilities as the game goes on. But the moment, let's see how FA fare on the defensive. It's a very aggressive start so far from Reply Totem. All angles seem to be covered, and nice takedowns from all sides here, and Barry's still surviving on as well.
Yeah, still manages to hang on in there, and obviously going with that mirror comp now with the Rico is paying dividends for them, because they haven't had to defend once yet. HK just trying to bide his time. He's got that super ready, but nobody's stepping forward into that super, which is what he wants. Cyclone will clear out Maru on the right-hand side, left side, sorry, for you guys. For Maru, now he has to be defensive. There goes the super. There's the big push, but it didn't work out because he pushed straight into Mari, who puts the damage down on HK, and he has to respect it. They got to back away at the moment. Free agents, just pure defense.
Yeah, all three members are so low at the moment, and Joker doing his best to get some damage off, but at the moment, all three to say this is done, surely. If only we saw there the third member surviving on the Soidebressa to be able to put some damage down, that was the done and dusted for me, but bit of a glimmer of hope. In fairness to FA, well defended. Now they can go on the offensive, and this one's not over yet.
Yeah, can they turn this now into an attack? It wasn't as much as damage as I thought. They did manage to get the two back and forward down as Ems goes down. That forces Reply Totem to back away again. And I would say the warning sign for Reply Totem there, you know, if you get completely caught out, this absolutely could cost them. But again, HK having to be the last line of defense. Dark Joker not able to get Soidebressa down. Meanwhile, Maru continues to pummel onto that safe. HK going to get it in the face of Maru. Won't take it down. Maru doing a magnificent job on this right-hand side.
He really is, and he's still going alive as well. Ultimately, that is the thing keeping Reply Totem alive in his position right now, the continuous aggression, and nothing that ever can do about it right now. If they had the Edgar, they could have jumped it, but they haven't got it, so Dark has to come in. He's not running gas to heal, so he's got more range to that dash, and that's the one saving grace, but too little too late, I feel. I don't see how. Well, that's a nice amount of value, but everyone was still invincible coming in from the spawn, but yeah, it's a bit too little too late. Ultimately, you know, what FA are doing now is not going to matter. A really great response from Reply Totem there, and I just think that if they brought in the Edgar, it would have helped them so much.
Yeah, so the mirror comp working wonders, and they switch into it and absolutely pay off, and they just didn't deal with Maru's Riku on that right-hand side. I didn't really keep a check. I don't understand why. Okay, I tell a lie. I can see it now. So Maru, it was Maru that switched sides. So Maru started on the left channel, and they did have the Rico v Rico. And then they chose to switch sides because Maru had broken open that side. So that gave Maru the chance to go on the right-hand channel. I don't think Cyclone adjusted. I don't think he went over there. And I think they left Dark Jester on Maru there, and it just wasn't paying off.
Yeah, and normally HK was trying to deal with it and was kind of caught between the M's and himself. And again, like, I think it was kind of a much different game. You know, Reply Totem just seemed to be more in control of things when the Edgar wasn't around. Now, I think honestly that, you know, if you're FA in this position, you got to bring back Edgar. You got to at least put the fear into the minds then of Reply Totem to be more aware of their positioning, because without that, they can start to control things a bit better, choose their positioning, and be a bit more aggressive. If you've always got the threat of being jumped at any moment in time, then you're a bit more on the defensive. You know?
All right, let's see if they do go with any changes. Will they go with the same comps? Will they pull out the egg, or will they maybe mix it completely up and go full bull? You know, we've seen the bull charges paying off. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table here in the final game of the set. Will it be free agents or Reply Totem going 2 up? It is going to be the same comps once again coming out for both teams. Just play better. That's all they got to do.
Yep. This is the thing now, and pressure though is on FA because they've lost this comp before, and they're trying it again to make better of it. But Reply Totem have already demonstrated that they are competent with it. So this is the thing now, but good pressure being applied from HK and Cyclone. Sort of pressure they're able to heal now in the middle. Could have been taken care of a little bit better there. Mari, though, as well, going to heal up on his right-hand side. I think that for me, if they've got to start to secure some of these kills, that's one gadget they've used by Maru, who's just able to stay alive continuously so. And this is the problem that FA have.
Yeah, but so for me, what happened there was Maru said, okay, Cyclone, you're over the left. I'm going to slowly drift over to the right. Cyclone didn't track him. Left it to Dark Joker. And that's where they were failing last time. Maru back over the left side now. He's like, all right, Cyclone's having a little bit of push. I'll get back against you. So it's the Rico v Rico. And that's just exposing things at the moment. Maru does come out on top in that one, but he will get taken down by HK here. Now it's a chance. Dark Joker, if you can deal with Mari, they get a chance to make their own push of their own. There hasn't been too much damage down so far. HK pops that Super Cyclone. Will get caught out as Mari putting a lot of damage down. Finally dealt with. Now, okay, this is free agents' chance. They have to make this count.
This is it now, because ultimately the gadgets have been depleted. That is on their side, but this is what Reply Totem is so good at doing. They've just wasted so much time. They have got 14% damage. That's enough if nothing changes. Maru, though, is going to be definitely an easier thing to take down. But again, if they had the Egger, you'd be in a much better place right now. They are catching up for lost time, and they haven't gone the aggressive nearly enough. If they had that of a brawler, you'd be able to jump over the wall and at least get something. In the meantime, they're playing constant defense, and they need to get on the offense. They've got 35 seconds to do it. We need to see a breakthrough from Dark Joker. We need to get Cyclone in the mix. FA are cutting this very fine for me.
HK's trying to push it. It's not paying off. Didn't get close enough, and a really good group up there. They have finally got Dark Joker around the side, but Mari's doing the same down the south, and they were always leading in the damage. Now you can see Dark Joker. He's going to get dealt with, going to get picked off. Didn't get enough damage down. 15 seconds to go. It's really all they got to try and get this one. It looks like Reply Totem will be taking the second set for themselves, and 2-1 will be their lead.
Yeah, they deserve it. Absolutely deserve it. I mean, they were so aggressive. They knew that they had to keep using their gadgets. You know, in that early outset, that early push, keep things rolling, keep the aggression going. And yeah, the only person that can really break through and do anything was the Stu. So as long as they can keep that brawler back and just keep their defensive line up, Ems can get on the safe, Rico can't get on the safe. So, you know, you're going to really struggle. I felt like they had already kind of like almost signed their set certificate, as opposed to death certificate there, by not bringing Eka.
Yeah, I felt a little sorry for HK. I'm not going to lie on the M's there, because he was constantly getting focused by Maru, you know, Soida Bresser. Everybody was sort of on the M's every time. So the mid control just, he was basically having to hide the entire time. And then Cyclone was struggling, I think it's safe to say, against Maru. And overall, Reply Totem did a really good job at turning that in their favor. 34-31 now was the scoreline in terms of kills. So you can see free agents, yes, they were picking up the kills, but they were doing really not enough with it, despite the fact they even had the damage in there as well. It means we move on to our fourth map of the game, and that's going to be Super Stadium up next. So going over towards the Brawl Ball. Now, the Max wasn't banned out, as we are going to see that more, almost likely. Maybe the M's in there as well, or maybe even the Stew to back it up. I'm about to get invaded by a cat, guys.
I thought we might do. I have this sort of cat sense now. I can just kind of tell when it's Stew, you know. I think so. Yeah, I think also B mid is a great thing to have on Super Stadium, and again for that reason, I think the less so on the tank side. I mean, it's a great little like L-shaped box that you've got to have a Frank or something to push through, but I still think that if you've got B mid, then you're going to be set either way. But Barley's as well could be working out really well here too. Stu as well, I think is a really solid shout. So definitely some options. Spike as well. We know what Spike can do in that really aggressive state with the life plant gadget on the side lanes as well. So definitely a ton of ideas that could be put into play here. All I know for certain is that FA have got a problem now. They're behind. Reply Totem had some great momentum in Heist, and definitely the closest of the sets so far. But now this could be turning in their favor.
I wonder if we're going to see the Jackie make an appearance with the Max. No, not happening this time around. Maybe at some point. But yeah, the Sandy Max M's for a free agents. The Stew, I didn't catch who else it was. The B, and what am I seeing in there? That's going to be a Sandy because there's a Sandstorm down there right now. And Soy Depressor bangs it in.
Ready, swiftly done. And again, you know, this is why I always like to see Stu banned, because you know, we've seen it now in Brawl, we've seen it in Heist, and how quickly was that goal there. Ultimately being great for overtime as well. I think that Cyclone really needs to get his super now. They need to bring in Joker and HK and get really on the aggressive. They're going to respond to this quite quickly, and that's a nice positioning for the ball here for them to use that super. But look at that, Soda Breath coming in so aggressive. This is a great chance though, with the takedowns that are there. The pass is potentially there as well. The suppression of this moment, the body blocking in play. Great from effort. They were taking no chances there.
Solid play. So 1-1 all square. Cyclone. Oh, he's incredibly low. Mari putting some serious damage down on him. HK will pop that super on the other side. We're going to see Maru doing the same. Cyclone's low enough, and that's the goal. Reply Totem now on match point.
As quickly as that, we were tied up in Heist. Now it's match point in favor of Reply Totem. And again, playing so well with these really aggressive brawlers is catering to their play style. I feel like we need to see much more speed, much more cycling of supers from FA if they're going to hang on here, because yeah, Reply Totem looking so good coming off the back of that Heist game.
Yeah, absolute solid performance, and Reply Totem trying to get this done, and it's heartbreaker feel for free agents. Now, one thing I didn't check while we were talking about, obviously, with the chances of free agents to try and catch up and maybe their hopes of getting that fourth spot, that has dwindled away due to the fact that Navi and Blood Diamonds picked up their wins earlier on today. But Reply Totem, they could pass free agents if they're not careful. Reply Totem, this would put them on 608. Free agents are on 606. That would put them on 607 if they were to lose this one. And then, of course, they got the next game against Mood, who themselves are looking to get a win to try and maybe get that off that bottom spot. So for free agents, this is a pressure game right now.
Yeah, it really is. And again, you know, you want to make sure that you're ending things on a high. And there's prize money at stake. You've got to make sure that you're in that prize money as best as you can. Very aggressive start, but ultimately, yeah, not going to pay off very well. Doctor get out of position there. Cyclone just left here alone. And we know what Soda Breath can do on this Stu. He's been so aggressive in the last game, and he's got the breakthrough ready to hand. If he needs it, can go on to HK and try to use that, but just allowing Mary to come through the middle here and keep the pressure on.
Trying to get in there, Dark Joker, but that was a really nice counter there. Got to go for the stun. Cyclone's going to try and run it, and absolutely will. That is the power that Max holds of Brawl Ball.
Cyclone just always manages to find the moments, doesn't he? Like, he's used the phase shifter so well. Spots when everyone is at the weakest. Right there from Dark Joker on the right-hand side. The pass potentially on the cars here as well. Maru hanging on. There it is. A nice and swift comeback for FA. Hanging on still.
That is some quality Brawl Ball. That's what we were talking about, the power of the Max with the Jackie. We know it's got the possibilities. We've seen Cyclone doing that with Max before as well, just speeding away through the field. It's like watching, I'm trying to think of a fast footballer right now. I don't know, Sancho maybe, just sort of blasting straight through there. Real quick work. Maru, though, couldn't do anything about it, and that was a great bit of footwork from free agents.
Really nice, honestly. And again, like, they love to have, you know, the Max pick there, and we wanted to see a bit more of that in the first game, realistically, but it was over so quickly. Reply Totem sealed the deal so fast, didn't allow them to do it. And I think that's the way that Reply Totem have to approach this match point now. They've got to be able to be explosive enough to end it quickly, because if you let Cyclone get those supers, and again, that phase shift coming in so well into play with the gadget side, it's a dangerous thing. You know, it's where FA like to play. And this is actually the most dangerous mode for them to be placed off against Reply Totem for, because they are behind, but they're in their own territory. They've got the Max, they've got Brawl Ball. This is their best mode with their best comps available, not banned out. So I think Reply Totem need to seal this quickly.
Well, let's see if they do. It's going to be a tight one, no doubt about it. Will it be going to 5 sets? Will free agents even things up 2-2, or will Reply Totem manage to close it out? Will they maybe go the changes? The problem is with that Max Jackie Gambit, it does only tend to work once and once alone, so free agents may well have switched away from it themselves. Let's see what they do go with. No, they switch it. Yes, they do switch things over. They go for the spike, so they're expecting it maybe themselves here with that Max and Sandy around the side. So a lot of pressure on them, and the double spikes. It's the full counter, really, to try and counter out, maybe stop that Jackie run. But anybody stopping Mauru does get the shot away, but Cyclone was there. He can get a good pass to Dark Joker. Dark Joker can maybe run it down this right-hand side. Maru's a long way out. That B can put the damage down, but the real pressure already. There we go. The big spikes down. Mari caught out by that one.
Yeah, nice placement there from Joker. Just got it right on there, forcing Mari to go back. It's a great thing to have, but at the moment, they still got to get this chokehold going in. There's another Super Dark Joker's availability on the left-hand side here. Cyclone bringing in HK into the mix with the speed as well. Lifeline coming in to help keep the healing in for Dark Joker there as well. Can they make something of this? It's looking pretty good to be able to do so. The ball coming through now. Cyclone's going to be able to get it. Slow down, not enough for Mari. Cyclone scores.
That's the start they were looking for. Now the pressure's on. The 5th set possibly looming here. Cyclone having to back away. Nice work from Dark Joker. Goes for that phase shift, tries to speed things up. Is he going to set Dark Joker running? It is. He's getting in position. Cyclone just waiting to try and pick his moment to go for that pass. But the moment has passed. He went for it, but Dark Joker's like, no, not fall of that bait. But I tell you what, they are collapsing into a dangerous position, and that's Maru in all sorts of trouble now. Should get pinged out. He does. Cyclone comes in there. Maru has to hit that Honey Molasses, try and slow them down, but that's been dealt with as well. And now they can push for it. Dark Joker. Oh, the spawns come out just in time, and Cyclone gets taken down.
Nice defense. Go ahead to Reply Totem there. They've still got an opportunity, but the goal remains in favor of FA. They need to get something done in the next 40 seconds, or this is going to go to the 5th and final. Maori, pass-through potential for Maru. Oh, he gets taken down, though. Nice connecting shots between Joker and Cyclone. Speed comes in for HK. Going back on the aggressive here, and Maru goes down as well, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to make anything of this. They don't need to necessarily, just going to hold a Reply Totem a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like that's their choice now. They put the ball in the corner. They're just going to try and hold on Soy Debressa away here. Cyclone's going to get around the side. There's not a lot Soy Debressa can do when Cyclone gets on him like that. Will be able to clear things out, and they will hold on 10 seconds. All they need to do is defend. It's like watching an Italian defense. Unfortunately, it's England versus Italy. And would you believe England coming out on top? It's all square now, 2-2.
Soon, D-man, too soon. I'm not ready for these. I'm not ready for these legs, mate. It still hurts me here, you know.
Well, you know, I think it was always inevitable, that one. But anyway, football aside, a great return performance there from free agents. 2 quick goals, 2 quick games. And we always know the power of Max. You know, I was talking about the bans earlier. Obviously, we had the Navi game where Max was banned out. This is the reason. Max on Brawl Ball is incredibly strong.
Yeah, exactly. I again was surprised that Reply Totem didn't ban it, actually, because it really is something which just gives FA a lease of life. They play it so well. They know how to play it, and their timing is impeccable in that respect. So, but looking ahead, though, I've got to say, you know, I don't know whether we're going to see that same brawler recur in dueling Beetles. That's the only thing. But 24 kills to the 14 of Reply Totem there, despite Reply Totem having more damage overall, more healing on the side as well of FA there, and very fast-paced game. But again, in Hot Zone now, it's going to be a very different play style. I don't know whether it's going to be one that's actually going to cater towards FA now. I think that was their golden mode. They tied things up. It might be enough to push them over the edge now to get the victory, but this is the mode that Reply Totem play very well.
Yeah, but I feel free agents are going to pull the Meg back out here. We are obviously outside the era of the Brock, it seems, so Brock not going to play that much of a big part. So even a Sprout could be used alongside maybe the Meg in there, but we've seen obviously the Leon used quite heavily on this map to give that invisibility. Hell, we've even had the Leon 8-bit sort of combo as well in that bit. This is probably one of the most versatile maps that we've seen, I think, in terms of comps overall in Brawl Stars. Let's have a look how this one's going to play out. What will they bring to the table? What do the pros think is right? It is going to be the Pam, the Leon, and the Sandy in there for free agents. Meanwhile, the Leon, Stu, and It was Lou, wasn't it? Did I just see Lou there?
Pam, the Stanley, and the Leon on the side of FA, yeah, and the Stu. I actually prefer the comp here for Reply Totem, the
Mr.
Leon,
P.
the Stu, and the Mr. P in the middle. Yeah. I actually didn't realize that Mr. P was there.
Yeah, Mr. P.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I thought I saw Lou, but then I was like, wait, that's Mr. P. I just saw him lobbing the briefcases. Actually, that's what gave the gave it away. We'll see if it works out for him. At the moment, it has not.
Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. I think that definitely yes to the Stu, definitely yes to the Leon, but I prefer the Pam. I mean, the poker would be normally a good one to have, but I think probably banned in this situation, aren't they? So, yeah, I'm not sure about that. At the moment, though, FA off to a storming start, 60% damage, 60% control already, and Reply Totem very much on the back foot.
Probably the most obnoxious brawl that I still think in the game. Mr. P! All I'm hearing is bree. Good lord. Oh, make it stop, please, free agents. You're looking good so far. 85% and counting. They have this on lockdown. There goes the lollipop once again. HK keeping control of this with the Sandstorm combined. 97%. All they need to do is just zerg their way in there. That's what Dark Joker's going to do. And it will be free agents picking up game one and taking it to match point.
I did not expect it to be so one-sided, to be honest. But again, I think it was a big mistake on the side of Reply Totem. I don't think Mr. P is that great here. It's played a little bit in LATAM South. It's dropped off even recently in that region. So, yeah, every time I've seen it come out in Julian Beatles, it hasn't done much. It really hasn't. And that was no different.
Absolutely. It's just obnoxious. That's all I'm going to say. Just a non-stop beep. Oh my word. Thank Lord that's over very quickly. And I think, that's probably one that's going to get switched away. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I think I would advise it. Yeah, I think Pam's a safer bet, honestly. Again, with that poker ban, it would have been a great thing to have poker here, but obviously it's banned. At least no players are playing banned brawlers today. We've got to be thankful for that, at least. Get rid of the Mr. P. I don't know why. I mean, Reply Totem may even bring in Penny. I wouldn't put it past him at all. That I would even prefer against the Mr. P, in all honesty. But because it counters to the turrets, the Leon turret, also, and also the speed zone for the Stu. But let's see. Will they change? If they change anything at all, surely they're gonna. Yeah, bring in the Pam. Yeah, that's better. Much better.
Okay, mirror match.
Yeah.
Fine. Total mirror. Let's see who can play better. At the moment, when Reply Totem have brought the mirror out, it's actually favored them multiple times so far. So we'll see whether they have got that advantage in their way. Let's see if it works out. Darker Joker's actually being pushed in here. HK can't get forward, and it is working well for Reply Totem. They do take the Pam down, though, so that's a problem now as HK tries to push forward. You can see the Sandstorm not really gaining them anything, unfortunately. Maru surviving in the corner on 85 will finally go down as Dark Joker finds him, and now free agents have got mid-control.
Yeah, it's a fantastic position to be in, honestly. The healing as well there on the right-hand side. Maru's going to have to really work here, or sorry, Maori. Got to really work hard there to push things forwards. They're actually doing really well. I didn't expect them to get out of that as well as they did. Now with the takedown of HK, things starting to gradually turn back into the favor of Reply Totem now. It's a very close matchup. FA have got the lead, but ultimately the more that Reply Totem can control this mid, the more that's going to close.
Yeah, I felt Cyclone basically pushed just a little too aggressively and got caught out, and then one by one they've fallen here. Dark Joker's not going to be able to get the healing he is after. Maru is decimating this left channel at the moment. Cyclone's really having a struggle against him, and now that Dark Joker's been flushed around the side there, we'll be able to clear out the super. HK trying to stick in there, does get stunned out. Soda Breast with the wrap around pays off well for him, and this is Reply Totem starting to dominate.
I like that Soda Breast did not overcommit there as well. He knew he was going to struggle to get both takedowns, just cut his losses. I think that's the right play to make, and if Reply Totem could just hang on a little bit longer here, and I think they're going to do it, then it's going to be match point, and that is a fantastic result, because honestly, I think did we all pick FA going into this in terms of the predictions? I think a couple, you picked Reply Totem here, did you, man?
No, I think I had FA. I think I had FA for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, off their performances the last few days, I still back it up with that. But Reply Totem absolutely delivering here, it seems, and this is a problem. This because as I said, that every time Reply Totem brought the mirror match out. It has backfired on them. You know, Reply Totem have beat free agents every time in the mirror match. They did it earlier on today in the first few maps, and they've done it once again here. It was pit stop, wasn't it? Pit stop. They pulled out. As soon as they went mirror match, they won 2 games back to back.
Yeah, it seems like the times that it goes against Reply Totem are from like kind of questionable choices in terms of their brawlers. And you know, again, if they make that mistake here, let's see what they bring in. Is it going to be this mirror matchup again? It looks like it's going to be the mirror matchup again. So honestly, FA got to be so careful here now because they didn't play it particularly well last time round. They've got to make you know all those mistakes count now in terms of their learnings and really embrace this one. And they got to play a lot slower pace to be able to take this early control.
They're not changing the lanes either. They're keeping Cyclone versus Maru and Soy Debressa versus Dark Joker. So both preferring the Leon versus Pam matchup. Dark Joker does come out on top in his matchup while Maru had backed away. Maru taking very low. That Sandstorm saving him just for a moment there. Cyclone has to respect. Dark Joker backs away. The respawn comes in for HK. Now they will have a Sandstorm of their own in just a second, which is what's going to help them out. There we go. Sandstorm goes down. So free agents now to try and force them back, but it is invisibility into visibility as lollipops are all down across the map, and it's a case of who can get lucky. Dark Joker will force Soy Debressa down, so it's now free agents to punish.
Very good aggression here. Maru's just a matter of time before he goes down, and positioning of the healing station is strong here. If ever can hang on to this and embrace the moment here to get as much value in as possible before potential pushback, then they're going to be in a great spot here. Great stun there from HK, but trigger happy on the follow-up, to be honest. Could have maybe got a bit more value off the back of it. Let's see Cyclone gets taken down by Soy Debressa. Oh, that's a very important takedown from HK there because the Invisi Hill is coming into play. So now a bit of a possibility for FA to push back.
Got the Sandstorm down just in time, but Dark Joker not connecting there. Couldn't find Maru in the sand and will get taken down. Cyclone comes out with the double. A massive, massive kill now up against the Sandy. Maru's going to come out on top, has the Sandstorm back, but it's a 93% and counting. HK just got to stay in there. This should be free agents game. It is. They take it on match point 3-2 in the end. But boy, what a close game.
So close. Honestly, so close. But you got to hand it to them. They went with the mirror matchup, but like you were saying just before going in, every time prior to that moment in time, Reply Totem have the upper hand with the mirror matchup. So they learned from it. They were able to adapt along the way, and they just pulled it out of the bag. It was very, very close. So honestly, match point to seal it. But yeah, I think that they deserved it. That last game was anything to go by. Very, very aggressive, and everything was on point.
I got a feel, I think it's Cyclone just in a second. He comes in, gets the double takedown just as he's dying. Just as he's about to go down, gets himself the double just there. Boom, boom. Got the quick double. And then obviously otherwise, he was about to go down, and that would have left Soy Debressa and co in a 3v1. And they probably would have took control there. But free agents falling. You can see they didn't even get the kill going their way. All the damage, the healing just about. But obviously that's down to simple Pam Supers just saving the day for him. But it wasn't a clean game, that's for sure. 3-2 in the end. Free agents will take it, and that will secure them 5th place now over Reply Totem. So in terms of monetary value, that game, you know, one single round has won them a decent amount of cash.
Yeah, gotta consider that as a prospect. You know, every game has got to be your best, ultimately. If you don't make that your best, then you're going to draw out the prize money in that way. So I think the FA, in my opinion, they deserved it. I mean, they should good sense of adapting, and they came out to win. That's what made them win.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be moving on to the next matchup. Mood Gaming up against Free Agents. See you in a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. Final player day, still got a bunch of matches left to go, but the next one is going to be, I don't think many people would say a close affair. It could be a quick affair here depending on the circumstances. It will be between SK Gaming and Mood. We've seen some slow regression from Mood, but not enough, of course, now that they haven't really got much left in the tank. Don't really need too much to play for here apart from maybe a bit of cash along their way. But against SK Gaming, yeah, it's going to be a tall order.
Gonna be Mood versus FA first, though, mate. I hate to be the breaker of bad news, but
yes, sorry, apologies. Yes, I was looking at the thing and I saw Mood and
you're just trying to get rid of it quickly, aren't you?
I'll let you do it on your own. It's fine. But yeah, so Mood versus FA. Let's just crack on with that and see if FA can get back-to-back wins there. Of course, another very important game.
I mean, they're coming quick off the back of that last victory, so I think that they'll be in good spirits for sure. And let's be honest, Mood have had a disastrous time, haven't they? 11 losses, just the one win. They're not really feeling at their best, but at the same time, this is a chance to end at least today on a high. So I'm curious to see, especially since the Mortis nerf for OPE. I don't know how that's going to affect him, but we'll soon find out. Gugu, OPE, Rolex, and Didi want to end today on a good note. So FA at the moment, again, you know, they had a great, fantastic game against Reply Totem just now. They are playing very, very well. So I kind of wonder how this one's going to go, in all honesty.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same as well. FA, they're, you know, very warmed up, aren't they? For Mood, this is their first match in a tournament setting. For FA, though, they just had a nice long-winded game, so they're going to be very warm and de-rusted, ready to try and get this match over and done with. And I think a 3-0, I'm sure a lot of people are expecting him, depending on how Mood come out the gates. But even then, though, it's going to be a tough ride for him because we've got to play SK straight afterwards. But let's have a look here in the maps. We're going to start off with Sneaky Fields, Parallel Plays, Gem 4, Safe Zone, and then Nuts and Bolts to seal the deal. That's if it goes to the 5 sets. And it looks like, in terms of these brawlers so far, nothing really stands out apart from the Spike.
Yeah, exactly that. I was going to say the Spike is definitely an interesting choice for Mood, but again, one that I'm still all for. It's a brawler which doesn't get that much in terms of ban time, so I'm all for that. I think the Poker and the Ashe and the Byron are pretty much the go-tos right now because ultimately Ashe hasn't been changed that much since the balancings. The healers eradicated just take away the effectiveness not just of Ashe but also to the tanks that could be a prospectable thing to have here. So it makes a lot of sense to be pretty straight down the line in that respect now. And you know, again, Bell's going to be very rife. I think Stu would be a great choice of to have here as well. Brock is an interesting one. We've not seen really any Brock ban today, nor have we seen much in terms of the play rates. It seems like Brock has really dropped off since the update.
Yeah, I think we were discussing a little bit earlier, weren't we, with the fact that it's that 11% difference in terms of the projectile speed. Will it make a huge enough difference, a big enough difference? I think everyone's got to remember it's very early days. This is technically the first day of competition in terms of actually seeing the Brock played since that very slight nerf. But I was also saying to D-Man earlier, was the fact that, you know, how big of a nerf is it? I think it really depends on you as a player and how aware you are when you do fight Brock in that lane. And if you are very aware and you're very good at dodging and weaving and be able to do it to the, you know, smallest seconds, then of course, yeah, it will make a bit of a difference. But at the same time, I'm not really too sure. But I feel like, you know, it seems like for some of these players, either one, they feel like it's too big of a difference or an impact in order to make Brock a viable brawler to use, or B, it's just too early days. And I say early days as in it is technically day 0, day 1, if you want to see it like that. So yeah, a bit early days to really test the boundaries of how the Brock is played out with that small nerf.
We're going first. Sneaky Fields up first. So again, you know, max available here. I feel like that could be quite a big thing, but also the Mortis is a prospectful thing for Mood. OPE, we know what he can do with it. We've seen many a time actually targeted bans directed at him. So Mortis did take a little bit of a step down though in terms of the balancing. So there's that to consider. Creepy Harvest now not going to be as strong. I think like minus 400 on the region hill side of things now for that. So definitely that's taken into consideration, but I kind of wonder whether the Spike ban was there because of the want to play some tanks, maybe. I think Sneaky Fields would be a good place to do so if we see it. Nope, it's going to be, again, those tank counters coming into play with the B, the M's on those both sides. But I think, yeah, the Barley on the left-hand side for Rolex and the Stanley as well for Dark Joker. But we know what FA can do with the Max, but not when they're down. That was a very quick double takedown there from Mood.
Yeah, nice little team right there. Nice surgical approach from Mood Gaming. But FA are now on the defense just to try to figure out a way to push on forward. But the problem is this Barley is giving them a lot of trouble along the way. But do you know what? Joker will take that trade for days. As you can see, Cyclone just being aware of OPE. And it looks like, oh, it actually got cleaned up there, even though both players were very weak. So nice little dribble in there, nice little pass to finish things up here. And OP now just trying to push into the center ever so slightly. And already Joker pushing in very aggressively from the left lane. Got switched out. Gugu actually took down HK in the end. Gugu, if he survives this, then it means it's going to be big for Mood.
Yeah, HK needed to stay in the mix there. He was in a great spot, had the super to hand. If he'd just been able to hold that down, it would put a ton more pressure onto the situation. But nevertheless, FA are in a good spot. The ball was there, and OP has got the amplified shot, misses it. So even better for FA. The Barley super last call going out now to Dark Joker. Really nice value. Got to be said for Rolex there. As a slowdown as well coming into play. Cyclone doing his best to dance around it, but he goes down. It seems like the minute Mood of coming out to play, very, very strong. They can probably pocket the ball if they want here. If they don't want, that's okay as well. But HK, yeah, now actually, I was surprised he actually got the takedowns that he did there, keeping the ball and the dream alive for FA.
Certainly is. Just need to keep the players back on Mood. OP is already coming out the gates. Gugu's gone straight away to the right-hand side. And Joker will be there to meet him here. Good collapse there from both players. Had been pushed back quite a bit by Gugu, though. But Cyclone is just trying to seal the deal here, trying to finish the job in the center. But looks like it won't be happening. Rolex, just as a little bit of a precaution, just keeping that ball back in the left corner. Now, HK is doing a fair amount of damage so far. All three of these players just trying to get a workaround so far. But they're just playing it very passive. I like what they're doing. They would rather control the map, keep them at bay, rather than risk going for the ball and just getting a bit too greedy.
Barley is coming in to play so nice for Mood here. Rolex is able to be so defensive around this position, and again, they can afford to be, because it's going to be FA to make the move. That's a complete team wipe. No timer left on the clock. Rolex with a thumbs up, because why not? Very nicely done by Mood. I've got to say, they played it really, really well. On the defensive, they were composed enough to keep the control that they had over the situation. So, yeah, I think FA struggled a little bit as a result of that Barley pick.
And I love it as well, because they kept the aggression during the last 45 seconds, they knew that one more team wipe should just seal it. And by then, if they get cleaned up, got one more opportunity with 15 seconds left remaining. It's just not going to happen. But I think what made it work even better was because of the fact that since Moon had the Barley pick, the aggression just wasn't there to really get him out that defensive hole. So FA were, just rightly, just holding a great setup, positional angles. The advantage was definitely there. And this is a problem, you see. Mood Gaming really put themselves in a really bad spot. But what could they have done here? That's going to be the question. As Mood Gaming now looking quite solid at the start. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what FA can do here.
They've got to eradicate the Barley. They're struggling because their playstyle is so aggressive, whereas Mood here are going for the control. And ultimately, you can't really attack control-based comp ideas with aggression. You just tend to serve to only feed it more so. So I think they've got to be much more cautious, more calculated upon getting these takedowns when they are there. If they're just trying to power through with brute force, it's not going to work. I mean, that's kind of exactly what Mood are using so well against them. So they're going to have to bring in some control ideas of their own, I feel, here, or really overthrow this very, very quickly. They're going to have to get like a team wipe very, very swiftly in order to be able to get the ball over to the goal, or trying to get Mood to be out of position. We see what Cyclone can do when that happens and just get the speed in, get behind the situation and score. I think that they would probably benefit by having a thrower here. I don't really see Mood drifting away from that Barley pick, if I'm honest. It worked out so well for them. I just kind of think like they didn't necessarily need to. I mean, they've got to be careful of the tank potential on this map for sure. I've never seen it. I wouldn't be opposed to an Edgar here, if I'm honest. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be a great counter. But they're going to go with the Griff, which I think is probably the smarter ban. Again, you've got to be so cautious around the tanks. Edgar would have struggled in that event. So definitely, I think Griff is not a bad thing to have now that we've seen the Frank.
Do you know what? I'm not with it today. I was acting as though FA had the lead and they were holding that defensive setup to keep him at bay, but of course not. No. So it was literally pointless, but just didn't find a way in earlier on. Apologies about that. But Moods, okay. Already got off to a very good start here, and this is exactly what happened in the previous game. Just trying to make this composition work out if they can, but it's going to be a tough one. Even without the Pogo, should be fine. Just bailing out a lot of these attacks here with the Max later on. OPE does get taken down. He is known for his mortars anyway. And Gugu, I love that as well, but at the same time, Cyclone just baiting out his attacks here from Gugu to make sure to be a a short thing there and ties up the entire game.
Look as well how aware Cyclone was of that gadget there on Gugu and just, oh my word, oh, OPE, OPE.
Okay.
Wow. It wouldn't be an ESL day without OPE doing that, would it? Let's be honest.
No. Yeah, and on the Mortis as well. Just, you know, pretty... His trademark, isn't it, in all fair? There's 2 trademarks there. But there we have it. Mood Gaming, I wouldn't say dominating in any way or demolished them at all. It definitely took a fair amount of time to ease himself into it. But that second game was, yeah, incredible from them. I don't think we expected them to come out the gates be strong. I'm sure FA will definitely bring something else later on. But yeah, just going back to that first game, it's just weird how still FA had so much potential, had so much possession, and especially during that last minute of the first game, and just could not make it work.
Very difficult to see much there from FA. I mean, it just went against their playstyle, but yeah, a lot more healing on the side of Mood as well. I mean, the damage was pretty close as well as the takedowns are just 2 more in favor of Mood there. But I was going to say, I want to see more from Frank. We didn't get to see it at all there because the game was over so quickly. But what I was saying before, I was you know, looking at OP just popping off, was the fact that yeah, Cyclone was very much aware of the buff, the irresistible attraction. That is what we saw with the gadget, that ability to basically bring anyone in with a hit, but also get double the damage on them in the process. But Cyclone was very aware of that, dodging, actually using one of his phase shift gadgets to escape from it, knowing that it's in the place it is. So I want to see more of it, but again, we're drifting over towards the anti-tank meta as opposed to the tank meta, because they're just so more favorable. Why would you not play long-range brawlers like Griff or B or anything else like that when you can just kind of keep your tanks at bay? But the problem here is OPE, and if he gets an opportunity to do that again, I think that FA needs to be better prepared.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I didn't really expect that at all. Still, I'm still a little bit shocked, actually. A bit of a shock to the system for me, but of course, going to parallel plays now, hopefully something you could say FA might be a little bit more comfortable with. They're good at organised chaos, or try and create it anyway. Mood Gaming, still want to see what ballers they will come up with anyway. Like we said, it's very difficult for a team who needs to qualify against a team who really got, well, they have got nothing to lose, no pressure. We saw that with 3X earlier on with the composition they brought in that second game in the 5th set. See, I remember it like it was, it happened just now because it was that remarkable, and then they made that dodgy pick at the end. But anyway, yeah, going to parallel players though, it'd be interesting to say. But for FA though, they can't keep dropping these sets either, because it's definitely going to total up, especially if it's a tiebreaker situation, which we all predicted it would be, and it looks like it is going to happen. But the problem is, Mood is just in their way currently to stop them. But I do like the Amber pick. Leon is pretty much expected, isn't it? There's no really too much of a surprise there. Now we can see exactly how things are going to turn out right at the very beginning. Looks like Gugu's going to pick up one as well. It's going to be a 2v2. Joker takes out another player, but it's just Gugu who's the last one left standing. Joker's going to try and take him out, but Rolex gets in just in the nick of time to play support.
I was curious though, since the nerf to the lollipop drop, whether Leon would be as effective now, because we saw a lot of very slow-paced games of parallel plays before, but now it seems like it's going to remain as a brawler pick, and a worthy one at that, but one that's going to be a bit more fast-paced, which appeals to me greatly, actually. We're going to see these lollipop drops go down, but not necessarily be lingered on for as long as before, as Dark Joker on the top right-hand side there, getting some good positioning power. The Invisi Hill coming into play now as well, but very, very late, a bit early rather, I felt like his reveal was there. Could have probably got a takedown on the Google, gone a bit more on the aggressive, but Cyclone's got his gravity as well to hand. OP lurking through, but that's a great timing on Cyclone's side of things. Double takedown for him. Gugu's got a lot of problems now as all 3 members of FA go on the hunt.
It certainly does. Joker going straight behind Gugu, takes him down, just needs to try and stay alive, but it looks like Cyclone's going to be able to do just that to keep Rolex at bay. And look at the objectives as well, now up by 14% and counting. Cyclone again able to stay alive. Gugu wanted to try and finish him, but just realized he was just out of range, and Gugu, Rolex, both of them have to go for the bottom objective. But at this point though, you can see the difference already, just nearly 20%. OPE is taking out HK, Joker takes down Gugu, and they're having a little bit of a ring around a Rosie in the northeastern side here, Ark, and it looks like down below is the exact same thing. And do you know what? It's going to work wonders. They're going to win it anyway. And looks like Ring Around the Rosie is going to be the most beneficial way to try and seal the deal. But we've seen it enough times on parallel plays, haven't we? But already good stuff here from the side of FA.
Dark Joker did great, honestly. I mean, we had 2 versus 1 there, and on the other side we had the same story, but he just carried on going. And then towards the end of the Invisi Hill was a great thing. If you can earn that, that's a great thing to earn and have when you're just in those kind of like zone battles there. But yeah, I've got to say, I like the aggressiveness of FA. Much a different story. I think Tara here is an interesting choice. We see FA bring out Tara a great deal in places that you don't tend to often see it, but I still vouch for it. I still think Tara's in a great spot for me when used correctly, and more than not, FA tend to bring her in parallel plays, to bring her in on Ring of Fire as well. And every time they do, I do see their opposition struggle against it. It's one of those brawler picks that's like, it's kind of not used enough that people don't expect it, so they're not necessarily playing in the way that they should against it. They kind of forget how to play sometimes against Tara in the maps where you don't tend to often see her. So but FA love it, and again, it gets some great results and has a high success rate for them, so I can see why.
Yeah, I saw Cyclone use Tara quite well. Definitely used the gadget just to try and stay alive as much as she could. And I think he did it on 2 occasions. So he was able to support the objective down below on a number of occasions just to make sure to keep his teammate alive. I'm trying to think who it was in the bottom hill, and it's going to annoy the Earth enemy. But I'm going to try, you know, when we look back, I'm sure I'll remember in a second anyway. I'll probably remember like probably about 5 sets time. I don't know. But anyway, because Cyclone did make good use of that Tara, as you rightly said. In terms of brawler picks, I don't know if we can see too much difference. We may see one change, but I want to see a little bit more from the belt as well, especially on the side of Mood. There were some good moments, but at the same time, they just didn't get in nick of time. A few missed projectiles, and I feel like he could stick with the belt, but the problem is he needs to get a little bit more value, and it looks like he's going to be doing just that here, and we're going to see exactly how things will pan out this time around in comparison. Already now we're going to see Gugu now getting for that bottom objective. Rolex and OPE going to get ready to make the push here. But Cyclone's already dived in quite early here. Joker's going to go straight forward as well. And already a good start here for FA.
Well, I like the changes. The Gal coming out for Mood, and on the other side of things, the Stu coming out for FA there. Gale's in a good spot actually for parallel plays. We've seen a fair amount of Stu being of Gale being played here rather. That Twister as well is a great gadget to have for the sort of locking down these little tight channels here. But Cyclone again is going to win this more often than not with that gravity there, and the knockback is enough to drop a pin, but not going to do much more than that. He's going to stay in position there. At the same time, on the top right hand side, OPE is getting stuck in as well, and this back and forth that we're seeing there is not deterring him. He's staying in position.
Cyclone is valuing his life so well. Yeah, sure, he finally gets taken down, but it was such a distraction and took so many players down and just being a real pain in the backside. Joker did the same thing though. Finally reclaims the objective on the top right hand side. Mood Gaming though is still up by 12%. This is the only issue they're going to have here. Oh, you saw HK trying to get away, but OPE does manage to take it now. Joker is also barely alive here, and Cyclone needs to try and distract him and keep away from Joker if they can though. But Rolex and Gugu still trying to do what they can here. I kind of feel like Mood Gaming a little bit more on the same page here, as they're going to be aggressing onto the right hand side here. HK very patient, does second down. Joker is there also, and they need to try and find this pusher. But remember though, even though it's a 14% difference, they have plenty of time in order for FA to try and capitalize on the situation, as Joker managed to take down one, but the problem is they're just getting traded out again.
Oh, man, it's so low that Cyclone can just pick up the pieces here, but now taking a lot of good heavy shots from Gugu there. That was a great opportunity, realistically. Now, they did earn super whilst going down, but already the lead's still very much so with Mood here. 20% plus in their favor here. Cyclone needs to realistically land something and land something strong, because otherwise this one could be all over. They've got to be careful on the defensive as well, as OPE has been doing a great amount of work on this top right hand side throughout the course of the game. But Rolex going down there is key. There's the gravity from Cyclone. The knockback is in play there as well, but Gugu's going to stay low to this. Dark Joker picks up the kill. HK now going on the aggressive. A great moment for FA to capitalize on here.
Yeah, they need to just push, they need to just go. But the problem is, I think Joker should have just went in first there and just took the brunt of it because he had HP for it, but just not going to happen. And it makes me wonder, well, if they didn't take on that opportunity, what opportunity are they going to take here? They literally just have to go. As soon as OPE has been cleaned up, they need to push straight away here. But OPE is going to be able to stay alive. No, he does not. This is a huge chance here. Even with that HP disadvantage, they need to push now. Joker, HK, both going in here. Cyclone's going to try and catch up and try to at least trade them out. OP tries to dive in once again, though, but it could just be too late here. It's going to be a couple of percent, which is going to be so unfortunate. But there was 2 big chances that FA could have easily capitalized.
That is painful, that ending, when you win the zone finally, and then you just don't have enough time to win the game. Again, but that is what we saw. It was always like just slow push onto the zone. They had to be a little bit more early than that to the play. A lot more aggression being shown in that game from the side of Mood. as opposed to FA, as we saw much more in the favor of FA in the last game. I think they're going to learn from that. I wanted to see a bit more from Cyclone. I felt like he could have got a bit more value in that game, and more often than not found himself into good positions. But like there, I mean, we saw this moment there where, like, I don't really know how that developed in the way it did, because it was such a strong position for FA to be able to get into the mix there. And despite that, they still didn't capture the zone. That would have been, for me, the turning point there, realistically, as I felt like they could have done better.
Yeah, I can see what you mean by Cyclone. I don't get me wrong, like, he valued his life very well, but, you know, what did he gain from it? Not a huge amount, bits and pieces here and there, but it's just weird to see FA hesitate. Like, you saw they had the numbers. They knew that one of them was taken down, and they still just stood back. It was that one moment where one of the players didn't have enough HP in order to take any kind of damage from the bell, and I feel like HK should have just went straight in front and then took the first shot or two, so this way the other player can recover and then push on in. But that's where the small talk plays a huge part here. And if HK just said, all right, push for me, but let me go first, just super quickly, just like no mucking around, then it could have been okay. They could have been able to crack on there, and they would have had like at least a 7-10% lead at the bare minimum. And then you would have saw there that Mood Game would have to retaliate and then have to go straight for their own objective, which just would not have happened. They would not have had enough time.
I think as well, generally, just Mood played better, like in the sense that they were much more aggressive on the zone than the objective. We saw, I think it was OPE, doing wondrous work on that top right-hand side, and that was the difference between that first game and the second game. In the first game, I think Mood was trying to defend a lot more and struggling, but the Gale pick was smart in that respect, because it was a very, very solid pair of hands to have on the defensive, allowing the aggressiveness on the right-hand side to kind of develop a bit more on that Leon side. So I think that for that reason, Mood should probably keep that same comp idea. I think the Gale worked out very well, and it did serve to really shut down Cyclone more often than not, and he was the real kind of playmaker that I felt happened in that first game. But curious to see whether they stick or change in that respect. I think Leos kind of have to stay at this point. I think Bell as well will be a great thing to keep, but let's see the Stu, the Gale and the Stu coming out for Mood. I think the Stu's a new one for them, and yeah, Cyclone going to stay solid and firm to this Tara pick, and let's see how it fares this time around.
I kind of feel like as well with the Gale pick also, it's great for its defensive purposes. It kind of gives you a second chance and a bit of breathing room, doesn't it? As soon as you push him back each and every time, you know, it's a good time wasting strategy, and at the same time, you know, it gives you a second chance to live, and you put yourself in a bad situation when, of course, it kind of gives you that second life, and so to speak. The Cyclone knows going to be sticking to trying to push up in that left lane. Gugu wants to try and seal the deal and finish the job, but he does not, as Cyclone does take a tiny bit, not a huge amount. So Cyclone does take down Gugu there. This is going to be his opening, but Rolex is going to try and retaliate if he can, just in that bottom left-hand side. OPE is still in the middle center. The game has frozen. This is fantastic, and we're going to see exactly what's going to come out straight afterwards.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting to see whether it's just me or whether you're going to...
I thought it was me. I thought my internet, I thought my net was down. I was literally going to say something else then and then restart my PC. But do you know what? I'm not going to. I'm glad it wasn't the case, because you sat there quiet. Nothing was happening. And I was just like, what on earth is happening? But I thought we are going to come back. I think we're just going to let this game probably just go ahead and see what happens. Or we're just going to stick with it at the moment. 92% FA have almost finished the job anyway. And it looks like they will be able to try and secure this victory. So that does mean FA, they do win the second set, all tied up one apiece. Got a little bit hairy, but it's fine. It wasn't my internet. It was.
I was thinking, this is great. I wonder what's going to happen next. I wonder if the league was going to predict the future here. I thought he was going to go on and keep running with it. It was great.
That was just ridiculous. Like we haven't had it at all today. We had it quite a few times yesterday, and it was typical. It was like the telltale signs of your internet's down. It's like the game's frozen. I heard no sound, no music, nothing. I looked at my screens. I was like, okay, nothing's moving. We're done. Even chat was frozen at one point, and I was like, yeah, it is definitely done. But no, instead, as soon as you spoke, everything just came alive again. I was like, it was in a freeze moment, or a freeze frame, or time freeze, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was ridiculous. What a nice way to add a bit of flair to our lives in that second set. But it was. Let's have a look at the third set, though. We're going to be going to Gem 4, a little bit of Gem grab here. So what's your thoughts on this, Art?
I think that, for me, FA are being put through the paces. I think it's fair to say. Again, we saw, in that previous matchup with Reply Totem, again, that same story. They were put through the paces, but they are coming out on top more often than not. Gen 4, I think, is going to still cater quite well to the Tara if Cyclone wants to continue on that pick. I always vouch for it. I love to see it a bit more than we are at the current meta. It's kind of very much around the Pam, max mid ideas at the minute, the Rico lanes and that kind of thing. But I still think that if you're able to play the Tara correctly, then can provide a lot of value for you in that side of things. So I think Jean as well in the mid here is not too bad a shout. But you know, I was surprised. I felt like Mood were potentially going to be able to take back the set then. And just struggled a bit towards the end. So and again, they've shown that a bit more than not this season. They just kind of always have some great moments. I mean, there's undoubtedly to say they have some great moments, some great aggression, but their consistency is their problem. They're not the most consistent team going at the moment, and when they give themselves these great moments of chances, they just tend to not be able to carry it through until the end. So I think this is the moment realistically where FA could take this.
I think so as well, yeah. And looking at the picks already, it is going to be a mirror match with the Pam, the Leon, and the Sandy here. And not really too much of a surprise here. We've seen the Pam a little bit more often, only recently, though, on this map. But we've seen it on a couple of other maps as well, actually. Speaking of which, Gugu Rolex staying alive, keeping the Pam at bay. But Joker's like, actually, I want to do a little bit more. But yeah, that was definitely the wrong move. I think he was trying to get a little bit more than he would like to. I think he was getting a little bit greedy. Sadly, that was the case, but Rolex and Gugu still able to hold onto the center, still alive. OPE also took down one. Joker just needs to be a bit more watchful with OPE, as he's literally just diving on in. He's going to almost take down the Pam. Joker does stay alive, but not for much longer.
What is going on? The top left here.
I don't know.
I don't know. Cyclone was very, very overcommitted there. I think he needed to be a bit more cautious there. Dreams dropped again as Gugu goes down, and yeah, it just seems very much a scrap right now. No one is valuing the gems, guys. You need your gem carriers to stay solid and firm. That's your safe pair of hands. And everyone just keeps going down and passing them over to the next. Gugu there on the top left, he's trying to heal up at the same time there with the healing station down. But why is he's going to win it? He's actually going to win it. Great use of the scrap sucker there to stay alive. I was really worried for him. Mood is somehow on countdown. It's all a bit of a mess, Leaf. I'm not going to lie.
It is a mess. Are we playing bounty or gem grab? Like, this is ridiculous at the moment. Yeah, that's going to definitely seal it. That is done and dusted. Mood Gamer will be taking the first game here in the set, though. But you're right. I thought we're watching bounty for like the majority of that, but you know, I don't mind a bit of a slugfest here and there. It's like literally Mike Tyson's punch out for the majority of that, just going in each other's faces, left, right, and center, wham, bam, and all that. But yeah, that was just ridiculous. But I don't know why, but even though it was just so chaotic and some of the decisions were debatable, I quite enjoyed it. But it was a bit frustrating knowing that there's so many times some of them should have just pulled back or just waited and regrouped. There's sometimes where they should have. Why they were so out of position, I don't know. They just wanted to take some angels. Fair play, fair play. But you've had your warm up. Let's get going and let's start focusing on the gems, eh?
Like, yeah, you're right though. Massively entertaining, but I don't know what was going on that game. I mean, you saw how back and forth the gems were. Rolex on the top right, taking that one down. 1 minute FA have got the countdown. Next minute, someone else. Like, it was not your standard game of gem grab. You know, there was no pattern of just gem carrier lane. It was just like let's just go for whoever's got the gems at whatever time they've got the gems. I don't know. I hope we see a bit more formality return. I think it will probably benefit the teams if they do that kind of approach.
I don't know.
But
yeah.
I don't know, mate. It's a long time since I've seen a game of gem grab that just random. It felt quite random to me.
It was random. It's like a random generator where it's just telling what to do and they just do it every time. It was so weird. But, you know, yeah, we've seen a lot of weirdness in our time. That was a bit dodgy, weren't it? But let's have a look. So it looks like, okay, so I see the Pams already. Right, okay, so it's going to be a very similar matchup. So we're going to see exactly how it's going to turn out this time around. No, just due to the fact that we remember what happened last time where it was just massive angels left, right, and center. The only difference we're going to see here is the make. And we're going to see how much of an impact that's going to make it. Gugu's going to be whipping that out. HK's already taken the brunt of that. It's just trying to hold it to the center at the same time here. Very risky. I don't think that was really necessary. And already now the Pams have taken a lot of damage, but done a huge amount actually onto OP and Gugu, but just too little too late.
Well, Dark Joker trying to go on the aggressive, and yeah, you'll be so careful of those meg swipes. Honestly, that can really do some serious damage there. Joker got lucky with the healing station there to be able to heal up quickly off the back of it, though. HK as well. having that Sandstorm to hand, but being patient on the approach because, again, wants to get maximum value from it. Probably plays it about now, realistically, yep, and now it's going to be a big problem for Mood as they're trying to push through the middle here. They can't necessarily do it. OPE just going to pop the Invisible Heal on the right-hand side as well. Dark Joker, good healing station there for the defensive. Much better there from FA, but, overcommitment here, Phil.
Oh, yeah, it's a good thing Joker managed to stay alive. It feels really him putting back at the right time rather than exerting some aggression across the board. But, you know, that's what the PAM is for, just to be kind of like a best tanker possible for HK and Cyclone to then capitalize straight afterwards here. But it's going to be PAM on PAM here. But it looks like HK was actually there as well to help and be a good helping hand, actually. Cyclone did finish span up also from the right-hand side. OP is going to get cleaned up here. Beautiful stuff here from FA. This is exactly what they were looking for. Took a while to get a weakness occur for Mood, but they managed to find it. They're all pushing into the center, but the problem is, now they're all going to get taken down. OPE does get one, though. Cyclone, will he be able to stay alive? Yes, he does. Taking the own OPE at the same time. And Gugu just barely able to stay alive as well, though. The problem is, though, FA, if they get this next gem, they still need to hold to the center, but one team wipe should do it.
Gugu coming in now, a good time for it. But he didn't focus on Cyclone, who was the weakest there. I was surprised he didn't, and this is going to be very, very difficult for Gugu to get out of his double teamed here. I mean, Stark Joker on the right hand side with all the gems, but now every single gem in the pocket of FA, yeah, and Rolex with a thumbs down. That is a solid turnaround for FA, and despite the Meg, for me, being a pretty decent choice, I mean, it didn't work out in the end. I mean, you got to be so careful around the gems. I think they were lucky as well inside of Mood that we didn't see the Gene come into play from the side of FA, because that was the game changer that we saw in the Reply Totem matches. That bigger, HP brawler coming into play there. Just didn't work out for Mood, though. They just were just losing it towards the end.
I kind of felt like Mood would do better with the Meg instead. Yeah, maybe I was wrong, though, because Joker, will say this, he did a much better job with his aim skill. He did a much better job tanking the brunt of that damage so that HK and Cyclone can work their magic and do what they can in order to capitalize on the situation Joker put himself in. So I think it was great plays from FA across the board. We need to see a lot more of that going into the series.
I mean, no, I've seen a lot of teams now trying the Meg mid approach here, and I personally don't really like it. I think that your gem carrier's got to be your safe pair of hands. It's got to be your Pam or your Max or something with some evasion quality. You know, yeah, Meg is really, really powerful when you got the Meg, 100%. But ultimately, if you get caught off guard, you go down to the point where you're vulnerable again, you really are a sitting duck. You've got so little HP to be able to deal out to get out of those situations. I'm still very much on the fence for it. I know it's kind of like a new thing that's coming into the meta in terms of competitive at the minute. I just don't like it. I just don't think it's the strongest thing to have as a gem carrier. I think you're better off going with a Pam or a Max or a Gene. More than enough than not, those brawlers have got great capabilities to counteract it. And I want to see those gems be in a safer pair of hands.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to go back to the original mirror match up here between the Pam, Leon and the Sandy here. So I think they obviously took note of your change here, Ark. And I think you're right, though. A Max would actually play really well as the gem carrier, of course, with the speed, but also at the same time can still make use of his abilities to help his teammates at the same time. So, I think Max would have been definitely a great pick here, but it looks like already Mood Gaming, they had some great control to start with, but now they've lost it in an instant. As Cyclone and Joker, they just go, oh my god, they're going straight on in here, but the problem is that HK needs to try and stay alive. Joker literally bait and switch straight away. Good stuff here from Joker, keeping HK alive, and Cyclone, he's had enough time now to be able to regroup and now to push on in as HK second and Rolex. Gugu is left on his own here, even though OP has managed to jump on in, but I think it's just too little too late. Yeah, that is going to be a team wipe almost.
Yeah, Gugu, nothing he could do in that situation. Surprised he even got out of it alive, to be completely honest, because it was looking like a nasty situation. He's got the healing station to hand now, but I mean, he can't really realistically use it at this position. The Cyclone coming in straight in there, forcing it out. It was a great move by him there. Sandstorm going down is a bit of a saving grace, but it's just not going to be enough. The advance away from the middle is there for FA, and if they hold on to this is going to be a great turning point for them over Mood.
It certainly is. 7 seconds left, and Cyclone just made matters worse, taking down one. Could take down Gugu here at the exact same time, and no, at this point, yeah, it's done. It is done. FA will win the set. It's 2-1 in the series, and FA are looking, well, lucky for them, much better from what we saw compared to that first set.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mood made the right change, but they just didn't play it as well, and we saw just how FA were just very much in control of that game, in my opinion. They have some great moments. Again, forcing out that healing station was a really smart move there, I felt, by Cyclone, and it really encouraged the gem countdown. The advance on the mid there couldn't be done or achieved by Mood. So you know, at the moment, FA had a bit of a slow start, but now they're starting to really come into their prime. I'm keen to see whether they can seal the deal in the next set.
Yeah, I'm interested as well. As you can see, 6 more takedowns, 30,000 more damage in comparison, which is huge in itself, considering the majority of that was just a mirror matchup apart from the 1 meg change in the second game. And also Visso, like, even for Joker, I'm glad he made some drastic improvements in the center in that second and third game. It wasn't really the border picks in any way, shape or form. It was just his use of the pan here. Sometimes he was a bit too far forward. Sometimes he was a little bit out of position. Sometimes he didn't bait and switch enough to keep Cyclone and HK alive. But this time around, he did everything and more than we could what we could dream of here at this point. But let's go into the fourth set, though. It's still 2-1 in favour of FA, so it's still looking pretty good. Looks like that tiebreaker situation is going to occur, considering how things go later on, and it won't be too much of a surprise either. So it will be for Safe Zone, it will be Heist, and we're probably going to see, you know, the usual suspects in terms of the border comps coming out.
Yeah, and I don't know whether this is going to go for FA, actually. I think this could go all the way, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, it has been pretty much every game that I've casted so far today to go all the way. So yeah, I think I'm taking your role today, Lethal.
Yeah, you are.
I think that this could well be a moment for Mood. Again, those long-range brawlers are all going to be available. I mean, pretty much going to see just like what, Piper, Colt, possibly Nani. Rico Lane is another option as well. Less so on the Bell, I feel, at the minute. I feel like Piper's kind of taken the lead and pretty much the only mid in Safe Zone that's kind of got that pack of a punch. But definitely, yeah, Piper's Colt, Nani or Rico. I think probably I would go for Nani myself here, but you got to make sure you're cycling well if you're going to do that. But this seems to be, well, actually, no, FA might come out with the old Max. Well, there's no Poker Wiz. I think Poker was banned, right? But FA do like their Max here. So yeah, Poco, Ash, Spike, and Byron were banned. But they could, yeah, you can't really do that combo without the Poco, in my opinion. But you know, the Max kind of BEB approach, you know, rushing everything, all guns blazing, could work out. I just think you need the Poco for it. So is that a tick I saw there? No, it's gonna be a Colt for OPE. Bell and Piper for Mood then. They're gonna double down their range, which I'm not too sure about. But then again, at the same time, FA are doing exactly the same. So, okay.
Yeah, that is a bit bizarre. Yeah, okay, so Gugu has taken on one already. Yeah, so it's weird not seeing the Nani here, which we expected to see, which is a little bit surprising. Like, if anything, we would have thought maybe the Colt would have been replaced for the Nani, but yeah, a bit of a surprise there. We have seen the Rico from time to time, haven't we? We've seen, I can't remember which team it was who used the Rico quite often against the Colt, but it actually worked wonders with the Rico, actually, so I'm surprised it doesn't get used as often. But let's have a look, though, as FA currently down by 16%. Mood gave with a nice early lead here, but the problem is, though, FA, they can be very good with their Angels. They can, but they normally do excel. If you put them in a 1v1 scenario or just in this kind of boat where it's a very methodical approach, we've seen FA excel quite a lot on a number of occasions here, but it seems like Mood Gaming seems to be on par as well. But saying that, though, Cyclone is in the right lane, almost taking down OPE. Oh, he misses that one projectile, which is so important. Missed again and again. So Cyclone, okay, he does clean up anyway, but you got to really understand from his perspective is the fact that Gugu was ready for it, and the fact that he was just dodging, or sorry, OPE was dodging and weaving, and was just making sure that he would be as unpredictable as possible, as Rolex now is just taking down HK.
Yeah, Rolex did really well there, honestly. Got the mark off as well and was low himself, but getting tapped now by HK, just keeping out the range there. Very close, though, honestly. This is kind of what we expect to see in Safe Zone, just with teams are playing it really well. Close score lines and everyone being very much aware of their range. Just that 7% in remain, but as the moment FA are pushing through the mid, they've got to get a couple of takedowns, but if they do, then they're in a good spot to get some damage. Gugu very low here. Rolex is staying alive. One tap there, but not going to be enough to give the lead over to FA. Another shot required for that. But they are staying in position, staying firm to things, and that is almost there. 1% must have been just a little ricochet shot there going forwards, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to get it, though, to be honest. They're going to get one more shot off and still defend this push coming from Mood.
And Cyclone just died. So yeah, literally going to go straight for the safe here, but I don't know how much damage they're going to do. Not a huge amount, but enough to definitely win the time. But the problem is Joker's already down there. Look how much damage he's doing. Back and forth. It's both at 70% at the moment. Can Joker get it before it? Yes, he does. By 4%. And literally that final shot before the timer occurred. My goodness. But it's a shame because OPE, he's got a pretty damn good strafe on him. You see there that for Cyclone, he made his life absolute hell in that right lane for a good chunk of that time here. And, you know, it's a rare occurrence to see someone miss so many shots on a player where, okay, we know that obviously there's got the range, of course, of projectiles. It's not always going to hit how you want it to go. But OPE, he's got a damn good strafe on him. Got to keep definitely a close eye on him.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly close, honestly, and I think both teams did fantastically well. Rolex as well did some great moments there. Again, like I was surprised he stayed alive for it. OP was happened again, but this moment here was so key, honestly. Gugu went in, the Joker was ready for that and nailed it. He had to hit that shot. Getting into that position at the end then was basically the best thing that he could do to stay firm, hope that his team could defend as they did, and then come in for the final blows. But you know, FA did very well. I was pleased to watch it pan out the way it did because I felt like they deserved it. Despite it being incredibly close, I think towards the end, a lot of their plays paid off.
It certainly did, and it does mean that now FA will be on match point going into this. Mood Gaming, it's literally going to be their last chance. They need to win back-to-back games in this set in order to take us to a fifth set. I'm not sure. The thing is, though, now that Cyclone has realised what OPE can be like, maybe he'll go for someone else instead first. Like, you know, he's facing OPE in that right lane, so maybe after the shenanigans he was put through thanks to OPE, that was very nice of him with his movement being a real pain. He might just switch lanes up. I wouldn't blame him if he did. Maybe switch to someone else. Maybe he was able to not be as predictable with the shots. But even then, in terms of baller picks, you know, will we see the Nani back? I don't know. Like you said before, we have seen the Rico on the odd rare occurrence, on a rare occasion, and it actually worked really well because, of course, with the Rico, not only if you do get to somehow win your lane, but it's going to do a massive amount of damage to the safe at a later date.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's options there available. I think they're going to be stubborn, to be honest. They seem to be... Oh, here we go. This is what I was thinking, but I don't think this is going to work. I don't see this working. FA are going to bring out the Max, the BB, and they're going to bring Meg as opposed to the Poco to get this big, tanky, speedy comp going in. I don't know. I mean, they haven't conceded much damage early on, but I mean, whoa, wow, okay. He's getting doubling down with the value there. I mean, if they get moments like that and continue that, but I think that's a rarity. But now the speed coming in, BB in the play as well. Cyclone's just going to get this ball, the value coming in. I don't know. It's high risk. I think it's going to be entertaining. I don't know how it's going to go for Mood here.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm going to kind of agree at the same time. It's like, yeah, it is very hit and miss. It's more like, okay, if you're in their face, especially against these ranged ballers, then yeah, you're going to make a massive difference. But the problem is, if Mood Game is hitting their shots, which they're not at the moment, then yeah, this could definitely be a one and done here for FA to really seal the deal. As Joker, how did Joker win that? As he actually does take him down. Gugu trades him out in the end. But I feel like they're getting in Mood Gaming's face way too much. I don't think this can be stopped.
I think, honestly, the Max is a key thing to have. The aggression is continuing around. Yeah, that's it. Done and dusted.
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. That is going to be a sealed deal. But this is the problem, isn't it? It's like if they hit their shots, could be a different story. But the problem is, even if it's a team wipe, they're just going to be in your face again. And it's just going to be again and again and again. It's going to be a consistent occurrence. We've seen it on some other game modes or some other maps rather in the past where they'll use some tankier ballers and in order to just constantly resurface on the objective. But this time around is quite similar to that, where, you know, if they do get taken down, it doesn't matter, because by the time Mood Gaming even try and approach the center, FA are already going to be there, down and ready to try and tackle you as much as they can. And I kind of feel like for Mood Gaming, they'd have to get at least 2 or 3 team wipes before they even make it to the save. That's how aggressive his attack was, and there you have it. That's how much of a dominating performance that was in that last game. It's a nice way to finish things off for FA. They did get 5 more takedowns and 25,000 less damage, but they won't care about that. They'll be fine. They'll take the 3-1 victory, and they'll have to wait later on to see how they turn out and to see if they qualify or not.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. We'll hear from League Up soon enough, but yeah, I was surprised they made it work. Honestly, I think that that comp is a pain. I ran into a ladder the other day many times over, and it can just overwhelm you. That's the kind of key to it. But ultimately, with the bell mark to hand, you know, it's a great thing to mark the bot, and I think that the comp was okay to defend against it. You got to keep it under control. And as soon as you lose that control, that's what happens. So yeah, I think it was great for FA. It's really overwhelmed the safe there.
I'm not gonna lie, I like that combat actually. I thought that was hilarious. The fact that when I saw it, I was like, it's either gonna really work or it's not. It just didn't.
Yeah, one of the two.
It literally just fell flat. Okay, we're gonna move on anyway. We're gonna see another match with Mood Gaming, but this time around, we're gonna play SK. Let's see how this one goes. We're back in just a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge as the man himself, Mr. D-Man Smith here. It's going to be here with me to try and do the SK Gaming versus Moods matchup. And yes, Mood, it could go from bad to worse here. FA, show signs of life, but sadly, in terms of the longevity of things, the consistency just wore off. For SK Gaming, though, SK looking to try and end this out fast.
Yeah, let's hope they don't end up with a bad mood, because SK Gaming are really strong. But the corporate problem is for SK, you know, they've lost 3 games this season. It hasn't been the SK of the year. Like, you know, 6 out of 8 monthly finals picked up in the Brawl Stars championships, but it hasn't been that same team. You know, they've had a little bit of a rest, but now, you know, we're nearing November. You know, we're literally exactly 1 month away from the Brawl Stars Championships, and this is where they need to start stepping things up. They know they're safe, but start to put a statement down, because they're playing Clash after this. It's a team that they, you know, it's one of their rivals coming up. Yes, it may not mean anything, but in terms of qualifying for the finals, but it's one of their rivals, and they are an incredibly strong team. And Mood, last time out, pushed them all 5 sets. It was a big surprise, I think, at the time, and one that certainly everybody will remember on Mood and SK Gaming as well.
You know what? I completely forgot about that. But then again, SKE, I kind of feel like I've actually had a 3-2 series with almost everyone here. Of course, apart from Clash, where they literally swept them 3-0. But we're going to get very aggressive here to kick things off. It will be a cute angle, then it will be some assembly required. Ring of Fire, Dry Season, then Center Stage. So the border picks are very interesting. So we can see the Sprout and the Brock here for SK. It seems like they're still not too keen on the Brock. And for Mood, we do have the Byron and the Spike. So it does mean Ash is available. We do have Poco as well. So this could be an interesting series, to say the least.
Does surprise me with the Brock ban. You know, going by what we've seen tonight, really hasn't been utilized to a great extent, has it? So it does surprise me that the Brock bans come in there, but maybe just sticking with the try and test. Let me just have a quick look. What's SK banned in the past? Yeah, so they've been banning Brock and Sprout, so they just haven't updated their bans based on obviously today's patch. So we'll probably see that adjust by the time we reach the finals in a few weeks.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense as well. I want to know what you think of this matchup. I think can be quite predictable in terms of who's going to take this. Both teams haven't really got much to play for. I kind of feel like now SK have guaranteed their second seed. And Mood Gaming, just where they are at the moment, it's just any extra chunk of change maybe if it comes their way. But they might have even just secured 7th because of how 3X performed earlier on. So we'll have to confirm that later on though. But for SK though, I think it means more for them for Mood, just due to the fact that we need to make a point here that before finals is in 2 weeks and before BSE finals in a month's time, they need to show that they are still that dominant wrecking machine which we all knew and loved just over a month ago.
Exactly. It's like, while I understand, you know, it's all well and good to just be taking a rest, etc. like that, there's something said for the mindset of one of these unstoppable juggernauts like SK Gaming. You know, the mentality, the mental edge that they will have going into a game, knowing that it's like, oh God, we're against SK. It's like, as much as some players would like to be like, it doesn't affect me, you know, I play the same way no matter the opponent. That's absolute rubbish. Everybody knows it. When you're coming up against a big team, there's always that little fear factor. At the moment, that fear factor has gone from SK Gaming, and I think they'd like to get that back. So this may be a statement game for them, but we'll see. Very interested to see that in terms of bans, we didn't look towards, you know, obviously the tried and tested, which is obviously the Max has been pretty strong once again, but also the Mortis. Bearing in mind this is Mood Gaming, they do love to bring that out, and considering a cute angle is the first map, it's one that could work.
Yeah, it certainly could. We'll have to see how this first set goes. I do think you're right, Bo, from a mental standpoint. SK always put a lot of fear into a lot of players' hearts, especially when they played against them. But the problem is that they've given them a lot of hope. False hope, you could say, because they give away so many sets and then still edged it anyway. But it was hope or some faith nonetheless, because now some of these teams are going to be thinking, well, we could beat these. There's not really much reason why we shouldn't, considering how they performed last time. And the only problem is we have to see how far or how well these teams excel or improve between today and, of course, in a few weeks' time when the finals does start here. But the problem is for SK, they need to show now and against Clash, but they are still the same force we remember only so long ago. I know it's weird saying that because of the fact that they've had these dodgy victories or these close victories over the last few weeks, but they need something better than nothing going into finals.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the only thing that they may well try and do is to sandbag their comps a little bit and not sort of overly use something that they know maybe is strong, for fear of it being brought out a little too early when they want to use it in the championships and stuff like that, or maybe in the finals. So from that point of view, that's the only time I could think of that maybe Pedro would try and keep those comps secret. But as it is, it's the tried and tested. They are bringing the Meg out. We saw them utilizing this. SK were the first to use the Meg in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So the Meg coming out once again with the Leon. And on both sides, pretty much a mirror match.
Yeah, pretty much is here. Skyrix and Jetta now just on the left-hand side. Oh, this is a map you know and love. I forgot about that, D-Man, actually. I just remembered. There's Semantic now just going on the right lane against the Meg's mech as well. But instead, I like what Semantic did there as well. He knew that the engagement with Gugu would have been pointless, so decided to go for the other two. Managed to go 2 for 0 in the end, actually, and is looking to try and regain his mech once again against the other Meg, funny enough. Hasn't got it as of yet, but this has still been quite a close affair with OPE taking down Semantic and Jetta and Skyrix now just having to back away.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. They obviously got the pull on the Meg, which is fine, but they didn't pick the gem up. That was sort of forced away from them. So while Semantic was pulled in, and we were talking about this earlier, you know, the fact that you don't want Meg as your gem carrier because it is a gigantic mech, and that's a problem for Gugu right now because Skyrix would certainly be able to pull him in just like that, and that's the gem's going to trade sides. Is it? Yes, it is. It's going to be enough. Rolex actually does manage to recover quite a few of them, but instantly gets pulled in, and that's the danger. That's the problem with obviously the mech. While it is a nice big strong brawler, you know, effectively when in the mech to have in there, it is a gigantic target. So if some of those gems are on it, as we said earlier on today, it can be problematic.
Certainly was. And there we have it. SK. I wouldn't even say a shaky start. It was just a little bit dicey in some areas, but Semantic was just being so proactive with the Meg as well, especially in the mech. And he saw straight away that he was getting distracted by Gugu. He just completely left it, prioritized the other two straight away, cleaned up. And yeah, you're right, though. There's a small amount of objective efficiency that could have been improved across the board for SK. But apart from that, it was nicely done anyway in the first game.
I mean, honestly, like, I could have written that down on a piece of paper and just held it up and not said a word, saying exactly what was going to happen in that game about a Meg being grabbed and losing the gems. And I think the only thing that was close that Rolex actually picked a few up, but the fact is that Skyrix had that magic hand back up in his favor. Immediately got the grab straight off it because he just got all that damage down. So yeah, honestly, a pretty straightforward first game for SK. You know, I don't think they were really tested. Let's see whether Mood are going to try and switch it up, whether they're going to stick with a mirror match and try and go the same again, or whether they were going to try something different. Because I got to be honest, whenever I see teams coming up against one of the top dogs, and they do opt to go into those mirror matches, you know, you're almost opting to fail. It's like these guys are a #1 team for a reason. Like, I get it. You want to go with a mirror match, which they've done now. But the fact is, they're probably going to beat you in that mirror match. So you've got to bring something else to the table.
Yeah, it makes you think, oh no. Like, do you know what I mean? That kind of, because you know the mechanics and fundamentals are that much better. This is the worry. And look, I must say, on a Q angle, it's very hard to get this amount of control no matter what stage of the game. And the fact that they had full set of control that early in the beginning, that's scary, and that's going to be a bit of a worry here. The mate gets pulled straight away. She's going to get cleaned up in an instant, man. Lovely stun there from Skyrix. Already though, Semantic also been a nuisance in that right lane, but OP is going to try and do something. He does absolutely nothing apart from remove the mech for Semantic, but now he's got some damage done. He's going to get the mech straight back in.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's when you're pulling out the mirror comps, you're generally in a real sticky situation. It seems to be the same again here. Semantic is just dominating. What am I surprised to see that someone like Semantic in a mech can do well, you know, as when he also does well in the Surge. But yeah, it's similar. I was watching Team Flash earlier on today, the Southeast Asian team. That's a good pull. Semantic, but he does get taken down. That will stop the timer. That is a good bit of play there. They do finally get it. And again, it's that gigantic mech. It's such an easy pull for a Gene. Jet does have his super available, so he's going to maybe like go and looking for this one. Gugu just around the side there is going to take a lot of damage now. Semantic can go hunting now. He has that mech back up here. We are waiting for Skyrix still to get that magic hand. Hasn't got a bit available just yet. They've got to leave those gems for Skyrix to get. That's what they're going to do. A little bit of protection comes in there. Semantic can keep them off guard. They've got to be protective, which is what they're doing at the moment. Rolex does get caught out. That's going to be the gems being picked up by Gugu. Skyrix just backs away from this one. Doesn't matter. They're going to take the game. There's the magic hand being used, and SK will pick it up. Yeah, go back to my point. Just before we finish the game, because this one's done, I was watching Team Flash earlier. They're the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Brawl Stars Championships as well. Very similar sort of setup for them. You know, the team's going up against them with the mirror match. When you're going up against a team that is clearly very good in your region, you know, I understand you want to go for that skill matchup. So I'm a better player. I want to go for that skill matchup. It's just not going to work because these guys are coming into it tried and tested. So you've got to try something different.
Yeah, we get it with some of these regions. You notice it as well, of course, with North America. You see it from Thrive, Team Flash as well from that region that you just mentioned. And you see it from Navi from the ECA region, don't you? You know, when you watch these teams actually compete and you see the skill gap and the difference when it's comes to mechanics with this mirror matchup. It is a sad story. It really is for their opponents, because it's the same thing every single time, and it's just a tough road, and that's where they've got to try and figure a way out to try and use a counter comp or something which may demolish him, which doesn't involve the aim skill and the coordination across the board here. And as you can see, SK Gaming winning. Look at 15 takedowns to 5, as D-Man rightly pointed out also. But of course, with EU, it can be a little bit harder than that, because there's a lot of top teams here in this region, and it's still very tough to call. But for Mood to still get demolished like that, even by the likes of SK, it's still a huge feat.
Yeah, absolutely. Curtis pointed out that they barely qualified. The fact is, they did qualify. Like, I know they barely qualified, but they did. They did qualify, which makes them the strongest team in that region. That's simply how it is. But anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about the next map. We're going on to Summon Assembly Required, and we've obviously talked about SK until we're blue in the face about how strong they are on Siege maps. Now, what I do want to talk about is obviously this triple brawler comp we've started to see slowly creeping in and getting more and more popular, and I want to see whether maybe SK are going to bring that out. I don't know. Maybe they probably won't. Then maybe they're just going to ignore it, or they were one of the teams that did sort of very well with it the other day. They are going to go with the Buzz instead. The Buzz Barley Rico, I like it. In fact, I love it. The Jackie coming out though from the Rolex, and the Frank. Obviously, Frank got the big buff in there. Jackie got the smaller buff as well. But unfortunately for them, SK seem to be dominating the mid.
Yeah, SK, this is their strongest mode. Let's see if they do on this map in particular, though. Skyrix is going to be just holding his ground in that right lane. I love how he's just not taking the engagement. He knows he doesn't need to. I'll just save it for now, though. The bot's going to be coming in hot. Let's see how the defense is going to be. All of them just trying to get away, but at least with the Frank, though, he's going to keep him on his toes and just keep him away. But the problem is, how good is the defense going to be in terms of damage, though? Already 20% nearly. That's going to be overtaken. So 23%, not too bad, but the problem is, though, the damage has been done. They've still got center control, still got a 1-bolt lead, and we can see how SK are going to approach this and see if they leave out some bolts later on for the third and final bot. That's if they don't go all in the second bot, and if they do gain it as well.
Oh dear, OP just about gets out there. I was going to say, how's he going to get out of that? Last call dumped on his head there. Skyrix actually looking to get onto OP. Got to be careful of this one, got to respect it. But Jetten, I'll tell you what, I love Jetten on Rico. No tie for the next one out there, so we're going to get a beefy boy, whatever the case is. Guga getting tied up and locked up, but they haven't dealt with Rolex. Rolex has been just going about his business, collecting out those gems. Last call coming down from Semantic. Look at the commanding presence he had there over OP, and SK looking strong here to close out this next siege.
Do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if they went all in here in this. Actually, no, never mind. It doesn't even matter at this point, because with this next siege bot, it's going to be the last one anyway. So of course they're going to go all in. Level. This is. Oh my. Do you know? This is going to be the biggest siege bot I've ever seen. I think at the moment. As already now, just waiting to see exactly how big it is going to be. As Mood Gaming aren't really even given a chance to even try and cushion the blow here. Looks like it's going to be 22 possibly, as long as Jetten stays alive. And looks like he managed to get it to 21. And this is a bot who's definitely done some benching in his time and is going straight for the icon. Look at the speed of that. My goodness, going straight for the icon. This ain't going to last long here, Dim, and I might not even give you a chance to speak here at this stage, as it is almost one and done. And as he's been this distracted, that's fine. That's literally still to do. SK takes that first game in the second set.
Yeah, easy stuff, honestly, for SK this time around. I like the thinking that Mood brought to the table this time around, but unfortunately for them, they seem to be up against an SK that are in no mood to hang around. They want to face off against Brawl Stars, against Clash very quickly, it seems, and a bit of a warm-up exercise for them here.
Yeah, I just don't know how we're going to try and approach this now. It's going to be very, very odd. And I like as well that, okay, like we've seen SK actually at least bring up a thrower, because not only with the Buzz or whatever kind of brawler mix we see with the Buzz, we've been seeing a lot more aggression. We've actually seen no throwers instead of having even one or two. I think the only problem is, if you do have one or two throwers, it's great if you've already got control early in the center, because the throwers are really useful. The problem is, if you've got a counter attack or break a setup, it is tough with even one or two throwers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it obviously with, was it Semantic or Skyrix that was on Barley? I can't remember which one was on it. But honestly, they just did very strong, dominating there. Even the Buzz, when the Buzz was trying to get hold of him, he was just dominating the Buzz as well. Always had that last call available just to dumpster it on their head if he got pressured. And You know, Jet on Rico is just he's so strong on that brawler right now. Obviously we always talked about Surge before, but for Jet, and I think maybe we're going to start putting Rico. The Jet and Rico is becoming the thing because it seems to be incredibly strong whenever he's playing on that. So we'll get to see whether he changes it around. But yeah, I do feel that Mood maybe they're either going to bring a thrower or they're just going to go to the default. You know, the default reset of OP. Being thrown in there, but at the moment it's not the case. Gugu doing some work and trying his best to get in there. Let's see how it's going to work out once again. As I mentioned, the Mortis, it's Semantic that brings the Mortis out. I like the Griff change though for Gugu. The Frank also, so the triple brawler comp coming out. You know, this is what Ark was talking about, thinking, you know, are the brawlers going to be the sort of new meta coming out here? I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to struggle in this one.
Yeah, he's going to be happy to see the B pick because for some reason she's selected every time that Ark's not here, I kind of feel like. SK, well, I was going to say, literally picked up every single bolt from the word go here, so they're going to be very happy about that. Maybe I don't think they'll go all in. I think it depends on the circumstances of how this is going to get defended. But they're going to push straight in anyway here. So they're going to go straight forward here. Jet is still smacking away. And Skyritz, even though it doesn't stay alive long enough, he still gets a fair amount anyway. Down to 35%. Surely if they get this next one, they'll just go all in it.
Yeah, wow, that was okay. That worked. That worked. But now the problem is they won't have any bolt control. They're not going to be able to get mid. They're gonna, if Mood play it correctly, they won't get close enough. As I was about to say, that Skyrim gets in their faces. Semantic not quite able to close them out. But you know, realistically, Rolex and Gugu they shouldn't get close to. But there is that one little bit of cover that Jet's using really well at the moment to avoid and mitigate the damage. And they are going to get the level 5 bot out here, Mood. So this should be their chance to pick up the game.
Yeah, let's see how they're able to do it, though. Jettin, of course, with the amount of HP he had, he tried to delay the bot, but just couldn't in the end. But managed to keep it standing its ground a tad here. But good defense so far, as they're still trying to clean things up here, as the bot now being heavily distracted thanks to Jettin. Only down to 20%, so good defense considering. But it does mean for Mood Gaming, though, they've got to catch up on a 4-bolt deficit. But with 10 remaining, they should be okay. But the problem is, though, they've got so much range on SK.
Yeah, honestly, that was very good. Considering SK were sort of one by one, Mood really had to keep dealing with them and focusing on them. So did a very good job at sort of locking them down. But they are, once again, dominating it. That's going to be a tie. And now Mood have a problem. They got to get damage down on the Ike here. And they got no bots to back it up. SK look like they may well take this one.
They've won. Yeah, they've won straight up. They've got no chance at this point.
Look at Jet just standing there.
Literally just standing in front of the Ike with literally the highest HP brawler. That is just not going to happen yet. We're just going to leave them to it. SK have won this set outright. But still, though, it was kind of close. They had to make it a tied siege in order to try and secure that, really. But even then, though, I'm surprised they was able to even get even the odd bolt or two to even catch up, because like I said, they had full range and everything else. But the problem is the fact that there was no structures for the brawlers to even to hide behind or anything like that. So I'm surprised SK were even able to take that at that point. But good stuff in the end.
Yeah, honestly solid. It was all about that one big attack at the start. You know, that's the problem, right? A Jackie Frank sort of back up there. Frank's obviously smacking down on the ground. It's just such area effect damage on the ground, and they're obviously trying to focus desperately because they didn't have anything to slow the bot down. So yeah, it's just well played and just defended after that. So SK closed that one out, another quick 2-0, and now we foresee ourselves 2-0 in the sets as well. We're going to move on to Ring of Fire next. Obviously a map we've covered a bunch throughout the challenge so far. It is, you know, with Sprout banned out, it is something that we probably would have seen maybe one of the teams use out there. Let's just remind you of the bans quickly. It is going to be Sprout Brock banned out by SK themselves and Byron Spike banned out. Now, obviously, we could have seen them used here, but I expect probably the Meg to be utilized once again. We've seen it a whole lot of times so far on this map, and I don't expect them to be switching out from that one. So back into the Spike. The question is, Spike, the Meg. So, okay, well, what do you bring with it? You're probably going to bring the good old invis of Leon, because Leon's the meta these days, and then an other. Probably a Bell, maybe, to sort of go on top of it.
No, you're spot on, yeah, and we've seen a lot of Bell on this matchup, you know, 8 or 9 times out of 10. Obviously, you need a little bit of range to try and fill in the hole or fill in the gaps where to try and clean up the mess which the Leon on the Meg has literally left behind. But the Leon, yeah, very, very useful in this matchup. We saw, I think, Cyclone doing it the other game where just getting value in his life very, very well. The problem is he couldn't really get enough damage done across the board, but that's because he was against a Gale. And of course, for the defensive purposes, Gale is very, very good. And actually, we rarely see the Gale, but Gale was used very well. I was quite impressed, actually.
Yeah, we haven't seen Gale for a week, I think. Maybe. I don't remember seeing him this week at all. Obviously, was very popular in sort of week 1, week 2 time. It doesn't have anything happen to him in the patch. It's just fell out of favour, it seems, with the pros at the moment in terms of comps. Third game about ready to go in just a second. I don't know what they're waiting on. Maybe they're just getting caught out. Maybe they're trying to figure out what map they're playing because they've gone so quickly at the moment, SK. Or maybe they're just like, what, Diamond, you ready? You ready? Do we need to delay it? Are we ready to go? But yeah, sorry, they're going to get Clash on the way in a second. But obviously, SK, first of all, have to deal with Mood.
Okay, so Leon, Bell, and Meg on the side of Mood. And you can see on the opposite side of us, still got the Bell as well. Actually, and even Mender, Nani, the Meg.
Nani Crow.
And the Leon. We've still got the Leon for Relics, which is perfectly understandable because obviously you need the Leon to make those flanks, as you rightly know. But at least he's keeping Semantic and Skyrix back, though, and may be able to do a little bit more. But do you know what? He's already done his dues here. Took one out, did half damage on the Skyrix, and just pulled all the way back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mood's the comp that I would have brought out. As I said, it's pretty much what I talked about. I was surprised SK didn't go with something similar, but we have seen the Crow working here, but it takes a little while to get going. And the problem is, it's the same with the Meg, right? And at the moment, Gugu Hayes going and Jet is not, which is a problem for them. And without that Bell, they're going in with the Nani, trying to get in the middle. And this is going to be a Mood picking up this one, pretty dominant.
Yeah, they certainly are. A little bit of a shock to the system for me, especially. But saying that, though, they've taken both members out, and Jet is still able to keep onto the mech, so we can do a little bit more damage onto Relics in the left lane. Oh, it actually chooses to run. Actually, he still can finish off with the mech. Yeah, he still managed to get it, which means that he's going to be due a mech very shortly here to try and help Skyrix and Semantic out. And that was huge here. OP can't fight this. He has to stay alive. And Relics now, Jetton's there, though. But, oh, no, Jetton got taken down straight away, and he's probably due his mech now.
Absolutely. And, well, it's going to take a bit to flush Gugu off the point here. It should be able to lock it down. Going to get the swipe onto Jet, and then that's the job done. So Mood pick up their first game in the third set here. And the first game, I think, in total. They didn't pick one up yet so far, have they?
No, I think that the picks definitely affected them massively. Like, they did well with the composition they had, but of course, yeah, with the Leon being a bit of a pain in the right lane with those flanks, and of course the Bell just making sure to try and keep the distance and make sure to keep up the objective. And obviously the Meg, yeah, just doing its due, just really just abusing the Meg in that left lane and sometimes holding into the center as well. It really is tough. I need to really switch back or just even make it a mirror match. Sometimes even a Rico can be a very good choice as well against the Meg.
Yeah, I mean, SK just, I don't know. I think they're probably just going to end up in a mirror match. I think that's probably what they'll go with here. Honestly, I like the comp that Mood brought. It's one I would have expected. It's one we've seen a number of teams bring in. It's not like it's like some sort of voyeur here. It's not like it's anything special. It's just a kind of a standard comp that has worked well in the past, and we've seen many teams work well with it. The counter that you would ordinarily bring, which we've seen Clash bringing out, was Yoshi coming out the Sprout, but obviously Sprout's banned out here, so not going to be the case, which means, well, I guess SK go with the mirror.
The problem is, Crow was viable, but now with the Meg and the Leon now in this matchup, it's so tough. Like, I feel like every time I see the Crow used, it's not as been underused or undervalued in any way, but the Crow's just not given enough openings or opportunities to really make it work. The Meg and the Leon is way too strong of a counter in both lanes, and also, of course, in the sense, obviously, you're going to be against the Bell, aren't you?
I think he just wanted to play it because he knows it's going to be banned in the next game.
Maybe.
I mean, Clash have been banning Jesse Crow for the last few weeks, so maybe he just thought, you know what, I can't play Crow next game. Let's just get it in there while I can, because it's going to be banned for the rest of the night for SK. But yeah, no, honestly, I think they either go with a mirror comp or just like you say, Rico possibly could work if they want to go with that route, but or do they switch away from that? Yeah, I mean, obviously you can put a lot of damage down, but the problem is with a Meg Rico, you're generally trading back and forward, right? You're obviously shooting into each other, generally not getting across shots on another. So it's like a case of which way you prefer it to go. I mean, the Meg's pretty easy. Or, you know what? You switch it up completely, go with the Gene, just grab that and deal with the Meg. That's another way of doing it.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Rico. It's the fact that he's got to find this opportunity to shoot first. Once he shoots first, then yeah, then he can be able to lay down the law and keep the Meg at bay. But the problem is he can't keep Ferrari peeking off some of these tiles and then be able to go head to head, because you're basically forcing whoever's playing as the Meg to literally just hand over a mech to her every time. That's the only problem with Rico. Like, of course the damage is there for the Rico, but he needs to get the shots off first to kind of lay map dominance there in that lane and then be able to take it down as soon as physically possible. But yeah, it is tough. Like, Rico does work, but the problem is it's how the player can at least try and individually at a certain degree make it work or force it to work. And it's just got to be really careful and not just openly give Meg these mechs, which we've seen Semantic abuse quite a lot. He will make sure to do that by any means necessary and get it done. He's definitely one of those players you've got a really good, or really try and keep a close, keen eye on here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's taken a while to get going. Maybe there is a bit of a discussion about what comp they're going. Maybe Pedro's getting involved. He's like, we're going to pull this out. This is the hard counter we've been looking for that comp to just test it out. But I'd be very surprised. Maybe they're just a few communication issues. Maybe they're trying to get something set up at the moment. No updates from the admins, so I guess we're just being left in the lurch, Harry. That's how it is.
It's great.
That's the way it is.
It's good.
You know what it is, right?
Go on.
Because they thought, you know what? It's lethal. It's B-Man. They love a long game. They love it. So let's just leave them dangling, because they're so used to these 5-set epics that a quick 3-0 wouldn't do us justice. So they're just going to try and leave us dangling for a little bit while.
Yeah, it's either 5 sets or we've got delays which are going to last as long as a 5-set. It's either way, we're together a lot longer than necessary. But you know what? It's more the merrier. That's all I'm going to say. And the fact that we've not been told there's been any delays yet, we are technically left in the lurch. But it's fine. We can fill for days. But you know what? We've just been told in our ears, but the game is started. So let's crack on here to see exactly how this set is going to pan out and find out if Mood are going to try and steal the set, or if SK can then retaliate and make it to a match point.
Yeah, SK coming out with the same comp, so something that they have in there. But, you know, the 8-bit coming out with the stew for Mood, so it was those that chose to switch it away. Interesting to see how it works. I mean, this is a comp that we've also seen work well on here, so I like the thinking from Mood, by the way. You know, to switch away, maybe they're thinking, okay, are they going to have some sort of counter to the Meg play? So instead they switch across to another comp that has worked very well on this same map, and that is obviously the 8-bit paired with the stew, and that's something that they've held well. So it's a good start from them, but now they're going to worry about Semantic setup in that comp. It's a pretty heavy crossfire with the Crow and the Meg setup this way. They will be able to flush Semantic out of his mech, but he's going to keep himself safe in the corner for now. And actually dealing a lot of damage to OP there. And SK are holding the point strongly here.
Yeah, he had 29 HP as Meg before he jumped into that Meg. That was so unfortunate, as OP is now trying to trade with the Meg, but still can't. Semantic still able to stay alive. Will get taken down eventually. Still hasn't finally loses the Meg. Jesus, that took a fair while. But on the other side of things, Skyrix is dealing with a lot of control in the center from Mood. Jettin's directly behind him though. But the problem is, for Mood Gaming, I know that with SK Gaming, they excel in situations like this, where when they're in a huddle and all 3 members of their opposing team are going to be tuning from all angles. But with Mood Gaming, they don't know how to prioritize. And you can see they kind of get a little bit flustered along the lines here. SK Gaming looking to try and finish this off, but now they're just going in single file, one at a time. Last chance, not going to happen. SK going to take this game and also going to make it a match point.
Yep, close it out. I like the changes from Mood, but it didn't pay off for them, did it? They, without their own Meg, you know, what they were doing the first time around was they were shutting down SK's Meg, because it was never able to get going. You know, was being killed before the Meg would be able to spawn, blah, blah, blah. That's exactly how they were doing it. They were just dominating the mid. This time around, they allowed him to get going. I mean, don't get me wrong, the 8-bit stew is very strong on this map. We've seen it working so well. But it does seem, I think we're probably going to see them revert back to exactly what they did in map 1 here.
Yeah, Semantic again though, yeah, had a little bit of troubles at the start against the stew, but in the end though, it was what I was talking about before. When you hold into that left lane and you let Meg just initiate some of his attacks and get the first shot off, just gave her the mech so many times. Even when she was on 29 HP, literally one more, anything, you could have sneezed on her and she would have been taken down there, would have at least sealed the deal. But instead, got on the mech and then went 2-0 straight away and then still caused a bit of a ruckus and distracted for another 15-20 seconds. She is such a nuisance. It's absolutely unreal. But at the same time, though, it's going to be your own problem. If you're really letting her get this mech like every single time Semantics is pushing across, then what do you expect?
Yeah, I'd love to talk with SK about like why they're favoring the Nanny over the Bell right now, because it is the Bell's something that like everybody generally is bringing to the table on here in the mid sort of channel. So very intrigued to see why they're favoring the Nanny right now. It isn't something I don't recall seeing anybody else do yet. I mean, it is the way of SK, right? They do tend to be the trendsetters. Pedro generally finds some sort of comp, gets that tier list going, and everybody sort of tunes in and goes the same way. So maybe it's something that he's seen here that we're going to see other teams picking up. Who knows?
Yeah, we never know. I'm sure they'll be saying a lot of things in the next few weeks and next month as well. I'm sure Pedro's got a few aces in the hole or up sleeve, however you want to see it. But yeah, SK now looking to try and finish the series off. It is going to be the first match point. First of many, maybe, depending on how Mood responds. As it looks like the Rico is coming up this time round, but it's going to be coming up for Mood here. So almost mirror comps apart from the Crow and the Rico. Just seems to be very stubborn with the Crow here. Interesting. But I do feel like Rico's a better option.
I mean, just as I was asking about the the Nanny, they switched over to the Bell. So it is the Bell in there. So Jetten's getting picked up, but Semantic has got that Meg underway. Looking great there. Got the swipe onto Gugu as well. I think he was actually going for OP, but the swipe is so huge on that mech that actually managed to catch Gugu at the same point. And Gugu losing out at the moment against Semantic, so not working out well for him. And this is looking like a pretty solid lockdown early on for SK.
Certainly is. It's Rolex now pushing very deep and very far forward. I still think that Rolex would play better in the left lane and just try and counter the Meg. But Semantic, look, he's just on he might as well be on their spawn at this point. He's been taken down. Ashy still cleans up with just the standard Meg here. Jetson still somehow staying alive. Rolex, surely, yeah, he's going to take him down. But look, the Meg's back. Semantic, once again, just being a real pain and somehow able to stay alive, still on their spawn. They can't go for the objective because he's been such a pain in the backside.
Yeah, he's playing it really well. Once he's got that push in there, and then obviously Jet, once he gets that super, can just pounce on them. That's the problem at the moment with obviously the Bell and the Ricos, that if Crow's just going to pounce on you like that, it's going to be a real problem. So Semantic switching sides. I love it. Semantic is dominating in this mech right now. Swiping left and right. There's, tell you what, the kill score is going to be off the charts because Semantic is just dominating, holding it down. Skyrix drops the pin. SK will take it. That is game 3-0. Job done, SK Gaming.
Certainly as Rolex just went and just hid and cried in the corner, I think, at the very end of that game with the Rico. But yeah, you're right, though. SK comfortably done. Freeze only ends, and I don't think we'll expect it anything different or anything less, considering how we saw FA perform against Mood Gaming earlier on. But it's a shame, though, because Mood Gaming, they had some slow progression, but you know, I want to see more from them, like if they did have the opportunity to keep themselves in it. But this is the issue, you see, you know, if you're going to be down and out so early on, losing so many games, this is the circumstances you're going to have to face and the repercussions as well. But sadly, it's not going to be the case. So SK Gaming are going to continue on fourth. We've still got some great matches coming up, especially next month.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the scoreline obviously tells the same story here. 34 kills to 21. Thank you very much, Semantic, for just absolutely mowing them down in the mech there on the Meg. Definitely strong. You know, we've been talking about the Meg coming through over the last few weeks, and it does seem that the Meg meta has finally fully arrived here in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Certainly has, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot more of Meg in these next two matches as well. The other one could get a little bit fruity depending on the bans, but of course I won't be casting. It'll be yourself and Ark who's going to have the pleasure of casting El Clasico, as we'll see you guys in just a few moments.
So I'm joined by Skyrix from SK Gaming. First of all, welcome, and let's get straight into it. Let's talk about the season. We're at the halfway point, and it's not been the perfect start that we expected for SK.
Yeah, that's actually kind of true. We have been struggling a bit in the early matches, but I'm pretty sure and I'm pretty confident that we're gonna bounce back in the playoffs.
You've had some very close matches. Firstly, you know, the first day, the mood gaming was, you know, full 5 sets.
Yeah.
Obviously, we could talk about the Clash game, but that was, I think, on the end of a long night, maybe that one. But so we probably write that one off. But basically, you've had a lot of long games, and you've been kind of pulling the schedule quite long as well. So what's been going on? What's been going on? Are you in relax mode on the lead up to Worlds and just sort of thinking we'll get top 4 anyway, or has it just been a case of everyone sort of backed off a bit?
Kinda, a little bit. I mean, we have been taking it a bit slow because Worlds are coming soon, but we're still taking it a lot serious. Like making playoffs is still not that easy. We are confident that we're gonna make it, but still we're gonna do our best. And it was a rough start, but to be honest, like I'm sure that we are gonna bounce back.
And what are you going to do? What are you going to change to make you bounce back then? Is it a case of people just concentrate a bit more focus? Pedro needs to, you know, pull it out and get involved. Like, what's going on? We're going to see Pedro playing? I mean, Inso's in there.
No. I mean, we're going to definitely scrim more because also Worlds are coming soon, so we're going to scrim more anyway. And just do a bit more. I mean, recently we didn't scrim much, but I'm pretty sure that we're gonna put more effort into it again.
Well, let's talk about the current meta. How does it fit for SK Gaming? Because it feels like it's pretty balanced for any sort of setup. I would say probably barring Brock and Leon, maybe. How does it sit currently for SK Gaming?
Yeah, I mean the meta definitely is. I mean, Brock is very, very strong, and most of the time we just ban him. And Leon is also like, his schedule is really annoying. We didn't play much, but everyone is like playing against us, and then we figured out like the schedule is really strong, and then we started playing him ourselves. But the meta for us, to be honest, it's not that bad. We had better metas, to be honest. Like Max meta was really good for us because like Yeton is a really good Max, and we all like had really good brawlers. That was just like really good meta for us. This meta, to be honest, is not that bad, but it definitely could be better.
You're currently sitting great in 3rd place, looking good for the top 4. Hope to see you in the finals once again.
Thank you for having me too.
reaching, I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the most anticipated El Clasico. It is SK Gaming up against a Clash. AC Milan Clash coming into this one as obviously, you know, the favourites. They are unbeaten so far, but SK Gaming coming into this one as the team to beat throughout the year arc. It's always been a bit of an El Clasico, no doubt about it, as much as I hate banding that word around because it's basically meant for Spanish teams. SK, not Spanish. It's Skyrix, Jet, and Semantic, and Pedro, of course, the coach, who just, you know, swept moods aside. They're looking like they're in mean business tonight.
Yeah, they looked very, very strong today. But again, you know, over the course of this season, hasn't been the greatest of responses from SK, to be completely honest. They've had a lot of 3-2s, a lot of question marks, losing to some teams which they would normally, you know, be pretty comfortable playing up against. But yeah, I do want to see Clash lose their win streak. I'm just going to go out there and say it. Again, my predictions were always in favor of Clash retaining it, but they can't. They surely can't continue on like this. This is just getting stupid at this point. At the minute, they're on a 10-0. They've not lost a single match. And are they going to make today on a 12-0? I don't know. But I think, nonetheless, SK are the team to do it if there is ever going to be one.
Yeah, they're absolutely on a charge. There's no doubt about it. 14-0 is what you mean. They're 12-0 already. 14-0 could be the final. Yes, they are already on a 12-0.
Yesterday's notes above today's notes.
It's absolutely incredible. Same bands coming out from SK, by the way, which is the Brock and the Sprout. But I like this adjustments from Clash coming through here. So they do switch up their bands. I was just talking about it. The Meg and the Nanny band out. Very interesting. Now, is that based on the maps we have? We've got Factory Rush, Shooting Star, Center Stage, Hot Potato, and Acute Angle. We were just talking about, you know, is Meg now the meta, basically? A lot of people starting to make use of it across multiple maps and game modes. I think it's absolutely a viable ban right now.
I really like this. I've said many a time, like that, why when Nanny is such a go-to brawler and Shooting Star, just ban it. You know, if it's just literally that stale of a meta where Nanny is a confirmed kill, make it interesting and give yourself an edge at least for that one set. And that ban, you know you're gonna get value. Sometimes you place your bans and it's like, well, they could be lucky to play it, so we're going to ban it. But you never know. If you're going to ban Nanny, you know that you're going to get the value in. So, and also we've seen like Clash, haven't we, sort of continuously ban the Crow and the Jessie. Well, it's interesting that now the SK are coming out of the woodwork, that that ban has kind of disappeared now. We're now getting down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so actually, I see this one says Brock and the Rico. Did I read that wrong? I saw the Sprout. It definitely says Brock and Rico in our thing, but the graphic definitely had a Sprout on there. So we'll see which one it actually is. I assume the one the admin is. So I'll go with Brock, Rico, Meg, Nanny is what I'll go with as the actual bans, not the Sprout that was shown in the graphic. So we'll figure out who was right. Was it production or was it the admins? I don't know which way it went, but let's talk about the first map. Let's get straight into it, because this is a game that, as you say, you know, it doesn't mean anything in terms of score, because it's going to be Clash number 1, SK number 2. Yeah. But I think SK are going to come into this on. They want a bit of revenge on the last time they faced each other, and they want to reassert their dominance as the number 1 team in Europe.
Exactly that. And, you know, again, you want to be always at the top of your game, and it would make a big statement today if SK can take their Clash down. Ultimately, you know, it's something that many teams have struggled with, but this is a good way to start. Ultimately, you know, having the spike on the left-hand side lane there, just being a really great counter to Rosa. The Poco is in play, though, and that's like one of the few times today that we've seen it being an option. But look how well SK are shutting this down. At the minute, Clash cannot gain any momentum. If they keep this control in the mid, then this is going to be a big push coming in, because the first round was a tie.
I mean, it was well read by SK, wasn't it? Bringing that spike to the table as an instant hard counter to a number of the brawlers for Clash, and that's a real problem for Lenane. I mean, he can get healed off Kie all he likes, but he's really not able to get close enough at the moment. We know he loves his Mortis, he's famed for it, but finally gets in there and gets it done, but he's taken down instantly, and this is a big, beefy bot coming out from SK Gaming.
Wow, it's going to be, what, a level 15 potentially this bank, probably 14. Oh, no, if we're going to be a 30, that's actually really, really good as well for SK. Those 2 bolts were just over the line, so they're going to be safe for the next round as well. Okay, well, Clash have got a awesome defense, and that's not a great thing to have. Poco as well. They're going to get a little bit of damage and come back here, I imagine, because they've got a decent amount of bolts for the next round here.
Yeah, but they did manage to obviously break away the wall. Was the bonus of having the Stew, which we've seen banned out a few times actually tonight. So Stew ban's starting to come into its own. But this is Lenane in the power. Obviously got slightly nerfed, ever so slightly nerfed in the patch today. But Semantic chasing down the Poco, not able to get the kill onto Guille here. Lenane Waffs again coming back in, couldn't quite get the cycle going. Jetton slapping back and forward with Chaos, he comes out on top. And I like the adjustments that they made here. Jet was on the left channel there, switched over to the right. They get themselves a level 10 bot. This is going to be SK's game number 1.
Well, it was actually a Rico ban in the end, and I think it could have well have been at Stu. If you look at the way that Semantic is playing it, I think that actually now this is going to be a brawler which he'll bring out the woodwork a lot, because he loves it. And you can see how hard it is to deal with a lot of what Clash are running. So what a great start for SK, but definitely not unusual to see Clash be a little bit behind in the early outsets of the set. So I'm looking to see them adapt. I'm looking to see them kind of learn from these mistakes along the way. But yeah, very, very strong start for SK.
I would say in terms of the draft, they were countered pretty heavily. So, you know, obviously with what came out here, poor old Chaos not able to do a great deal on Rosa at all. Was pretty much shut down. Lenane had a little bit of a success, obviously on the Mortis, but in the grand scheme of things, they didn't control mid at any time during that game.
Well, again, I really love the bans. It's very fresh and invigorating to see something different, and something which is a bit more catered towards the map pool and things like that. And again, you know, despite the update today and the balance changes coming into effect, we've still seen very similar bans to what we saw yesterday when the balance changes had not come into effect. So this is realistically the most exciting bans that we've seen so far. And again, you know, that Meg ban, again, something that we don't tend to often see, but with the way that SK do value Meg quite highly, I can understand that as well from Clash. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Clash go to more range ideas. I think that if they don't, they're going to realistically struggle quite a bit, because SK had them really outranged with every single brawler on their comp in that game.
Yeah, and something we didn't actually mention is the fact that Byron Ash is actually available. I think it's been banned all night, but is available. Yeah. Probably not so relevant for Factory Rush, but it could come out later on. We'll keep our eyes on that one. Byron actually is something they could switch to. I wonder if they're going to maybe pull out the Rico or something like that, just to fall back onto the tried and tested. You know, the classic Sprout is available as well. We know Yoshi loves to play that. Has been something that works well, especially on Siege.
Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately the Sprout is available. That was actually a sort of visual error. So we have got Sprout available. So on defense, that could be a really strong brawler to have, and definitely an option to have for Clash, because they like to use it, but not going to go for it at the moment. It's actually going to be, yeah, Yoshi's not, he's on the bench at the minute, so it's Chaos, EA, and Lenan. So not to say they won't bring it out. Chaos does like to play the Sprout, but going to be sticking with, going with the Sprout, the Bell, and the Stu here.
That's still working out well for Lenan. It takes Semantic down, gets through, and gets the first bot off the table. So loving the spike change. It's going to work out. So the mirror at the moment doing its job. As Guille pushes forward, keeps the pressure down. They're going to try and stop the bot in its tracks, and that's what they're doing. Jet just walks up and stands in front of it, does as much damage as he can. They will get the wall break in there, and that's going to be backed up by a bit of damage, but it's not a massive amount. Yes, it was obviously only the level 1 bot there, but 26% damage done.
Yeah, a nice start. Again, just getting a little bit damaged, but not outstaying your welcome is very important in Siege, just to kind of make sure you got that mid control straight off the outset. Semantic should be able to dance towards this bolt here, and does so now. Pushing forwards with the Gasser Hill running, I think, on both Stews there on the top left-hand side. So definitely survivability is the key here, and none can't really push this. Yeah, it's going to be another defense for SK, but they've had a better round in the most part here. Going to take care of this spot and get straight back into the mid quickly, and it's marked very early on by Skyrex.
Yeah, just putting a lot down. Loves the cactus going down. Does delay. Got popped pretty quickly, though. The Ike should be able to do the damage, though. And yes, didn't get a great deal from that one at all. Just, I think it's just 8%, wasn't it, from that bot. But now, mid-control. Okay, 2 and a few banked coming in for Clash here, so they will hold it. Now, let's see. The focus is going to be on Lenan on the left-hand side. They're trying to get it towards him. Jet has taken Guille down on the right side. Skyrix in all sorts of trouble. Lenan absolutely popping it off in a 2v1 there. A little bit of help from Chaos in fairness, but takes down both Semantic and Skyrix.
Yeah, as soon as Clash have gone back to having more range, they're looking much more like themselves, and they took an early risk, but one that now they've learned from massively. So at level 12 coming in, no one even needs to be alive for this push, in all honesty. They've done the work. There's nothing that SK can do. They can't get up the map to do any damage, and despite even if they could, too much damage to have to deal, so they're just going to sit back and take it. Yep, Clash with a good response in terms of the comp, and it's going to pay off really nicely for them and tie this up.
Solid stuff, all square. Did we expect anything less? This could be going the distance. I feel it may well do. And the switch across to go to the mirror match pays off for Clash. You know, I was talking about this in the previous game with Mood. You know, there's one of the teams, when one of these teams is playing it, you don't generally go into the mirror because you're generally going to lose. But these two teams, I think it's fair to say they go into the mirror. It is a full skill matchup.
Question is now, do they change anything about this? I mean, they could bring in sort of like a Bars or a throw potentially maybe like a Barley, but I think that the range is working out so well. I don't see a real need to swap away from this. I think if they're going to make any changes, it's just simply going to be something which is just designed to keep your opposition guessing, I think, a little bit. But with the bans that are in play, I think there's a pretty decent, you could maybe risk it with a Piper or something. I mean, they are known to try those things out as well. But this is definitely the safest comp, I would say. If you're going to keep something safe and clear cut, then I suggest they keep with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to go with tried and tested, continue on. A tight game between them. Just to show you what is up stake here. Obviously, we know that both they are going to be the number 1, 2 and team in the tournament so far. I don't think that's ever going to be questioned. You know, 12 wins for Clash. There's no way SK can actually surpass them and take that number 1 spot. So they will be going through. They're both into the finals. I don't think we expected anything less. I don't think anyone expected anything less. In fairness, coming into this tournament, it was almost a shoe-in, but it was a case of who was going to be fighting for those last 2 spots. So SK Gaming starting off strong here, and they look really strong against Mood just a moment ago. And I was talking about Arc. You know, this is the time where SK want to start stepping it back up, right? They've had their little rest. They've had their lull. We're now a month out before the Brawl Stars Championships. We've got the finals just 2 weeks away. This is the time to start ramping it back up.
Okay, so we are going to see the Sprout coming out for SK then on Semantic's side, but Clash going to stay firm, but bring in the Barley. So yeah, throwers were a good idea to consider here, and both sides going to do so. But yeah, you're absolutely right, D-Man. You know, this is the chance for SK to realistically come out of their little cocoon. They've been definitely enjoying, as they should, a bit of the downtime, but now realistically they've got to come back with some fight here. It was a good first game for them, but they've got to start to now play Clash at their own game.
First bot comes down. Problem with the double thrower is once you do lose sort of map position, it can be hard to regain back. But of course, that is the benefit of having a Sprout. You can throw those hedges down and just direct it round, and 0 damage going to be done this time around. So now they push back in. Clash waiting. Look at that. Lenan going for it, but he gets took down this time by Skyrix. Meanwhile, on the right side, Jet does fall to Guille. So the Barley play working out, but Chaos is going to get dealt with there. Skyrix still going to be able to get that 1 bolt. This is going to be Clash's second bot.
Well, Nan's doing a pretty decent job now. Ski comes in with the last call as well over the top. Another defense for SK, but not really much to show for the round either for the following round, if they can even survive this one. Just the 1 bolt in the pocket, and yes, the last defense was good, and the bot is quickly marked, and the Nested coming into play as well, and Semantic does not have the wall this time round. Oh, now he does great shots there, grid awareness to needing it as well. So
yeah,
a solid defense all round for SK, but they've got to get this push in. They need some damage of their own. They can't really, and they're not really in a position to get a dive in any way at the minute, so they need to get some more aggression in the mid.
Very clever from Semantic, as you said, to step forward, throw out the double hit, get the double hit in there, quickly get the super, block it off, go get 100%, keep that defense in place. So in check, it's all about this siege now. 10 seconds to go. They're tied up. Oh, Skyrix is not going to be able to back that bolt. I think they should be going over to Clash, and they will. Clash will lock it down. They're going to get the last siege. The question is, can they get any damage to back it up? They haven't so far.
All Gear has to know is to stay alive. That is literally the number 1 thing that Clash needs to do. Doesn't even need to have super, just literally stay alive, get the mid, 1 bottle over the top, and this one's done. Ultimately, there's some good shots going but down between them from
Semantic's on the right.
Yep, that should be it. Over and done. If players can connect, there you go, it's done.
Semantic just I was expecting him to move over and go defensive. He just stayed on the left channel. I guess he was trying to get the super up, but he wasn't able to because everyone from Clash was just backing away. So Clash will take the first set 1-0. Honestly, they pretty much commanded that third map.
Yeah, as soon as the first initial idea of the Rose of the Poco and I forget what the other thing was, it was very short ranged either way, but as long as that first idea didn't work out, they had to change. And as soon as they went, yeah, Mortis, exactly, yeah. And as soon as they went back to more ranged, it just kind of was very much a different story. And that's how you got to do. You got to take some risks, but at the same time know when to cut your losses, and that's what Clash did. SK at that point are only playing catch up.
Yeah, so they did a great defense, but it wasn't to be, and you can see it in terms of the kills. I mean, it's crazy that SK get all the damage out there, but 34 kills for Clash. It's not about all the damage, it's what you do with it. Look at that healing. That is a massive, massive difference for Clash.
Yeah, it really is. And I think a lot of that healing went into the damage being put out by SK, because so much more damage on that side of things. Definitely less kills, and Clash are getting more takedowns. But yeah, very interesting statistics on that matchup.
So Shooting Star up next, going over to the bounty map. We were talking about, obviously, Nani being banned out for, I think, the first time this season. I don't remember it happening at any time beforehand. Now, this is a map that obviously, you think of the close range once again. We were expecting the ticks to be in there. Bell probably with the Piper, maybe something like that. But with the Nani out there, it removes that peak potential. I like it. It also could bring possibly a Gene into the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, Brock and the Rico ban in play for SK, and Meg and Nani for Clash. So yeah, I mean, no Nani and no Brock is huge. I think that it would be the worst idea in the world to do what you suggest, go with the Bell and the Piper here. Don't tend to often vouch for that idea. I think you see one or the other, but in this situation, absolutely, you can double down. Max could be an option. I mean, there's definitely some ideas that could come out of the word work here if the teams are wanting to be a bit daring about it. I wouldn't be opposed to a Max necessarily to apply some quick and early pressure, but at the same time, the safer bet is definitely to stick with the Tick, the Piper, and the Bell. Nonetheless, though, I hope we see some ideas put out there of that similar kind of nature. Something a bit daring, maybe like a Pam. I mean, SK do like to play Pam. I don't think they like to play it necessarily on Shooting Star. Nonetheless, though, it's nice to see a Nani ban here because, again, I think this is going to be a really impactful ban to have. SK as well banning the Brock, so definitely going to be minimizing the amount of potential changes to be had, whilst opening up another door here. Like, again, if you want to take that risk, it is available, and probably at a better time than others to do so.
Hey, I was seeing Pams on Purple Paradise the other day. I don't know what was going on when I was watching Asia. I was very confused. I was like, this is not the Brawl Stars I've been told to learn. I don't know what is going on right now. It's very interesting when you watch other regions to see how the metas played out, because teams do tend to get locked into sort of like their own styles, don't we? I mean, it's funny because we were talking about Brock in North America for a long time through spring before Europe started to play it, and then obviously dominated with it. But is taken away. The Pam is there. You were mentioning it, and there is the Pam for Skyrix. I tell a lie. No, I swear to God, I saw the back end of Pam, but it's a Byron. It's a Byron. I got excited.
Byron's a lot less thick. Well, that was, again, another problem we completely forgot about. Byron here, yeah, going to make a big impact, actually. Especially, I do prefer the Sprout over the Tick here, as long as that cover remains. But again, without the Brock or anything to be able to break it, just the Piper, realistically, it's going to actually be quite a good thing for Jetson to be able to have this mid control over. Just Skark's going to pop the gadget there as well to keep the healings coming in. But just that one star at the moment as Jetson pushes forwards. So quite an aggressive spot here, but just going to cut his losses and come back a little bit now.
Yeah, Sprout, I'm actually interested to see it as Jetton on the Sprout as opposed to somebody else. It's not always the case, as Chaos catching Skarix off guard. Very nicely played there, but SK used that in their advantage to go aggressive, going down to there and removing that right side. That could be big here for Semantic. That removes the cover for Lenane on the Piper there, but now we're going to see if it can pay off. If Semantic can now maybe use that in his advantage to get the shots, but Lenane using the range to his perfection there.
I'm sure that Semantic was trying to get a bigger break, to be honest, because he absolutely could have done, but settling for that little bit of cover. Maybe he wants to keep some, potentially, but yeah, it's definitely going to make a big difference if he can land these shots. Now, we got a big homemade recipe off onto Lenane, but didn't follow up, so I want to kind of see him start with a good hit and then follow up with the homemade recipe if he can. But just the 1 star separating them. Jetson, though, going right into the middle there. Very low on HP. Get the hills in now. But Chaos at the same time was very low himself. 1 tap, but nothing to follow up again on the side of SK. And Clash, if this stays firm, are going to get the win. Oh, but no! Samantha with a cracking shot now. Oh, this blue star now so important in the hands of Jetson. SK will take it, but the very back and forth moments towards the end.
I think it was a homemade recipe from Semantic, wasn't it, that managed to get the kill there, but quickly got that blue star and backed away. They did lose one in the process, but yeah, 4-4 blue star obviously going SK's way, and they pick up the first map once again, as they did over on Siege as well. So, interesting game, I think is the best way we can put it. Very tactical.
Yeah, kind of. It's nice to see it played out differently, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, just to have some new mechanics. Again, I've been wanting this for so long. I've got to be honest. Just some different interaction. Let's see how Byron comes into play. Having some throwers as well. Just not the shooting style that we normally tend to see, and one that I've been waiting to see for the longest time. So, yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably continue to see some Byron of those ideas. I think that it's definitely going to provide something that maybe if you had a Bell and a Piper, you'd be lacking. So, having throwers, I think with the Byron, I think we may see continue on here. But again, I still think there's some other ideas available if teams want to explore. But at the same time, when you're kind of given this kind of opportunity to play something else, then I think you're going to stick to things that are kind of been pretty solid to have.
And I like the way, obviously, the use of the Sprout is because obviously you can throw the hedge down and you basically giving yourself that free cover that's not ordinarily there, as opposed to the Tick where he's just trying to lob his bombs over the top and hope that something works. That's about all he's doing. Whereas you just saw Jet just sitting there in the corner, it's just like, well, not hitting me. Waiting for his moment to go forward. I mean, he did eventually go down there, but actually, I think it was the Byron that got caught off at the end there, but. Yeah, I mean, honestly, SK, the biggest part was they got forward, they took away the cover from Lenane, so the Piper battle basically was nullified because Lenane couldn't get close enough there and had to back away and respect it. So SK, a nice tactical game, while not the most exciting to watch in terms of, obviously, kills, it was certainly a great tactical performance.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I think that we may see a bit of a different style of play this time around, just simply because, again, sometimes the more aggressive players are rewarded. Look at this
Whoa.
From Clash. I love this. I don't know whether it's going to work, but I love it. Let's see if Lenan's going to waste no time at all getting a kill. Picked up then by Semantic on the return. Oh, this is juicy, and I really want to see how this plays out for Clash.
So the BB can't get close enough around the side there. The Daryl doing what he can, but hasn't quite got the range. It's like they all need to commit at once. That's the problem at the moment. They're doing a very good job at cycling away. Lenan going to get caught out by that one. Semantic had it ready and waited to go. And this is leading into SK at the moment. But there is always that danger sign when you have these many bruisers in the corner. And that is the danger.
Dan's going in again, gets the cycle off, but I don't know. Yeah, he's not going to be able to close it onto Jetson in enough time, but Semantic makes sure of that. But this is still a real tricky comp to deal with what SK are running with, and they're doing pretty well for the most part. But Guille here with 4 stars going to pick up. Oh, wow. And he'll escape.
I don't think he's going to get away from this one, though. He's going to try and roll out the side there. Lenan was doing what he could to keep him alive, but 21-16, total reversal of what we just saw in the previous matchup. A big tactical performance. It is tactical, but it is ultra aggression from Clash here to try and pick up this second set and get themselves a game on the board, going full bruiser. I mean, it's not an unthought out position as well. It could work. The BB ball bouncing around there. He can dive in on the side with Lenan and Guille. At the moment, they've yet to go in as a 3.
The thing is, it's really all down to Clash as to how they want to play this. They've got the stars ready for the taking, but there's a very important takedown there. Chaos would love to have stayed alive for this one. There's a double take on the left-hand side, just Lenan now, but I don't see how he's going to do it. He's going to try, though. Oh, my word. Not going to get rewarded for it. That is a very good defense there from SK.
Oh, I mean, I tell you what, if Semantic couldn't jump away from that one, that was looking very scary because they were ready for a quick double cycle there for the Mortis, and that could have been an incredible game. 30 kills to 20, 30 points to 20 in the end. Stars, sorry, not kills. Okay, SK Gaming picked that up and they equal up the sets, one apiece.
I just gotta say again how much I enjoyed watching Shooting Star, just having some options for once. You know, it's just a couple of bans is all it takes, people, and then you see something like that, and it just makes you realize that the map is the map. You know, it's gonna obviously cater towards different ideas. When you see that kind of idea, the BB, Mortis, and Daryl, like, it just brings it into a new lease of life. So I was just pleased to see that, if nothing else.
So we're moving on. It's center stage next. Just to remind you guys, because the bans are not the normals, it is Brock and Rico banned out by SK Gaming, and Meg and Nanny banned out by Clash. I don't think that's going to make too much of an impact, certainly on this map. So we're probably going to be coming into this one. Remember, Max is obviously available. We know that Max and other Bruiser is ready to go. Just a replay of the highlights from a moment ago. This was when they actually had the lead, stole that lead away. But I don't think at any time Clash sort of came in as a unit. It was more of a, we're going to have fun with this one.
Yeah, they definitely came in with a strategy in mind, and it could well have paid off if they'd been able to just make a little bit more of a well-timed pacing between it. That was
like
the thing,
he going in there, yeah, like he went in before anything there, but yeah, that was the way. That almost worked, by the way. They almost trapped Lineage in the corner with the hedge there. That almost paid off for them. SK Gaming, no surprises, picking up the kills and the damage there because of Clash trying something out, That's what they can afford to do in these games. They're both the number 1, 2 teams. And in terms of who's going to be going through, you know, Clash are going through as the number seed, regardless of what happens here in their matchup. So, as I say, we move on to center stage, over to the Brawl Ball setup, and we could.
Primary opportunity to have some difference, and you know, again, when we see these two teams go out and play up against each other, they know how to make the meta work for them in whatever form they want to go about it. So I feel like, you know, going into our next map, then the way things are going, center stage, you know, Max is going to be a pretty decent thing to have. Ultimately, I just don't see that not being played here, especially by Clash, because Clash really do like their fast-paced games. I think Spike as well is a great thing to have on the defensive side as well. But no, ultimately, I think that actually Meg will make a bit of difference being banned here, because we've seen again SK playing it time and time again earlier against Mood, and we saw the results that it can achieve in that side as well. So I think that ban could be quite crucial here to have. What else do we have? We had some. We had the Brock as well, didn't we? And we also had the Rico as well. So yeah, Nanny obviously not going to be seen here, but those two bans, actually those 3 bans, I think are pretty relevant in this stage.
Well, I mean, I've seen Jetten playing Rico on Brawl Ball a bunch of times, very well as well, very strong on it. We'll see. Also, whether we're going to see Clash sticking with these 3 players as well. We should also mention that, because obviously Yoshi's not played yet, I think. I think I've seen Yoshi yet. Yeah. It has been the old traditional setup from Clash. Let's have a look what they bring to the table. Here we go into Brawl Ball. Ash, of course, we forgot to mention Ash. Ash is available. Ash Frank Poco coming out for SK Gaming, but it is countered pretty well, isn't it? By the Spike and B and Sprout. That is well read by Clash this time out.
Yeah, gotta say, I mean, it's a great idea to bring out, but at the same time, when you've got a B there, it's gonna be struggle for SK. That is a very quick and early goal, and again, I don't like their odds. I've got to be honest with you. You're countered by the Spike as well as the B and the Sprout there for control. I think SK have got a nice, interesting idea for a combat, just at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's been well read. The thing is that, like, it's not unusual for. Oh, hello, Skyrix. Is he going to be able to walk it over? Yes, he is. Well, okay, game on, 1 apiece. And as I was saying, you know, it is a comp that they've pulled out multiple times. You know, once that Poco is available, they do go for that Bruiser comp in a Brawl Ball. I think it's been well read by Roland Clash, the coach, to say, okay, we know they're going to bring this out, probably the first game. Let's bring something that's okay. Chance here to get the pass into Semantic. Not going to happen. Guille will put it away. Semantic has just about destroyed everything in and around that goal area, though.
I think that was a bit of a miss from SK. Normally, that ball would have shot to Semantic's feet as he slammed down the walls, and then he would have shot the ball in. But still, saving grace here. Jetson with the pass through, and that's going to be a SK goal regardless. They will take the first game of Brawl Ball, but I was surprised. I think the Clash could have done better, actually, with the comp that they had. They had a great amount of countering ability towards the Frank and the tankiness of the Ashe as well. I think they could have done better there, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I didn't think SK were going to win that one. I got to be honest. Yeah. I thought he'd been completely countered by Clash. I was very surprised to see them coming out. But once obviously that, once they do get pinned in, like here at the time, you're just thinking, okay, well, this is going to be job done, isn't it? Easy stuff. But once that cover started being taken away, and it was Skyrix got around the back there, managed to get on them. I'm a little concerned that I saw Clash stop. I'm a little concerned that maybe the server's playing tricks on us, which I hope not, because obviously we've had the update today, so I was hoping everything is all fine and dandy. I guess we'll hear from the players if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they'll check in and let us know. No doubt about that, because yeah, any excuse to replay it out and string on the evening for sure. But yeah, I think, you know, again, I like the idea of the tanks being in a good place right now, and definitely with the Poco available here, you've got to be very, very cautious around that as a prospect, and B might not be enough to be able to counteract that, as much as it brings me to my knees and makes me want to cry. But I still feel like the anti-tank is the way to go. I feel like that, to be honest, you know, AC Milan Clash could have done better to work with what they had. They just had to take down the pace a little bit of the game. SK wants to be quite aggressive in their pushes and to make that momentum more in their favor. So I think that I don't think SK will take the risk again, to be completely honest, because I think that they know they got a bit lucky in that respect.
Yeah, I think they'll be switching it over. We may even see the Max come out or the B for themselves on the Spike. We may see something very similar, you know, possibly the M's to throw in there, just in case there is a possible Bruiser sort of turnaround on them. With Ashe available, obviously, we should mention that, because Ashe has been banned out so much. We just haven't seen too many comps with Ashe involved in, because he's just perma-banned. It is going to be the Spike B and Stu coming out for SK as expected. They do turn into things around, so the mirror match is on.
Yeah, I think this is the wise call for SK, because again, you know, just taking things back down to that range-based gameplay. Oh, let's pick up from Semantic. He can push through this. Wow, that's a great play from Semantic, and the ball was there for the first goal in about, what was that, 13 seconds?
Well, I mean, he pretty much 1v3'd them there, Semantic. He just went through, took down Lene across the Guille, and then finished Chaos off. So solid stuff from Semantic. He has took a beat in the first, though, but that's obviously built up the super. You can see Jen did throw it down there just to keep Guille at bay here. Now it's a case of what Semantic going to do this time. He's going to get Lene down again. That's the problem. And this is a real worry for Clash here. This could be a quick 2-0 as Skyrix comes through looking for that super shot. Oh, Lene off the line in time. And Skyrix doesn't make it work.
I don't know what the hesitation was there. You kind of just got to go for that and commit to it. If the idea is to go for the shot, just go for the shot at the earliest possible moment and just pray that no one's going to make the line. But I think he wants to kind of see on the line how close someone was to coming in from the respawn, and it cost him dearly. I wonder whether Clash now can make a response here as Lenan gets to pick up pressure onto Skyrix here, and the Mantic's got to come to help the situation. Does so very nicely. She gets behind the whole situation, keeps everyone low. That should be enough to do. Oh no! Chaos!
Ooh, is he going to hold them off? He has. The respawns are going to come through as well, just in time. Are they going to have... Yeah, they saw that super coming a mile away, but now it's going to cause some problem. Are they going to try and get the shot in? No. They will be able to get out of the line, but how can they deal with Guille? There's the ball coming through. Jet will just clear that away into the corner, back into Guille's path. They got them pinned in at the moment, but Semantic takes him down, gets the super pass away. Now Lenan's got to get the pass into Chaos. He should be able to get the angle. Yes, he does. It's all square one apiece with 30 seconds to go.
I was worried there for Lenan. I thought that super was perfect to have for the pass there, but he actually went to dash into the ball. Worked out either way. So, unfortunately for Clash, they got a second chance with this one, and with 15 seconds until overtime, all this bush and all this cover will be going swiftly down.
Pressure.
Yeah,
I tell you what, if Lenan's in trouble at the moment, he's getting pinned in the corner. If he goes down, you can see it's going to happen. He's going to get chased in. He dodges out of it. That's a beautiful play. Went defensive, pulled Chaos into it, and the overtime comes in. And SK on 1v3. The respawns will come through, but the ball is in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to keep the pressure on now as Chaos looking to land some of these shots, but missing a couple here. Lands one to ScarX now, so that's an amplified shot. Second chance to hit, and he misses now. This is a great chance if SK can push this through to get the ball forwards. Super to hand for Jetson and for ScarX, and there's a takedown there on Lenan as well. So everything working in SK's favor here. If they can just keep this chokehold coming through and land a couple more shots, they should be able to get a goal here.
Man, I tell you what, these spikes are incredibly accurate with their throwing. It's scary to watch. You know, the Stews, you know, both Semantic and Lenan, absolute godlike Stews, but they are struggling at the moment. Jet doing a fantastic job, and Guille, and with obviously Semantic down, we're close to a tie. 13 seconds to go. Will there be a takedown to come through here? We one of them commit for it. It may be a case of SK can go for it because they know the ball's not really in the situation. That's why Jet throws the super down. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's going to have a tie game. We're going to another match.
Oh, I don't know. At the beginning of that, I thought that SK was just going to seal it quickly. It just felt like the momentum was not going on their favor. But as soon as Clash started to realize, hang about, we're about to go down here. And this is our mode. Brawl Ball is our mode. They started to fight back really well. I think towards the end, it was the right call. Just settle for the draw. Get to the next game and start fresh and bring the goal line back to 0-0. I think that's the wise call for them. And could have gone another way very easily. It really could.
Semantic at the start of that was absolutely godlike. It's great to see, like, these players, everybody has their own moments at the moment in these games. It's so good to watch here. Very surprised to see Clash couldn't get the goal in here. You know, Lenan into Chaos, gets that one there. But yeah, I think there was a moment just after that once they cleared. I thought they were going to get the goal in quick and easy as the cover went. But we're going to be going back into it. Same match setup as they tied in that one. And we'll see if it comes out. Semantic Lenan, I've been watching this one eagle-eyed. It is magnificent to watch.
Yeah, it really is the battle of the stews. I think Semantic, for me, at least in my opinion, has a little bit of an edge. I just feel like every play that I've watched him on the stew side this year has been phenomenal. But at the same time, we know that Lenan likes to be aggressive with his brawler choices, so definitely nothing of harm there. But a great amount of takedowns here. Complete team wipe, in fact. ScarX with the super pass. Semantic there in play. Perfect goal again in the first 28 seconds.
Yeah, that was Clash. They led into that one. They tried to go aggressive. You see Chaos tried to get around the side there, but the problem was Lenan had just been taken down by Semantic at the same time, gave Semantic the chance to just burst on through. Not a lot Chaos can do in that situation, so real aggression paying off there. Jet's trying to do the same at the moment. Some good aggression coming out. They're trying to focus onto Chaos. It's not working out. Guille gets away with absolutely nothing. The chance here, I was looking at Semantic. I wonder if he was thinking about the angle there. Instead tries to bait Lenan into this one. They have to be defensive now as Guille tries to creep around that left side, but keep your eye on Semantic. He's not done yet. Keeps on popping off around the side. That's going to be Lenan down. All sorts of problems. Chaos can't hold on. The pass should come through, but no, the respawn from Guille should hold on.
Yeah, I think the wise call just to bring it back there. There's no wall breaker at the moment unless the Stu can come into play from Semantic on the respawn, but they need to break through that mid to have a bit more of a channeling there, but no reason to rush it. Ultimately, there's 1 minute left remaining. Pocket the ball, get the control back, and keep things going in your favor. At the moment, Clash have got one super to hand. It's on the left-hand side there with Guille, so now Chaos has finally got his. This could be a play to make. It's a great landing shot onto Semantic on the right-hand side there, so Clash is now going to push this one through, and Semantic is fighting back hard.
Jen goes down. That's Guille putting the pressure on Semantic. It has to get something through here. Does go take it down. This should be a goal for Clash, but where's the ball? They got to get in the corner there. ScarX back on his feet. Jet goes aggressive. Guille actually chumping through that one, and that's going to be a goal on the line. 30 seconds to go. Here we go. I love watching these two teams fight.
I'm getting deja vu at the minute, but the aggression definitely coming a bit more from Clash now. ScarX has got the amplified shot in the mid, so looking to connect it. Missed the first one. He's got one more left here. Can't miss this next one, otherwise, yeah, there's a bit of pressure now to be able to return it. But look at that. Everyone from Clash focusing now on ScarX, knowing that he is the weakling in the position he's in. That is a very important takedown. 4 seconds left to go. If Clash get into a position here, SK are in trouble.
Oh, Semantic managed to come on top against Lenan, but there's going to be a super shot possibly, but they didn't have anything charged up. Chaos manages to get it forward there. You can see ScarX has to be defensive. Sorry, Jet does. He goes down. Semantic back on his feet. He's got to dodge as much and everything that comes his way. They don't really have the time to hold this one up. It looks like Clash should be able to push in and make this an even game. It is going to be. We are tied up at 1 apiece. Oh man, these guys, they are so even at the moment.
It's so closely matched, isn't it? It's kind of nice to see it go back to a bit more of that kind of matchup as we've seen again. Like SK struggle a little bit. I would like to see the streak be broken on the side of Clash. I'll put that out there yet again. I think this is the best chance that we're going to see for it, in all honesty. But although Blood Diamond has still got the match later to come today against Clash as well, I was kind of questioning myself in that prediction as well. But I think that if Skyx had just managed to land that final shot, then they may have been able to string out the clock for a little bit longer there. The ball was pocketed in a really nice way, so if they'd just been able to hold on a little bit longer, there was still some life left in there for SK, but they hang on so successfully well. You've got to hand it to them.
Yeah, this bit here, I thought they were going to get the second goal here. I honestly did, but I think Chaos catching Semantic off there, I think that was basically what saved them the goal, because it should have been a quick 2-0, but it wasn't the case. All right, okay. Do we see any changes? I don't think we do. I don't think we see any changes. I think they are loving this skill matchup at the moment, and I'm loving the skill matchup. I hope you guys at home are loving the skill matchup, because these players are absolutely performing right now.
Yeah, I think it's too high risk to change. Right now, the pace, it feels right. We've seen that first game be a draw and have to go through to the next game. So very, very close, in all honesty. I think that both teams are going to be liking their odds here. If they take a risk, it's going to be a real tough time to do it, considering the scoreline. So there are options. I just think that this is probably the safest pair of hands for the moment.
Yeah, let's see. We're waiting for them to set back up. We're still all set on center stage. Just to remind you guys, Brock, Rico, Meg, and Nani were banned out. So obviously, a number of options. If they wanted to switch to maybe an Ash and risk it, get in there with some sort of speedy bruiser comp with the Max, you could switch that in there. This could be the time to try and cover it. But the problem is they are up against a Spike that is and a B that is very anti-bruiser comps. Why we saw SK pulling out the first game, but it worked for them. Somewhat surprisingly, it did work for them. So I wonder if SK are now having the discussions saying, you know what, it still worked. Even though we were countered, it worked. Maybe we could go back to that sort of Frank Poco setup to make it work once again.
I would like to see the Max come out. I've got to be honest. I think there's nothing more exciting than watching Max in Brawl Ball. So I do hope that someone dares to go there. I think that I feel like if the Bees stick around, then tanks are going to struggle still. I think that, again, with Poker there as well, who's not banned here, I think that, yes, that does bring something of an element to the tanks and their options and how they might fare in this circumstance here. But I can't go, me, Demon, I can't go against my B. Like, B is just going to be able to be more able to slow down the situation, have the amplified shots if you're connecting them. So I've still got to hand it to the anti-tank methods here.
Yeah, I know you love your B. I know you love your B. Is there a possibility in Ems could squeeze out? I mean, at the moment, I think if you were to switch to Ems and you're up against a Stew, then you might be in a bit of a sticky situation yourself. So that in itself is probably a risk. Let's talk about Amber, possibly. Maybe a change in there, sort of maybe start to torch some of that grass away and that cover away.
It would be a great thing to have. Yeah, that grass is obviously, a great thing to have when you're running those tankier options. So getting rid of it, I'm not against it. I'm not necessarily for it, simply because of the Stew. I mean, I think that if you've got something like Semantic on you, it can be so hard to realistically do much, when you're being aggressed in that way. I think that the safest bet is for them to carry on doing what they're doing. If they're going to be starting, I think they've got to have Stew. Semantic's not changing away from that. So I think that obviously on the other side of things, Clash have got to have Stew to counter Stew. It's going to be really hard to do much about that side of things. I think that you kind of have to have the B just in the eventuality that you've got any tanks coming in. And then as well as the counter to the Max, when you're having that speed, what's better to have? Well, you want to have a slowdown for the B side. So I don't see this comp changing. I worry for the team that does. I hope that someone does, because I like to see obviously a bit of variation in the comps. But yeah.
I mean, I would hope so. Okay. Pedro and Roll, you're obviously having a lot of discussions right now with your teams. If we don't see any changes coming out with all this delay between games, then I would be quite upset if they come back out with the standard mirror match again. But, it's the mind games, right? It's like, they're taking a while, so maybe they're changing the comp. So they could be coming out with this. And so should we change the comp to go back to this and this? It's like, I love the mind games that goes in between games, because I mean, you can be outdrafted. It's as simple as that. You get outdrafted and suddenly you get a full counter comp against you. We saw it with Mood earlier. Mood pulled out a full counter comp on SK and they did manage to pick up a game from it. So it can work for you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, definitely takes a keen mind in terms of the meta to be able to figure out what you're going to be playing. I think we are having some Discord issues actually for SK as well, so that would explain a little bit about the delay on their side as well. So we're getting the benefit of the doubt. I mean, again, I still think we're going to see the same comp coming in, but yeah, obviously if they can't communicate with the admins, then that's an issue we've got to solve before they can go in either way. So
nah, we don't need to talk to them.
wow.
All right, it's just. No, I don't think they'd use any. I know SK do love to bring a Shelly out. This is what I was thinking. I just had that small thought, maybe break the cover, but I'm not sure they're going to risk it. I think we're probably going to see the same comps out. Let's have a look. They're going to get ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on Brawl Ball. We're tied at 1 apiece in sets, 1 apiece in games, and it is absolutely the same comps.
Well, actually, it's the Sprout mids instead of the
it's the Sprouts, the double Sprouts.
So both teams saying exactly the same
Sprouts,
thing. Yeah, kind of interesting that they both thought exactly the same thing and want to go for more control-based stuff. But I prefer the B, D-man. I'm just going to say it, but let's see. Let's see. Either way, it's the mirror matchup, so it's going to come down to skill.
The mirror matchup, and it is a bombardment at the moment. The hedges are everywhere. At the moment, Clash up running the pressure in. In comes the Semantic. Blocked out with a hedge, probably frustrated by that as well. We'll just punt it forward and maybe go looking for Lenan. Is he going to try and chase Chaos? Who's his focus going to be at the moment? Clash are doing a great job of bombarding SK, and the danger is once you're against these double throws, once you do get pinned in like this, it's really hard to get out.
Jetson doing his best, but look at that. So much ability to control the situation for Clash, and I think there was an attempt for a wall there. I couldn't tell. I think a wall went no. Scratch still got super, so not quite enough time to do so, but either way, Clash get the early goal, and things are starting to change in terms of the types. It's normally SK that start off with that really aggressive early goal. This time it's Clash.
Yeah, Semantic's getting frustrated by this. He doesn't want to use his wall break on the hedge. But he is in a good position to get a pass through. Oh, look, I think Skyrus was looking to go and try and get that cheeky pass through. Jetna has the super available. He can get this pass through. There's the pass into Semantic. He has got his super available. Instead, he's just going to line it up, and they're just going to completely decimate the line. And now SK coming into this, they all have the supers available still.
Absolutely disgusting from Semantic. Again, like you mentioned earlier about it being a close match between Lenan and Semantic, that is why I had to side with Semantic, just because of that. I mean, he was literally 3-1-1 the entire situation, got the breakthrough at the right time as well, and he's not done yet. Let's see whether Jetson can do anything about it to support Semantic. Oh, sorry, Scarex there. Can't really do much for the moment, so this is going to be a bad spot for SK now with Clash going for the push.
Jetson's done a great job to get into the corner and survive is the main part. That hedge going down, actually, I think he's helping SK more than anything at the moment. Semantic will put the ball away, is going to hang on for now, but I think he should get dealt with unless he can finish and dive into Lenan there. Lenan was taken low. Great work from Skyrix to push on that left-hand side as well, but now the time is going to run down and the growth will remove. And suddenly in overtime, we are in open territory, and Clash are 1 man up. No, he got the same one at the same time. Sorry, it was a 2v2.
Now, Sprout down in the mid for a bit of cover, but Semantic's healing in this time as well, which I don't
well, this
like.
This is where the Stews could come into their own, right? Finally, all that massive amounts of cover that Semantic's been struggling with to get past his hedges. This is where it's going to come into his own. But it's Lenan at the moment with the super.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got to be making the good use of it. You kind of want to have a little bit on the defensive as well. Skarik's so very low here, so can be forced back. No ability to use Gadget there for Garden Mulch. Obviously, the bushes are down for that. So definitely the Sprout's going to have that wall as a bit of a protective measure, but no healing on the other side of things as well. Jetton's still getting chipped away by Gear on the left-hand side here as well. That's not going to fare well at all for SK. 10 seconds left, though. I think they've got enough time to be able to defend this.
They're getting pinced in. It's getting a bit scary. Semantic goes aggressive. He's got to hold them at bay, and they're just going to kick the ball away with the super, and that will keep it tied. What a piece again. We're going into another game. Game 5 coming up here on Brawl Ball.
Why not? Why not? You know, like get SK and Clash together and just play out on Brawl Ball. We can do it all day long.
They're just getting ready for the finals, right? The finals will be BO5, BO5. So you know they're just getting practice for it. That's all.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know whether we're going to see Sprout again. I don't know whether it was as effective as the B myself. But either way, both teams clearly showing that they are inside each other's minds in that same way, because they made it work. This is the moment. Semantic here, honestly, did so well to lead towards that goal. But again, it keeps going down to overtime and it keeps going into a draw. So someone is going to have to break the trend soon, otherwise we could be here for a while.
Yeah, I do feel that Guille is sort of slightly overpowering Jetton, I think it's safe to say there. With the spikes, it's definitely working in his favor, I feel. Every time I look at that battle on the left side, it seems to be going that way. Let's get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. What a magnificent spectacle this is. We knew it was going to be a tough one, didn't we? They're both coming in, of course, same comps once again after the tie. So just to remind you, Spike, Sprout and Stu for both sides. Very early start here for SK possibly. Skyrix is going to try and run it here. He's going to quickly get focused on, but Semantic has taken down Lenan, and this is danger signs for Clash.
There really is. There's Semantic on the aggressive, and Chaos goes down finally. Guille's so low here, but trying to juke these shots as best he can. If the ball can come out here, great live plant there from Jetton to be able to tank those shots. My word, Jetton did well there because honestly, he was in a tough spot on that top left-hand corner.
Pressure early on from Clash. This is from SK, sorry, on Clash. This is what we've been expecting. It's what they've been showing throughout. They love to get that quick early goal. And now we see Lenan trying to break through. Get onto Skyrix, but it doesn't work out. He's been caught out. That's going to unleash Semantic to go for it. He goes hunting onto Chaos. Chaos trying to sidestep back forward. Not going to work out. He goes down. Skyrix just got to keep the spike in check. I think he's snuck down the bottom left here. And that's what he was waiting for. So he will regain control of the ball. I think a little discussion. They were just waiting for Jet to get back up there. And yeah, I think they're going to try and defend this.
Well, good takedown from Jetton, but then Chaos comes in for a takedown of his own. If Semantic can do anything about this, it will help out greatly. As Skyrix would probably prefer to heal in this position here, to be fair. And like, yeah, reserve a gadget. So that's a great spot. Semantic doing a lot of work, and Jetton now coming in to the mid as well. Nan has got that super there for probably the breakthrough as well. There it is. And Semantic able to juke away from it with the gas to heal up along the way. So nice wall though. Not going to get here on the other side of it, but the thought was definitely there for Skyrix.
I think the respect, you know, they considered pushing for the 2-0, but I think they're just saying, you know what, let's just hold our lead. That's what's going on here. 40 seconds and counting. Unless there's a specific situation where they get the wipe. And the fact that SK put that ball into the corner immediately tells me they want to hold this one out. 30 seconds of counting here. Skyrix taken very low. Chaos putting the pressure down. Will get him picked off, but he trades back and forward. Semantic is low at the moment. The pressure coming in. Jet can't do anything about this one. Guille, nice use of the lifeline dimensions to get the pass into Lenan. Lenan at the moment can't get that ball in the box, so 13 seconds and counting. SK just got to sit on the line. They throw down the hedge and they got to break through, but there's nothing they can do to get in there. The Nan just has to sit and wait. 2 seconds to go. Oh, it's back on and it's painful for Clash, but it's SK that close it out.
See Nan scrambling, trying to get a super, trying to get something off of SK there. And SK like just, nope. Not gonna happen. Like, we know exactly what you want to do. We're just gonna leave you there to squirm. Oh dear. I think towards the end, maybe, I don't know, I'd have to look back, but I mean, that may have been a chance to score. I think that the walls went down before the clock was over. It's very tight to call, but either way, it was a very unfortunate end for Clash there.
Yeah, the line was enabled, right? I think it went down like a split second before. I don't know if you'll see it in the replay, but we had to get a glimpse of it in a sec. No or not. We're just going to get baited by the replay man. 50 kills for Clash. I think that tells the story. They did have control, but they just couldn't get the goals in. SK were a brilliant job defending. Again, they got that quick early goal. And from the minute mark, they'd already chose to defend. They put the ball into the corner and said, okay, we're just going to hold out.
I think that was the wise call, in all honesty, especially with how long it was getting drawn out. Both teams were being very stubborn in that same respect. So I think that was the wisest way to play it. I mean, ultimately, you know, that's a lot of scoreline for one set of brawls. So, yeah, I think that was the wise way to go, ultimately. But what I've got to say about SK is that they are playing so much better this time round than we've seen them previously against Clash. They are putting up a lot more resistance. They look like they're actually putting up a bit more of a fight now, and it's a great thing to see.
All right, we're moving on. It's Hot Potato up next, and I'm very interested because obviously Rico being banned out, it would have been a brawler 100% used here, I think. The Brock, Meg, and Nanny all banned out. We do know we got obviously the Buyer and the Ash in there. Now this I mean, it is a potential. We could be seeing Edgar's flying in there, something like that. Oh, we've already seen Clash pulling out the BB and the Mortis twice already from the Nan. What is going to happen here in Hot Potato? Obviously, without the aid of, say, the Rico in there, probably possibly looking at the Barleys maybe once again, sort of to take a hold of one of the channels. But where else do we go? Do we go with the Bells, the Byrons? What are we looking at?
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, Clash might try something a bit crazy. They are liking at the moment that kind of BB and Daryl idea, at least in pit stop. I don't know whether the Rico band's going to be enough to draw it out of them here. Maybe not. I think Egger's probably going to be a must for me. You could combine the Ruffs and the Bell kind of idea, which we've seen develop a little bit more recently, and just kind of with Griff to break open everything as well. So there's definitely options. But yeah, for me, I like to keep things traditional on Hot Potato for the most part. I think, you know, Egger, you've got to bring that in for me, at least. I think Bell will be a good thing to have, because at least you can side the Bell with any kind of comp. If it's the Ruffs comp, then you got the Bell there, and if not, you can just pair it with the Egger as well. But Barley is a bit of a risk, simply because if you do run against that kind of Griff wall breaking idea with the Ruffs, the superiority star power, getting rid of all the cover, then you know you kind of want to have something to hide behind as a Barley. So again, with the Eggers potentially rife, that's a high risk product to have. So I think you know, that's just something to consider there.
Yeah, absolutely. Friend of mine, obviously for SK, this is the chance to take it 3-1. This is a chance to get their dominance back, I guess, if you were. Which, obviously, while we're talking about the fact in terms of qualifications, it doesn't mean anything. But in terms of mind games, going back in towards those finals, you know, I think we could probably say there's an 80% possibility they face each other in the finals. You know, that's almost certainly on the cards. Yes, of course, you know, it's not a done deal, because Navi have beaten SK already once. Blood Diamonds have beaten SK already once, and Blood Diamonds are about to play Clash as well. But in terms of mind games back and forth between these teams, these guys have faced each other countless times throughout the year, and it has been SK that have come out on top more often than not. And for Clash to beat them earlier in the league in a convincing fashion, I think this is sort of SK's way of sort of saying, hey, don't forget about us, guys. We are still the best.
I think that's a really good point. You know, going into the finals, you want to be able to have something over your opposition, whether it's a previous scoreline or just a recent run-in, something to be able to have as a little bit of doubt in the back of their minds. And this could very well be it for SK. If they are able to break this win streak of Clash, then it's definitely going to change the way that Clash approach that and how they go in with their mindset. So I think that SK have got to relish in that. I think that they've got to really wrap this up here. Hot Potato is a good map for them, I feel. It definitely caters towards them. The Rico ban, though, may change that a little bit. They do like to run Rico and Edgar and combine the two and have that really, really solid mid and lane side going on. How it's going to affect them, we've yet to see. I would like to see kind of like how the comps are going to fare, and whether we're going to see that kind of Ruffs idea. It's going to be Bo coming out for Skyrex. Okay, that is like a SK special right there, and it is going to be the tanky idea coming from Clash. Not going to be the BB, but the Bull combined with the Poco and that Daryl.
Yeah, this is an interesting one here. So they got to deal with the Edgar around the back at the moment, but Guille got to try and get in. Lenan doing what he can. I mean, how much damage a Poco can do on the safe, but he's doing enough. Let's put it that way. And there's a bit of a base trade with so much, but Bulls just comes piling back in there. Chaos going to get the damage down, but doing a good enough job to keep it in their favor right now. So SK Gaming up against it here as Clash. You know, this is kind of what we were talking about, right? These interesting comps. This is a map, especially with the Rico out of there. It definitely opens it up for these interesting comps to come through. At the moment, it's looking great for Clash, but they have to be defensive here. Semantic putting the damage down, Jet from far, and now it's very even, 12-12. Which way is this one going to go? Clash managed to get the wipe out here, and if they get the super, they can charge on in there. That's what Chaos is looking for. Guille's got the super available. They have to defend, and now they can just power back in there. 3% and counting. Have they got the damage down? Yes, they're going to come in, and SK will fall to Clash in a very tense spot.
Oh my goodness. Oh my word. One more barley bottle was all I needed. You can see the desperation of SK there, trying to get something on the mines, just a connection towards the end. They just wanted something. I think they could have gone in with the Edgar myself. I think that if they just played it a little bit cautious, they may have been able to reach that final percentage. But again, it was a smart idea from Clash. Bring out the tanks, go in super aggressive, but they did what they had to do early on. It wasn't a late game plan. It was very much an early game plan, and they put the time where it was needed. Gave SK a real difficult problem on the defensive there.
So let's talk changes. I'm pretty sure the bow's going to change away. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I know SK like to play the bow here, but I feel they need something to either smooth out the just sheer power. I mean, actually, to be fair, bow's pretty good against the ball. So I don't know. I mean, what do you go for? Do you go all in, which I fear we might be seeing here? I think both teams are just going to go all in and commit.
I really see why not. I mean, ultimately, if that is Clash's idea, then I think you kind of got to match it on some level. But I think this is where the Rico ban was quite key. And that was actually SK's ban. So realistically, I think that it's kind of almost catered only towards what AC Milan Clash like to do. They like to go with Daryl. It's no surprise at this point in time. They've brought it out a couple of times now. Ball as well, not surprised to see it. The Poco as well, bit of a risk, but one that paid off. But it was close. I think the bow, I don't know. They seem to like it. They seem to really vouch for it. Whenever they bring it out, they don't tend to steer away from it. So I'm with you. I hope that they do and reconsider it. But I think it works pretty better than the Bell, actually, on some level. I think that they were actually doing pretty good at keeping Clash a little bit at bay. They got the Barley up at the top of the map, and they were getting good value from the Edgar. So it wasn't a bad comp to go with. I think they could have had a lot more of a trouble with it than what they did, actually. So I don't know. I mean, it's a risky thing to change. And it wasn't that far off from actually working for SK.
I love the fact that they brought this out on Hot Potato, ordinarily like almost a snipey map, where Pit Stop is where we normally get these crazy games. But as you say, with that Rico and Nanny, don't forget, taken out, it has changed it. And SK do indeed go for it. It is all in, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Going in with the Colette. We haven't seen Colette for quite a while, actually, to be fair. And just going to dive on in there. The Edgar around the backside. And Clash bringing the same to the table. I think they might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Well, I'm pleased that they kept the egg, because I think that was getting some great value, and bringing in balls kind of interesting as well. Colette is daring, but I also understand the reason why, and ultimately if Skyrax can keep cycling this one through and trying to get the lineup shots here, and look at that, he's doing exactly that, and just continuously doing what he needs to do here. Semantic home scot-free on that safe again. This is working out so well for SK.
Yeah, just going to keep on getting all that damage down, and there's not a lot of Poco can do about an Edgar there. You're surely going to have that respawn potential, but look at that, Semantic just dominating. But look at the charge that Clash had there. They did get a lot of damage down, but this is going to be SK picking this one up, but they can't stop too much more here. 4% and counting. Jetten's just going to run them to the corner. Yeah, he's ready to charge in. As soon as they get around the corner, he's just going to go, brrr, there we go, straight through the side. And he should be able to get the shots in. Chaos doing a great job of body blocking, but in comes Semantic, and it will be SK equaling things up one apiece again.
I love that from Jetten. Far too often we see teams just kind of go straight in because they can see how little needs to be done, and they don't wait, or they don't heal, they just go straight for it. It's so often seen by the opposition, and you get shut down for it, and that can be a turning point that gives them some momentum enough to get a push. Why not? He's got all that cover there, just sit there. You got super. He actually also veered it a little bit off to the left, so that was not going directly onto the safe there to have any body blocking come into effect. And Skyrax, again, just knowing full well that the Colette was a bit of a risky pick, I felt, but he knew that he had to line up so much of that and to get his value in. Keeping the Echo smart, I think SK played that, honestly, perfectly.
Yeah, very well done. So the all-in committal now. Do the teams think, okay, I mean, obviously, I think we're probably going to see the Poco switch away. Do they think, okay, let's go full aggression and match them and go full base race, which we've seen both teams doing pretty mental. Bearing in mind, we're on match point here for SK now. We should point that out. Or do Clash now go, do we go counter defense some way? It's going to be hard to stop them coming in. Or do both teams now think, okay, it's time to put the brakes on and go to a more traditional type comp?
Yeah, this is the thing. And if that happens, it's going to be a really odd point of the game because we've had just kind of tanks and bake races so far. So, I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I think you've got to keep Edgar. If Clash do bring out then the Barley, then you've got something to be able to counteract it. But you're going to be prepared for some sticky syrup mix along the way. Yeah, going straight in. Maybe it's going to be the same idea.
It's the same,
I mean, yeah, let's see what Clash is going to... Yeah, the rust is coming out. Sandy, though? I don't know about that. I've got to be honest. That's a weird one for me.
the Sandy and the Spike. So, you know, Clash have gone defensive, but I'm not sure. Let's see if it's going to pay off for them because they got to get some damage down here as well. The Sandy can get the damage on the brawlers on the safe, but look at that. 63% already down. Gear has took that mid control though, so taking that away from Skyrix. There's the Sandstorm. Now, okay, what can they do from here? They have got the range advantage, of course, but they've got to be careful about the pushes. Semantic gets in around the side. Jet goes for it, and they got, well, not a lot of value down this time around, and they are still holding that mid control. It's possible that Clash could pay this off.
I still do not understand this Sandy pick. I mean, it's doing something, but like, I don't know. The last time I was playing with Sandy and Hot Potato was in Power League, and I was instantly mocked by everyone that was spectating me in the game because it was like, what are you doing playing Sandy? It's like, it was a random doing it, but this is no random. This is AC Milan Clash. They've clearly got a strategy in mind, but I don't know. I just do not know where Sandy has come from here. It's working.
Just feel like Twitch chat mocking you right now. That's all it'll be. But I mean, it is working. It's paying off. 44 to 45. So very tight. There's the Sandstorm. Semantic is going to get around the backside, but you can see Chaos is just once again going to put that sand clouds on him. We'll be able to take him down. Jet comes out. Chaos has dealt with him. And look at this. SK in trouble. 9% and counted. Should they be able to finish it off? Not quite yet. And more importantly, they managed to flush out the Spike. This is all on SK now to try and work it out, but they can't get control of mid.
I'm going to say it. The Sandstorm is actually working out well, and that is going to be AC Milan Clash winning the set with Sandy on Hot Potato.
There you go. There you go. It's official, legit, guys. Go out and play it right now. You two might get mocked like Ark did. Yeah, I mean, honestly, as much as the Sandy Sandstorm, I got to feel it was the Spike. The Spike just held mid with the roughs in there. So at no point, SK were forced to go around the outside. They're forced to go the long way around. And at the same time, obviously, you're getting that thrower damage and Lenane putting the damage down. So really well worked. I mean, is that a roll masterpiece that's just come out there? I don't know.
I don't know what I just witnessed. I gotta be honest. I don't know what I just witnessed, but I mean, it did something. I mean, clearly, you know, SK couldn't just kind of get the shots that they wanted off because they had that unpredictability at play. But I don't know. I think that you're right. I think it was more about the Spike pick than anything else, realistically. And I mean, the takedowns would display that same idea. 26 to 14 of SK there, and you know, about the same in terms of the damage, but the kills being more verified by Clash was quite an important factor there. And 87,000 on the healing side, much more awareness around the ability to stay on their feet there. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I just don't know. I'm done. I'm finished.
Done.
Headset down, walk off. That's it. I think that's where it is. Right. It's all square to a piece again. Did we expect this to go the distance? Of course we did. It's a cute angle, and do not be surprised at double match point here on the gem grab. So let's talk gem grab. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Bans wise, will it affect them? Yes, a little, because Meg certainly would have been played here. Nani, Brock, and Rico, the other bans, but that Meg ban is massive, especially in terms of gem grab recently, has been a huge spectacle. So, a cute angle, what does that mean? We're probably going to see some Jeans in there, covering off the sides, some Leons going around the side as flanking, and then another, maybe a Bell to back it up.
Surprised we haven't seen
Byron, actually.
barely anything at max. Supposed to be Byron, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think Jean was a very safe pair of hands, Jean for the gem carrier side. And you're absolutely right. We would have definitely seen a Meg here. I think that ban is definitely going to be viable, you know, to have for this mapping mode in mind. Definitely, I think Brock. I think we've kind of seemed to have gone past the Brock as I mean, banned, but I don't think it would have been playable here really anyway, the way that we've seen today go down. So, throwers could be an option here as well, I feel. Like, definitely the Sprout could be an idea. To have Stu as well, potentially to be able to counteract that same idea, to be able to have some breakthrough, I think could go a long way as well. But it's definitely going to be interesting now with the lollipop drop nerf for Leon, because it's not going to be that kind of stalematy idea. There's going to be some visibility more so on the map than otherwise. So I think that's where we're going to go. I think aggression is going to be coming back. Spike as well could be a good shout too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, the thing is with the Q angle, it is a probably the trickiest gem grab map out there, because obviously it's all about the flanking capabilities. If you think of Black Sea earlier on. I don't think it was actually on this map or not. It was certainly, I remember him being an absolute nuisance on Leon, flanking around on the cute angle, because anyone, if you get around that backside, it causes massive problems. I love the fact that I assume whether SK are having more Discord issues, but whether a case this is a strong conversation being happening about team comps, which is what I prefer to think of, because these two teams have delivered in terms of entertainment. I mean, we say we've gone, 5 sets. I feel like we've pretty much gone, into the 6th set because of the amount of ties we had before.
Yeah, it's been a long battle between these two teams, but I mean, it wouldn't be anything but an El Clasico if it didn't go to the 5th and final, to be fair. Again, brawler picks can be very important here. They've got to make sure that they get this right. I mean, Clash want to retain their undefeated streak. SK want to break it. They want to be able to get inside the minds of Clash prior to the playoffs and really make them think through. Yeah, we're going to see the Sprout in mid for Chaos, and then for the Gene on the side of Skyrex as well. Leon, but only on the side of SK is quite a surprise here. Spike and Stu for Clash.
Yeah, the Sprout and Spike, the double thrower comp instead. I didn't even think about that. Ordinarily, we'd be seeing Yoshi on the Sprout as well. Chaos running it tonight. No Yoshi, it seems, but Skyrex sort of delicately going out and collecting that second gem, still left available for Chaos to get there. That's why Jetten's coming in to be aggressive, to buy the time for Skyrex to get forward. Does leave Jetten in no man's land, but will get away. They got the gem, and now it's down to SK. Look at that, the wall break comes in. Semantic goes aggressive, turns it back on the Nan. He has been phenomenal on Stu tonight.
Yeah, he really has. Dancing around the whole thing. He's got 2 gems in his pocket now. That's a very important factor here. The gems are split a little bit, so can't go as aggressive as he would otherwise like to, but ultimately, if he does start to go down, he can try to bring the gems back towards Skyrex. What he's trying to do there is get the pull here, potentially here for Skyrex. That also gets the takedown. Yeah, perfect from Skyrex there. Be careful of GA here. Jetson doing a great job from the top, though, and that's putting a ton of pressure back onto Clash.
Yeah, straight around. That's all the gems. That's going to collect them up, and that's the 10 count on. And Lenan is going to wait for the rest of his team. But the problem is with the double throw, it's very hard to go and chase them in the corner. And this is SK's game, I feel. Unless somebody gets caught off guard by a throw, which would be very surprised of at this level.
Yeah, ultimately, the gems are split in such a way where either Jetson or Semantic can go on the aggressive. That is a nice match point for SK. I feel like, we're going to see some changes on the Clash side. There's definitely options still available to them. They didn't look nearly as strong as they did there as we saw them in previous game modes. So SK looked like they were far more focused around the situation. Skyrex got some lovely pulls exactly when he needed to, and the support was always there from his teammates.
Yeah, and honestly, the synergy of the second Skyrex wanted to step forward and get a gem of someone going aggressive, be it Jet or Semantic around that side. They were just doing it in perfect coordination. Yeah. This is the SK that we've been used to seeing so many times. I think we're going to see the throwers disappearing here, maybe keeping the Sprout as the carrier, but I think the Spike is going to drop away. Possibly was brought in on the back of maybe expecting some bruisers out from SK, because it is a map that can work out for a bruiser comp.
And again, Clash like to ban the Gene. We saw time and time again that was their go-to ban, so they don't like obviously playing up against it necessarily. But I would advise that they drop the Sprout. It wasn't giving them really any value. They need to bring in a Gene of their own, or have something else like a Bell or something to have as something to keep more distance between themselves and Skyrex. I don't see SK sort of drifting away from that Gene idea. Clash are going to be really bold and just kind of cut their losses, go out there with some tanks and Poco. That's kind of their style, I feel, or the Mortis, or something really risky and daring. But time is running out for them, so if they're going to do it, they've got to do it now.
Well, here we go. It is going to be a small change. It is the Sprout going away and the Gene coming in, but it does mean they keep the Spike out there, so maybe just a little delicate, maybe expecting SK to possibly switch things up, but they've brought the same to the table. Why not? It works so well. And look at Jetten going aggressive. He is bullying Lenan at the moment on the Gene. So the fact that they pulled away from that Stu as well, with Chaos now on the Leon, is problematic, I would say. And SK have really strong control right now.
Yeah, this is honestly SK with sheer and utter dominance on the lanes, on the mids, and everything working so well together. But Chaos now lurking with that Invisi Hill on the right-hand side there. Jetson just looking to, protect Skyrex at all costs. They know where he is now, but for a minute there, it was all Bassins down on the hatches. Let's see now as, I guess, stuck through here, but Semantic's still staying firm at the top left-hand side here. Chaos, no, why not? Just stay there, be a pain, but they've got to deal with him, and they can't contest the mid. Semantic could bring back some gems, but they've got to deal with our Chaos now.
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation to have him collapse around the middle, and look at how low Skyrix just went there from Chaos. Semantic having to come back, but that's brought Guille in. He can flush Skyrix off that corner. Jetten's very low, but they do finally deal with the problem on the backside, but it's bought plenty of time for Clash now to get in. Can they pick up those remaining gems? Oh, Magic Hand misses there from Skyrix. Has to get the invis back down, and Jetten goes aggressive, going hunting for Lenan. Not going to pay off for him. Doesn't get down. Guille, in the meantime, took Semantic down on the left-hand side, but the Stew back on his feet. Very tight game.
Oh, the Magic Hand connected from Lenan. Oh, it's huge for Clash. And now this could well be going to match point. Match point, Jetten, the Invisi Hill in play, but I don't see any way that SK can get to these gems. What a steal from Lenan.
Oh, wow. Massive, massive moment. And we were talking about the fact they don't like to use the gene. And in fairness, they have banned it out for the majority of spring and fall Clash, so they just don't like to play against that gene. But you know what, Lenan, that is the pull that gets them onto match point, because it was key. But let's not forget the prowess and the presence that IKEA showed on that Leon there. He was a nuisance, and that's what caused the whole move to kick off.
Yeah, it was the perfect play. Ultimately, Clash, for me, was struggling until then. They really were. And, you know, if you can get behind the flow of the action, be a distraction, just keep surviving. Leon's great at doing that. If you're able to get a couple of shots off to own your super, you can be low in health, but then just continue to stay there. Just keep that rolling in. And it just meant that, you know, Skyrix couldn't get the gems from the mid. There was literally like 4 sitting there. I think 1 more to get on that countdown if he was able to collect them all. But they couldn't. They couldn't go into the mid because they knew that they had to deal with first like Chaos. So, yeah, it was a really smart play, and one that you don't tend to see very often happen.
And they get the spike in there, and honestly, the spike actually worked out pretty well. You know, we've been seeing Semantic popping off left and right on the Stew. Pretty quiet game for him that time around. Was pretty much locked down. Obviously, didn't have the Stew battle that he's been having with Lenan throughout the night. So definitely a nice change working out for Clash once again. And even brought a bit of rapping out from Ark here with the action distraction. I love it. I was trying to think of a third word, but I can't think of anything to go with it. So I decided to stop it dead there.
I don't mind that. I think it's probably for the best before we start bringing out all the
old man raps. Yeah,
boomer raps. Yeah, absolutely. Well,
So-
match point though. I mean, this is now how many have we seen of this happening? We've seen a lot of games go to 3-2 tonight.
Lot,
yeah.
I mean, we're running pretty late. It's at 12 o'clock. I did tell my fiance, don't worry, I finish early tonight. Yeah, forgot about the fact that it's SK versus Clash, didn't we? This one's gone on for a long time, and but this is the end. This is the end, my friend. This is the end. We are into the final game. We're just waiting for them to get it going, and you know, I'm all for them just taking a few moments to decide exactly where they're going to go. Are they going to risk it? Are they going to stick the same, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. The final game, SK Gaming versus Clash. Will SK manage to pick themselves up a win of Clash and destroy the invincibles that is Clash? And 12-0 so far. Can they make it 13-0? It is the same comps once again. The Rosa, though, coming out for Chaos instead. And that could be very interesting. Can they get to work on Semantic? No.
Flames are going to burn down this bush a lot as well. So Semantic is just going to be able to just continue supering around them. And that's going to deflate the ability for IKS to control this. I don't know about this. It's the big risk for Clash, but one that I feel is going to backfire hugely. I think this could well be the end of their winning streak. Not that I think they're going to mine necessarily, but it's still going to be huge if they do lose this, because going into the playoffs, it's something which is going to be on their mind, surely.
Oh, they managed to get down the gene of Lenan, and that's going to pull the gems away. It's all SK's way now. As Guille on the Pam tries to get aggressive, but this is a real tricky comp to try and chase down. And for Rosa, you know, Chaos is going to really struggle to cover that ground if they have to chase.
Well, 8 gems. I mean, we need a big pull from Lenan here. We saw in the last game. No reason to say that it wouldn't happen again, but he wants to push this gems. Be very, very careful here. Look how aware everyone is. Oh, it's a big pull there from Skyrix. That's 1 gem coming through. Countdown for SK. Missed pull from Lenan. That could be really, really disastrous, as now Clash has something here. They got nothing to hand, and that's surely going to seal the deal for SK.
The big pull comes through, and there's nothing they can do. Rosa, yes, he's got the super. Guille goes in. Auto fire all the way, but it's not enough to take them down, and it's SK Gaming breaking the invincibles of AC Milan Clash, and they will drop a game, and SK are back on top.
Nicely done. Gotta say it, I was wanting to see it. I didn't put it in my predictions, but I still wanted to see it, and the streak has been broken. Nice to see SK giving the best back towards Clash, because again, we were kind of missing that from this season. I feel like we've kind of had our kind of like circle of character development this season now between SK and Clash, and that's going to make it ever more exciting going in to the grand finals. Now we're going to see that consistently battle off that we tend to see with the El Clasico recurring once again.
Yeah, and honestly, I would just put it down, obviously not so much the skill between them, because they are very even, there's no doubt about it, but simply the comp, the comp just didn't work in that last game. Rosa change was a big risk, I would say, on acute angle, and the Pam to go with it. At no point did it look like it was going to work against SK there.
Yeah, I called it quite early because I just didn't feel like it was the time. Rosa here in the current meta, you've really got to pick the right map and mode. I don't think it's gem grab. I don't think it's a cute angle by any means. I think there's some other ideas, more rangy ideas to consider there. But yeah, congrats to SK. I'm pleased that they were able to turn things around towards the end of the season.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. Looking forward to see them in the finals. We have one more game tonight, and it should be a good one. I don't know how we follow that one, but it is going to be Clash up against Blood Diamonds in just a few moments. So see you then.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We had a very long-winded series, SK breaking the streak, and do you know what? I think we're going to have another on our hands. Yes, we are. It is going to be a very long evening, and I can't wait for this one. The two top Spanish teams are coming head-to-head between the likes of Clash and BD. On the line me is Ark again, here to finish off the evening, finish off the season really, if you don't include the finals. And yeah, we're going to see if Blood Diamond can also try and get another L for Clash. But still, it's going to be very, very tough for them here. It is going to be a long night for these guys. Of course, it's way past midnight now for the two teams, but I'm sure they're going to absolutely give it their all still. Anyways.
I just put the idea in my head now. Yeah, that's a really big prospect here. Like, if Clash lose, like, not just the streak, but 2 games in a night, is that going to be impossible? I mean, I don't know. I mean, Clash look honestly so good more often than not. So I've got to feel like they can pull this one out of the bag. Gear Chaos as well, Lanan and Yoshi. Curious to see what the roster will be going into this next game. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The last match was incredibly close, all the way down to the wire. I think Blood Diamond has still got a lot of work to do this evening. And yeah, Rafa Black's in Javi, no doubt about it. They got the skill to do it. But is it going to happen after that warm-up session? I think we can safely call it a warm-up for Clash, because as long as it was for us, they take that in their stride.
Yeah, there's warm-up in a scrim, and there's a warm-up in a tournament setting. The tournament setting obviously takes its toll on you a little bit more, depending on how you see it, really, you know, depending on the circumstances. Blood Diamond saw them beat 3X earlier on, and when I say early on, this was hours ago. This is when they played against 3X, but okay, these fans are looking good already. But first though, Purple Paradise, lovely, not a nice start here, followed by Center Stage, Nuts and Bolts, Parallel Blaze. Oh, and if it goes to pit stop, my goodness, that's going to be a slugfest in itself. But look at the bans here. Frank, Rico, interesting for Blood Diamond. And for Clash, we have Poco and the Meg. And it seems like they're not really too keen on the Meg overall. I can understand why they banned it in the last series, because Semantic, he does go absolutely off on one with the Meg, but it's going to stick with it anyway. And with the Frank being banned as well, you know, I can understand it to a certain degree, depending on which map it's going to be. Like, you know, it could be 2 maps where which Frank could be quite useful on. But yeah, it's bans we don't normally regularly see here, which is nice little flavour here.
Yeah, I like it. I was saying earlier that I don't know whether Frank is worth banning. Like, I understand the buff is favorable 100%. But I still think you can sort of get by with the good heavy anti-tank counters. As long as you got that Poco ban, I think they could have been maybe better off banning the Byron. But that's just me. I think it's a personal preference, really. Ultimately, every team has got things which they don't want to face. So it makes perfect sense that if Frank is that for Blood Diamond today as a result of that buff, and it is a decent buff, let's be honest. So then fair play to it. It's nice to see Rico getting some ban time today. I've got to be honest, it's the 2nd game in a row that we've seen it banned. And again, it's been such a staple diet in the meta for such a long time. So even just a little bit more, you know, of this kind of thing recurring since the balance changes, I love it. It's my favorite time when there's an update, honestly, to see some fresh new ideas being played, some brawlers getting banned out, which we wouldn't normally ever see, and now we're going to get a very different story developing now.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest of updates, but definitely made an impact across the board, has it, to some of these compositions, and may have turned things around a little bit on its head from what we see. I'm just wondering if they would have banned the Poco if they knew about the Frank ban. You know, there's obviously some question marks there, but again, we're going to see some maybe some weird, varied compositions coming out, which I wouldn't mind at all. But in terms of comps, though, it is Purple Paradise, of course. So we're probably going to see the usual. Probably going to see the Nani, probably going to see the Piper. Who is it we normally see as a third, who's also a staple on Purple Dice? Somebody, the Piper, the Nani, and I'm definitely missing a big one, and it's going to absolutely annoy me. Go on, say it for me.
Gene.
That's still see, it's a late night. I was just trying to remember something, but of course it is the Gene, just to try and make a bit of a difference. Exactly. So yeah, we're probably going to see this kind of comp go back and forth. We may see one change, even if we're lucky, but you know, it's very similar to Shooting Star, really, isn't it, in all fairness, or just about in a nutshell. But we'll see. You know, Blood Diamond, Dave Dean sitting there patiently, quietly in the shadows, just waiting to confirm exactly what's going to happen with that last series before they now try and take down Clash. And they could do, because of course they fell back on that loss. I wouldn't even really say they're going to be deflated in any way because they already got first seed. They're going to be pretty happy with that. I know they're not going to get the perfector, but in the day though, when they're against Blood Diamond, of course, they know each other very, very well, and I'm sure this is going to be an absolute slugfest here.
I think they're going to treat it like any other game, and same for Blood Diamond. I think they're going to be giving it their all. I think the Byron being available here could make a little bit of a difference in terms of the combo for Paradise, because it does open up some possibilities. And you know that's the thing to consider there. I still think, yeah, that traditional idea of that Gene, that Piper, and the Nanny definitely is a go-to here, but possibly we may see some Byron come out of the woodwork as well. But you know, again, you know, Blood Diamond very, very capable. I think that this is a great chance for them to really get tested by AC Milan Clash. Again, they looked very good today, but this really is like the big test for them. If they can come out of this one and be strong with it, they're gonna have the Twitch chat supporting them all the way, and the YouTube chat too. So expect the BDs all the way on this one. They've definitely got the fans behind them, but have they got the skill to back it up as well?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm being very impressed with Blood Diamond even before the season started and just how it progressed. And I was also very excited. But this team and FA were the two teams I was definitely keeping an eye on, and I've been impressed by both. We know that FA probably can't qualify now, but at least it was nice to see them really make a bit of a statement and an impact here. But let's have a look as we're going to start off with Purple Paradise, as we've already mentioned, and we're going to see how things are going to go between these two teams. And we're going to see the Brock actually. Do you know what? I completely forgot that Brock was even an option, because even when he hasn't been banned, he's not actually been used either on the odd occasion.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel about it. I was playing against a few Brocks today. It felt quite easy to juke the shots, and in the voice chat with some players, everyone was saying how much they enjoyed being able to juke Brock again. So I don't know how it's going to fare for Clash here, if I'm being completely honest. I like the fact that they got the heals there with the Gene. I think the BD have got the better combo at the moment. Let's see. There's a bit of a push coming in. The Peep is actually a good time for BD to be able to counter this. Does connect well, but not going to be a takedown there at all. From Chaos is going to connect a little bit, but not really enough to make a massive mark.
No, not yet. Blood Diamond still have that 1-star lead, but I love how they still continue to exert the aggression. The only problem is, though, after that, Clash will have that 2-star lead, and now managed to regroup quite nicely because they're already on the back foot. So Rafa now just looking to survive. Ali going to do the same thing, but does get a little bit of damage done here. They're just trying to feel each other out at the moment. We know it's still the first game, so they're just trying to feel each other out in each of these lanes here, but it's a matter of how Blood Diamond are going to try and make this push. They're waiting for one player just to overexert themselves just a tad, or just overextend here, as Gia could be the one to do it, and Rafa knows that it could happen, but he needs to hit his shots. He missed 2 there, but this is going to be an opportunity here. Ali does take him down, but the problem is Clash still have that blue star.
I gotta say, I love the fact that Rafa was like, we're not done yet. Let's get another kill. Stay in his position here, strong, but that is overstaying. You're welcome. Blue star back over there. The Temper Steel Star Power is really doing the justice for Clash. And yeah, that was the time. Realistically, they had a 2-star lead. They're going to come back, but yeah, Return to Sender going to be in play. I don't think it's going to be enough. That is going to be Clash taking the first game.
Yeah, that was very back and forth, but let's be honest, it's Paradise, Purple Paradise, so it's very, very standard, isn't it? And it was very close. They really put him on the back foot right towards the very end, especially the last 30 seconds. I think they were trying to get at least one more takedown before they could seal the deal. You can see they were getting a little bit over-aggressive there. I don't think they were playing greedy. I just think they wanted to seal it. They probably felt like they couldn't win with that 1 or 2-star lead after getting 2 of those takedowns onto Clash. So it is understandable. I don't think it's greed. I think it's just they're just trying to be a bit more cautious with their lead and just trying to do a bit more with it. And in the end, though, it will be Clash with the victory there in that first game. So already Clash already put a staple stone bet already. We're going to have to see if Blood Diamond respond to that.
I think Rafa should come back. I think he should just come back. You know, that was a great thing to get that additional kill. I do like to see that when, you know, I like to see a little bit of a lead, something to work with in the eventuality that you'll push back upon. But yeah, I think that was probably the time to be able to come back away from that very quickly. But yeah, I mean, fair enough. I think Clash will take out the Brock. I don't think they got the value they wanted from it. We saw even the ability to juke it going down the map. I can see that it was perfectly in line. You can actually kind of outrun almost Brock rockets now. So that was interesting to see. Obviously, it does bring the ability to be able to have the rocket rain and have some area spread. It's a dangerous thing, but I don't know. I liked the comp that BD were running better, to be honest.
Yeah, I do agree. Of course, for the Brock, there's no structures to really destroy. Okay, we know about the projectile difference from the update, but even then, though, I don't feel like it's necessary, really, is it? I'm not too sure the reason why they've done it. I'm sure that they've got their own reasons, really, to put a spanner in the works. But yeah, even having the Jane will probably fare better for them here, even though they did win it somehow.
I mean, it worked out well. Again, the
Yeah.
Clash are so good at just applying the pressure when it's needed, aren't they? And BD at that moment in time towards the end, just, you know, getting it. You got to be really. You got to think of when you get those moments against Clash, you've got to feel fortunate that you're able to get it and secure it, because it's a hard thing to achieve on a team like Clash, and they will punish you for it. If you drop your guard, that's when they will fight back really, really hard, and you'll regret it. So that's kind of what we saw towards the end there. I think that Blood Diamond have got to be a little bit more cautious around that side of things. Really value the stars they have, and allow the aggression to come from Clash and try to fight them in that side of things. I think comp-wise, I think the BD shouldn't probably change. That is, for me, the best comp on Purple Paradise. There are some exceptions. There are some ideas that you can implement alongside it. But at the same time, I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, let's have a look here as we head into the second game now, the first set. You know, it doesn't matter what you say about Purple Paradise. One of the main things here... Oh, what? Okay, so we've got the Daryl, the Buzz, and the Mortis. So Clash bringing a little bit of flavour into their composition here. But the problem is, it does work out. But how long for, though? Is Gears trying to catch up with the Daryl, but doesn't take it down in the end there. But with the Buzz, though, he certainly can. Do you know what? This is the first time I've seen this composition in the mix. Is Yoshi trying to come in with the Mortis as well. But they've already taken way too much damage.
The big risk here for Clash, and honestly, Javi is going to have his work cut out for him. He's got to stay on these tanks. He is the best person to tear them down, and already doing great work. Watch out for Yoshi now, because everyone's so clustered together. It's going to be lovely to cycle, and BD are playing this perfect. The stun coming in there from Chaos is big. Javi survives on with the 4 stars. Rafa, no super to hand, and that's going to be a big takedown for Clash. 14 stars though to 11, still in favor of BD.
Dear me, you'd think this is a troll comp, but as long as they dodge and weave, they might be okay. But even then, though, they're just trying to take a huge risk here. Coming with the Buzz and the Mortis at the exact same time. Chaos gets one. He's going to try and get Ali. He does, but he needs to back away. He can't fight Rafa, but it's too late, though. Harry has already taken him down. And you can see from the star count already, like, who would have thought it would have been 23-17 on Purple Paradise? But with his kind of comp, it actually wouldn't surprise me. Oh, he doesn't get the pull either, so Chaos is going to have to wait a little bit longer, and he's going to have to try and get a little bit more damage done before he can do it once again here. And Yoshi's having a bit of a bad time, but the problem is, for BD, they need to keep their distance. They need to keep them guessing and stop missing their shots. But the problem is they're going to be quite unpredictable with it here, as Rafa does try and pull away, but Yoshi takes him down, and Harry's actually stuck in the corner, and they could 2v1 Ali, but the problem is they don't want to deal with Rafa.
Chaos there, almost caught Ali off SSJ off guard there. This is a chance that honestly, Clash can turn this around. There's a lot of stars in their heads, but let's see what happens here. The pull coming in. Yoshi shoot that so well, gets the takedown. Oh, the circle of Severus there as well. Can they make it happen? BD in the corner, shaking and quivering. Oh my goodness me. I mean, you see there, like, they're big bounties. You know, despite the fact that Clash were probably going down more, they were able to obtain something off the back of it, but at the end, you just saw BD right in the corner, shaking in their boots, because that was scary.
55 stars between them. That was ridiculous. But what do you expect from an aggressive comp like this? You know, it was going to happen. And, okay, you know, it was very exotic of a comp. Let's just put it that way. I was quite surprised it actually almost even worked here. Again, it was more based on... BD hitting their shots. If they didn't hit their shots, then they would have been absolutely toast, and then they would have gone to the next game, which it has done. But, you know, there was a few missed opportunities, some good, some not, but at the same time, BD took advantage of it. And I'm assuming that Clash is just going to, you know, just go back to their original comp, and maybe not with the Brock this time.
Yeah, I think that was the time to experiment, for sure. I mean, they had that first game in the bag, and then it was the case of, well, let's try and catch them off guard. I think they're going to go back to, like, something a bit more range. I think the BD did very well. Ultimately, that is a comp which is designed to intimidate, designed to keep you, you know, under pressure the entire way through, and they didn't, like, you know, cave to that pressure. So good on them. They're gonna keep that up though. Ultimately, again, I feel like, you know, if Clash do go back to what they were playing before, with or without the Brock, I feel that that's gonna be a very different pace, and that in itself is something which Clash can kind of lead in their own right. BD are gonna still be sort of off the back of that last game, a bit flustered. Their sort of mentality going into that game is going to now be really, really important, because again, they've got to bring their minds back to playing right. We're Piper, Jean, and we're Nani again, and remembering the pace of that comp as opposed to what they were put under in terms of pressure from the last one.
Yeah, that's true. It's just learning from experience from switching stars around, which I'm sure they can. They've obviously done something like that before. You can tell the way they were playing. But I don't know. BD must have just looked and gone, what on earth are we up against here? But they knew straight away what they could do. Like, if there was a bit of structure to work with, then it could have been a bit of a different story. But let's be honest here, Arg. It's just a pure open field. So even that comp even close to working, I was actually pretty surprised. That's why I thought it was a little bit of a troll comp going into this matchup. But let's see what we're going to find out this time round. So it's going to be the same as before. Oh, okay. I love how all three of them jumped in. It's like, we're back with the same comp, and we're going to try and make it work this time.
I literally was thinking, are they in? Are they in? As soon as I saw the shadows coming out, I knew what was coming. Okay, well, Clash are going to try again. I don't know whether it's going to work out as well for them as it didn't work last time, did it? So BD are definitely able to take care of it, but the question is, can Clash gain a bit more value this time from some of these cycles, from some of these spawn traps? Because, yeah, they're going to have to realistically do a lot of work to see this down.
That was hilarious. It was just like all three of them on the jump pad and just gone, surprise, same comp, like, and let's go. And then, oh, dear me. But the pull comes in, though, but Kaz doesn't get anything done. And let's be honest, with the Mortis, he was way too weak here. There's not really too much they could do here. Harry and Ali are going to be, the bounty hunters, which Clash could be after. The pull comes in, though. Ali still takes him down. Actually, they're both taking down 14-1. And eventually, Yosh is going to get cleaned up 16-1. Not looking good. Pretty much what we expected.
There is a lot of stars, though, on the map. And this is the thing. If Yoshi gets a big takedown, this comp is designed by Clash to have a team wipe. That's kind of what it's designed to have. So if they can get a team wipe here, then there's a lot of stars available. But now, yeah, no, BD are just absolutely knocking this out. Area attempt now. So 22 stars needed for Clash, and I don't see it happening, in all honesty.
No, I don't either. If they get a team wipe, though, without any deaths, they can get 16 stars from this. But not anymore, though, because they've already cleaned up one already here. But they're coming in to try. I can understand Prototype. If they take all three of them down, then they can keep them on the respawn straight afterwards. But you need at least 2 members alive at that point. And oh my goodness, Gio's is literally just chasing like cat and mouse here. But Chaos now, still, he's not going to be able to do anything. The Mortis is going to come in from Yoshi. Gia hasn't really got a lot of HP to work with anyway. And that is going to be it. 51 stars between them, 31-20 to Blood Diamond. So everyone's spamming BD. I'm sure you guys are pretty pleased about that as they take the set.
Yeah, I mean, I bet they deserve to as well. Especially when it came down to it, Clash probably quickly realized that, it worked better the first time because it was unexpected. The second time, BD had already gone through their paces on it. They'd already kind of had time to adapt to it, and actually probably worked out better for them to go up against it the second time around than they did the first time. Had Clash gone back to that more range kind of traditional idea, that would have probably put Blood Diamond in a position where they would have struggled against it. So I think that Clash maybe played into the things a bit more than they should have there. But again, we're through Purple Paradise now. It's nice to see it play out a bit differently than to what we tend to normally get to see. So I'm grateful for that. But look at the difference in the scoreline, though. 29 kills, 16 to Clash. Very unusual to see on Bounty in terms of scoreline. Almost 300,000 damage as well on Blood Diamond's side of things. All those tanky brawlers getting chewed down to something which is double the damage dealt by Clash.
Yeah, double the damage, not surprised. Also not surprised everyone memeing in chat. Love to see it. We're probably going to see, I think we're going to see a bit more of this, aren't we, this series? I don't think it's going to be your usual set, is it?
I think it's going to be one of those days. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Clash have done exceptionally well all year. So
they're qualified.
They're comfortable. They're comfortable. Yeah, exactly. Blood Diamond at the same time, though. I mean, they're still keeping it like normal in terms of the comps. I mean, nothing to say that Clash comp wasn't normal, but I just feel that they would normally have probably gone back to the range idea on that third and final game, but they just kind of carried it on, so fair enough. But since stage will be different in that respect. I think that the tanks could still be pretty rife, despite the fact that we saw that ban from Blood Diamond on the Frank. They obviously are a bit concerned about the tanks at the present moment in time. So, and Clash are quite happy to play them. So they've got to be careful going into center stage for sure.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and predict these comps, Ark. I think it is going to be one of those series. It's is it a nice way to finish off the day? Finish off last match, last play day? Yeah, why not? Do you know what? They've both qualified. I think the seedings is pretty much guaranteed at this point anyway. We know Clash are 100% first no matter what. In terms of Blood Diamond, though, I think if Navi and Blood Diamond were the same in terms of tiebreaker, then I think Blood Diamond will come out on top anyway. So I don't think anything is going to change. Placement, seeding into the finals, even qualifying, nothing. Like literally zero here. So it's probably why they're having a little bit of fun and games here in this last series.
Well, I mean, you know, center stage. For me, I would like to see a bit more Max. I think we've seen a bit of her this evening already, but in terms of Clash, we've been quite avoidant of it, actually, I would say. But this is, yeah, kind of similar to what we saw with the SK matchup. The Stu coming into play, the Spike as well, and the B as well. Just in the eventuality of those tanks, I actually kind of think I prefer the B side of things. I think that's the wrong overlays as well there. There was definitely a B on the side of Ace of Clash. Chance for Yoshi to score there. No, went for the trick shot and not going to be rewarded for it. Rafa gets it off the line, breaks through on the way through as well to be able to get that takedown. So a bit of a chance for B to be able to make a comeback now.
Certainly is. Rafa very weak, but he's going to be okay. Oh, he was just out of range, so he's going to be all right anyway. Ali does take down Chaos, and Ali's still pushing on the right-hand side with that Sprout and done a lot of damage to Yoshi. It's going to be a 1v1. Ali takes it and was trying to go for a little bit of trickery, but it does not work in his favor here. But the ball is on their side still. And as long as Ali keeps his position, then it may give his teammates time in order to get back into the center to keep hold of that map control. But we know what Chaos is like, though. Loves to get up with shenanigans to flank around the left-hand side. They saw that clear as day. Javi now pushing to the left-hand side as well. Taking a bit of damage along the way here. Good dodge and good back away as well. And also Gear to push to the left lane. Maybe able to clean Javi here. No, he does not. As Ali actually takes down Gear. And literally Chaos is the final person left standing.
That trick shot from Alice almost paid off so well. Just a little bit off on it, but look at the pinch coming in now. That's going to be an easy goal for BD now. To secure it through and just waste a bit of time along the way, because why not? Ultimately, that could come to serve them better later down the lines if it gets to that really clutch moment towards overtime. If Clash can score, they won't be able to now, potentially off the back of that time waste. So let's see. It's good to see BD thinking through those moments as well. Ball going down, but Alice is shaking and lock in nicely there, getting onto the left-hand side now. Rafa needs to stay alive here, drastically so, because Yoshi has super to hand. Oh, brilliant there from Rafa, and nothing that Chaos can do about it. But now, yeah, not going to happen. Alice is just spawning in. Yeah, that was a great defense from Rafa there.
Yeah, as if he actually was able to stay alive, and that was ridiculous. And Ali's just trying to keep Chaos back, but Chaos is going to continue with that relentless aggression here. He's taking a bit of damage along the way here, but will he be able to take down Ali as he approaches? He should be able to. Yes, he does. And Javi's also been taken, and Rafa's going to be the last person. Kicks the ball away. The problem is 15 seconds left, and Clash definitely have time to score this. Oh no, it's actually been blocked out, so that's getting delayed a little bit further. But the problem is, what we need to do is stand in line, group up, and try and get his way if they... Oh, okay, that's it. That's done. That's Blood Diamond going to win that game. So Blood Diamond are going to be up in the second set.
In a way, that kind of just goes to show how important it is to waste the time, because if that had been a different story, then they would have had more time to be able to address that situation, and Clash may well have scored off the back of it. So again, I always see it. I remember there was one big instance where I think it was SK, and they just in the micro, if they had they didn't have the time waste, they would have scored a goal. I think it was last year, and ever since then, I always call it, because time wasting is important. It's a big factor. And there, I think it did make a difference there for BD. But yeah, definitely at the moment, they're in a great spot. If they can get one more game of Brawl Ball, then Ace and Clash are going to be struggling to be able to make a comeback. And if they are going to make a comeback, it's going to have to go to the fifth and final. One more game to play, though, in Brawl for Blood Diamond to get 2 sets ahead. But they looked very comfortable in that game.
Yeah, they certainly did, you know, and you're right, though, that 2 to 5 seconds wasted each and every time. People may think it's BM, but it's not. It's just, you know, getting that strategic value in the long run in terms of the time. So Clash still behind on one of their better modes, you could say. Some debatable plays across the board anyway, but we'll see how things will pan out for them. And yeah, looking very good. Can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that BD get the win, because again, I think the fans are screaming for it in the chat, and
of course,
it'd be nice to give the fans all they want, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it was a big game that, you know, Clash went against SK. I think they're probably a bit tired from that one. It went the long haul. That was one of the longest games we've had for a long time as well. So I think at the moment, though, BD are playing great, and they are making the most about these defenses. They're playing very well. I think that's because Clash might be, you know, just taking this one a bit easy. It's not to take away from how BD are playing. So at the moment, I do like the comps. I think the Stu is working out really well for them, and Rafa played very well in that last game to get a lot of these defenses. A few changes, though, bringing out the B this time around at a great time, because Chaos going with the Primo, that's going to be a great counter for him. So definitely liking what I'm seeing on that side of things.
Yeah, it definitely through. I knew full well that some weird combo was going to come out from Clash straight away with the Primo, the Ash as well. Rafa and Ali and Javi are just waiting for their moment to shine or moment to really take advantage of this. And we're just sitting back at the moment. But what can we do is, with these ballers here, Rafa's actually going to be able to make a dent into the structures there to give a little bit more room. They've all just backed off in the defense here. Gear's trying to do something. Went straight past him, and Rafa scores the first goal here for Blood Diamond.
Well, again, I think the B here is going to work out so well, and already a really quick start for BD. Ash, without any kind of heals, is going to struggle a little bit too, but this could be a great chance. Chaos jumping in, gets LSG taken down, so Javi now is going to have his work cut out for him massively. So would like to have had the slowing up for the Ash, but use it for Guille, who's actually going to go and score the goal. That's going to tie us up.
It sure is, and with this type of composition as well, it can work wonders, but only in small doses, and that was one of the small doses they needed. Yoshi's been taken down already, and Chaos coming in with the Primo, dives it in straight away, and that's going to be a nice quick win for Clash. Definitely not something I even anticipated.
I think they should have done better. I think they should have done better. Yeah. They had the take counter, but Clash did know that having that Primo jump was so important to making that work against the odds. They had to be in the air to get the passes through and to capitalize on the back of those Primo moments. So I think that Clash did really well, despite being countered by every brawler pretty much on the other side of things. I think that they did really well in the circumstances.
Yeah, BD fans are probably questioning what on earth's going on at the moment. We did think that, in terms of their comp, they should be perfectly fine. Even taking out their own structure on the offense, that was going to definitely give them a massive help later on. But the problem is, this is what I mean. This comp is good in very small doses. If you get away with it, then that's it. Your team is pretty much done for you. Have a good time, and you can see with the Primos, just Chaos added a little bit of flair there. That was hilarious. But we'll see what exotic comp that Clash is going to bring out next.
I mean, I worry now for BD because ultimately, you're playing up against some big tanky brawlers. You got a Spike, you got a B. You've got to do better. You just got to be able to do better for it. Ultimately now, if Clash had a healer on top of that as well, then they might bring one out now, for all we know. I think they're probably going to run down the triple tank again, in all honesty. I mean, it worked out well for them. But again, why wouldn't you? If you're playing up against your counter and the counter's not countering your comp, then, you're kind of pretty safe.
Yeah, and they still lost. Oh, I don't know. This is weird. I think Clash are going to bring something out a bit more fruity this time round, and we have to see if they can... if the side of BD can handle it. This is going to be the big question, isn't it? Because I'll be honest with you, I've given up predicting comps here because I think it's got that point in the night, isn't it? I think for these teams, it's got to point in their night as well, but just bringing anything to the table. But, obviously, somebody's got to have a bit of synergy, but I'm surprised that last one even worked here, and I think we're both definitely in agreement in that. But whoever wins in this one, though, because obviously we're all tied up in this set, we'll be going to a third set later on, which will be on nuts and bolts for Siege. And Clash have improved quite a lot on Siege in recent times here. So we're going to see a little bit of a change here, as well. We're going to see the Grizzle. We're going to see the Stu still as well coming out, as well as the Spike there on the left-hand side. But on the other side of things, we've still got the Spike and the Stu as well. And we've also actually got two throwers here along with the Stu. So this is going to be interesting in itself. Is Yoshi and Gear have already taken down two. And no one's got the ball yet. Could pass it to Guille and puts it straight through. Yes, they will. Nicely done. And Guille will score the first goal.
Well, again, I like the adaptations here from BD. Just bringing in the Griff is not a bad idea. Obviously, we'll be able to break a lot of this up. But, yeah, struggling now to bring this one back. And if they do lose this set, then it's going to tie things up for a while longer here. Another break from Ali. But, yeah, going down there, not ideal. Yoshi and Chaos coming through now in the mid. Yeah, on the right-hand side has super as well, so the pressure can be mounting now for being defenders.
Certainly could. As you can see now, Clash are starting to show their true form, aren't they, after this, and make it easy to score this. Now it's all going to be tied up, and Clash are going to equalise the series after what we saw in that first. Very interesting.
I thought BD were going to choose this up. I felt like after that first win, and they had that triple tank, and they have the counters for it, I thought, well, this is an easy 2-0. So to be now at 1 apiece, I don't know how that fares for BD because, again, Clash like to have the momentum in their favor, and going into Siege now, it's going to be very much a different case, because Blood Diamond have to do a lot more to be able to tie this one up now.
Yeah, they made it look so easy in that last game as well, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. Even with I love how they had such a aggressive approach with 2 throwers. Like, they made that work so well, and you wouldn't have thought so, would you, considering what they put themselves through there? And even then, Blood Diamond with 71,000 more damage, but that was more because of the second game. But even then, I still think they would have had more damage anyway, and with the 5 more takedowns. But yeah, Clash managed to come out on top on that and time things up. So we are going to be going on for a little bit of siege here. We'll be for nuts and bolts here, and we probably will see a buzz or 2 coming out.
I think we're going to see a Dynamite coming out, Leaf. I'm just going to call it right now. Clash will bring out Dynamite. It's at that point now. They're going to bring out Dynamite 100%. Probably triple thrower. I mean, I have this little button in my head now where when it comes to comps, I have to kind of think about what sort of mood Clash are in. They're definitely in the mood for triple thrower, or triple tank, or something along those lines. I think that for BD, probably, I always vouch the idea of bringing in the Griff and the B here, simply because breaking open the map can do so much. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, Dynamite's not the worst idea. You just got to simply be aware of the fact that you're going to struggle on defense a little bit more than maybe a Barley or something along those lines.
Yeah, Clash will probably work wonders with a Buzz double thrower or just one thrower, and then maybe some kind of tank to help themselves out a little bit if they can't get control in mid, if they lose it at any time, which is going to happen, of course. But I think this is the problems Clash is going to worry about. But to be fair, that was definitely, that last game, one of the most aggressive attacks I've seen from a 2-thrower comp. Like, I know it's Brawl, I know it's a little bit different in terms of how the map's laid out, but still, I was very impressed by that. But now we've got a lot more angles for them to need to try and cover, in terms of being able to make a counter attack or break any of this setup. It's going to be a little bit tougher for them, but I really feel like Clash can succeed to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a game where they've got a lot better at this year over time. They're able to now control things a lot more in their favor. So, again, Sprout is a great thing to have as well for the defensive. So, that's why I just kind of feel triple thrower. I just feel like it because they're going to bring, they're going to like to have the Sprout here for sure on defensive. They like to play Dynamite in Siege anyway. So, I feel like that's where we're going to go. I don't know. Let's see what they bring out. But ultimately, that's my prediction for it. But I think I'll bring out the Mortis as well with the Sprout and the Buzz. And look at that! Look at that!
Oh, what is this? Yeah.
Oh man!
You should be their coach, or
Perfect.
just be like you're literally the Mystic Meg of Clash, aren't you? Just able to predict some of this stuff happening. This is actually ridiculous. So, okay, let's see if this triple thrower composition works here. But the problem is, I hope they have fun trying to regain mid. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say about that. So, ready for heading the way of Clash's Ike, and I even said as well, I thought Clash were going to be the ones with the Buzz and maybe just the 1 throw, maybe 2, but instead it looks like BD will be running it this time round. So good delays here on the bot, barely took any damage there, 6%, so they're going to be pretty pleased about that. Yoshi takes down Ali, so that's their thrower gone. Rafa just trying to find a moment in time to be able to push on up, and he managed to find it in the end, taking down Guille, and in the end also Javi takes down Yoshi. Javi's just going absolutely off with that Buzz, keeping mid control. But it's definitely going to go in the favor of Blood Diamonds, and let's see how Clash defend this one.
Javi did great. Absolutely great. He knew that he had to make the most of that opportunity there and to get the bolts in because they've got to get the pressure on. I mean, the triple thrower is not an easy thing to go up against, so they need to keep Clash continuously on the defense. And with no wall there for Yoshi, that's going to be a tricky thing to handle. They're trying to get shot onto Javi because I think probably one shot away from there's the wall there. So Yoshi knew that he needed that one shot to be able to take a bit more of a viable defense there. But as a result, some damage is going to be coming in now, and that's a good thing for BD. Going up against Chaos and the Dynamite there is a lovely thing for Rafa.
2 already down now for Clash, and yeah, Yoshi I think's realised that there's only so much the guy can do here, and the Mortis is just coming straight at him, and he's already using. Oh, what is going on in the top right? We've got a couple of spinneroonies going on here, because both of them just having a bit of a hug, and Rafa just having a bit of a giggle there. As a level 9 siege bot is going in favour of Blood Diamond. Definitely going to be the first game going their way.
I think at this point they know there's nothing they can do. I mean, BD had like the Mortis. That's always going to be a lovely thing against throwers. And yeah, Yoshi not happy about it, but they seem to be enjoying themselves either way. But yeah, I think BD honestly played it perfect. I mean, they saw through what was going to be coming. I saw through it. So I think in that respect, Blood Diamond played it perfect.
Yeah, I thought Rafa's spinner really was pretty good. Like doing the 1080s here, and they're lovely. I was most impressed by that. I don't know what to say really. It was just expected, wasn't it, with both three throwers? As you know, I said it before, even with two throwers, it's difficult but not impossible to regain mid control. But with three, you might as well not bother at that point. You might as well discuss how you're going to go into the second game. But yeah, I don't know, it was Raph or someone else having a little bit of a dance, doing the tango there, you could say, Ark.
Yeah, you could say that, couldn't you? Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a dance off. I mean, Chaos didn't take kind to it. Came with the thumbs down, and but again, I don't know whether Clash are going to change in this comp. I think they might well keep it. I think that all bringing the mortars would be a better idea, but I think they're going to like it. I think that they should change to keeping maybe just Sprout and the Buzz, and the mortars or something along those lines. But again, triple thrower can be tricky to deal with. But again, if BD keep Clash in this place and keep them constantly needing to be defending, then they're going to be able to keep getting the pushes. That's going to be the key to this. So what? Yeah, here we go again. Yeah. Also,
we're going back to the triple throwers. Okay, we've got the Stu, Sprout, and Barley. So they've actually gone with two throwers here instead of the three. So let's see who's going to throw more because in this matchup. So actually, Clash came out on top on that one. So they're going to get the first siege spot and will save themselves a couple of bolts after this bot has been able to do its stuff here. So finally, Blood Diamond is going to have their defenses tested with the bot heading towards their way. Already done a nice amount of damage already here, just trying to slow its path and also put as much delays as physically possible here. And looks like may not really barely take any damage here. This has been a good defense so far from Blood Diamond. We know that obviously it's the first bot, but saying that though, already look at the percentage it's gone down already for Blood Diamond, down to 41%. So good start from Clash.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, again, triple thrower, when you get a push, it can be a one push at that, and Clash were going for it. They're going to be having to get some more bolts for their troubles, but again, with those takedowns there, I can't see how Clash won't get this as a push. Alice is going to go down as well, so yeah, this is looking like it's going to be Clash getting this next push, and they should, as long as they stay on their feet, they should finish it on this one.
And this is sort of what I've always spoken about as well. With two or three throwers, it's so hard. If you have full control, map control, then of course it's going to be really good for yourselves. Like, you're going to be able to keep your opponents at bay for such a long time. And by the time they even break the setup, even if they can, then yeah, there's nothing more they can do. But instead, they just went all in, all done and dusted. That is going to be in favor of Clash. They made it work that time.
Yeah, you got to get the first push. If you get the first push, then triple thrower is actually not a bad show. It's very suppressive, very hard to get out of the spawn. So as much as Clash are enjoying themselves, it does have a lot of abilities to be able to, to be able to get the damage that you need. Ultimately, the problem there for BD is they've got to bring back the mortars. I don't know why they dropped the mortars, to be completely honest, because when they were up against triple thrower last time, it was a blessing for them. They sort of I think they overthought it a little bit. I mean, I didn't see Clash changing away from this comp. I'm not sure why they did. You got to have something like that. The Buzz was working out great, but you need to go back to their original comp for me.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is I probably would have assumed that Clash would have switched one of the throwers for the Buzz. That's probably would have been about it. I don't know which thrower. Probably the Dynamite, I would say.
They would keep the Dynamite. That's the one they would definitely be keeping lethal.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just ridiculous. Obviously, keeping the Sprout for defensive purposes. Obviously, the Barley's good for the offense if they go all in. Let's just have a look at the cops again. Let's just have another gander and see exactly what's going on here. Okay, so the Mortars does come back from Rafa. That's fair. Oh, Yoshi's bought his own Mortars. And they finally bought the Buzz and they're keeping the Sprout. Right, okay, this is looking a lot better here. So Javi can be sticking with his Buzz as well. Gear, and it's going to be actually, technically a trade comes out really as Ali and Chaos are directly in front of each other. The Mortars throwdown is coming out here as literally the trades come out, and Chaos and Ali are just trying to find any kind of opening. Chaos does eventually take him down, and it will be the first siege spot for Clash.
That's a level 2, but I'm enjoying these Mortis interactions between Yoshi and Ruff. I've got to say, it's quite hard to keep a track on, but it does look spectacular to the eye. Javi now in a good spot to get this bot shredded down with the help of Alias to show with these walls coming down as well. The redirection's on point, so good walls from him, and should be a pretty easy defense for BD. Maybe a swipe here or there, but not more than just a few percentage there on the defensive, and worthy to push up and try to get an early start into this next round for Blood Diamond.
We're going to see how this mirror match works out here. As already, Yoshi actually was taken down by Javi there. Gear's going to try and take down Ali, but Ali tried to stay level a little bit longer, but just could not. And Rafa Stemmer comes out and actually takes down 2 in the end. And Yoshi, he's after him, and he wants to go for a little duel in center with a Mortis versus Mortis throwdown. Is he going to even try and approach it? He's trying to go for the bolts instead and get away, which is actually fair enough. He's been a bit proactive in the right lane here. So good stuff here from Yoshi. As another bot is now heading towards Blood Diamond.
Rafa popping off, honestly, but now it's going to have to meet his match there as Yoshi goes on the hunt, and another nice redirect from Alias to Jay. But again, Blood Diamond need to get a push here. They've got 5 bolts in the bank, and they're going to let that damage slide because they have to at this point in time. Only 3 bolts, and Clash will be able to tie this one up. And look at Yoshi just going super on the aggressive. Actually stays alive long enough there, but just goes down the end to Alias to Jay. But that wall there from Chaos on the right-hand side is going to be a nice waste of time. And there's a miss pull in there from Javi as well. He would like to have got faster into the mix there, but now he's going to use it to stun here. Not going to be a stun, it's going to be a gadget, but it's too close to call at this point. So Rafa, though, banking this one could be huge.
Yeah, oh, it ends up being a tiny end, so it does mean that Clash will most probably take this one, and now they just have a little bit of a scrap in the center here, and Yoshi just doing his signature moves here, really, just on his own here, and in his range of his own Ike. So, yeah, nothing's going to happen here. Clash is going to win this set outright, 2-1. And will we go to a full set here, Ark? No surprise.
No surprise there, no. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
What's the map? It's going to be a hot zone parallel play, so that could be a fast ending, though, at the same time. It's not going to be one of those maps that could be drawn up for that long, but yeah, I think, to be honest, you know, that was the right change at the right time. Clash had to drop triple throw. They had to. And when they did, it made a lot more sense. They preempted the idea that the Mortis would come out for BD. So, again, that was what I thought BD were going to change to as well. So, again, I think they're just seeing through this for what it is and making the changes when it matters most. But, yeah, they would like to get this tied up in hot zone, ideally. I don't think there's any need for it to go to the 5th and final, but if it does, it does.
Yeah, and guess what? It's going to be on pit stop all maps as well if it does go to the 5th set, and that's just going to be ridiculous in itself. It's just going to be, again, just super chaotic, and it's probably going to have a lot of base trades as well involved here. But yeah, interesting. It's weird that they had all these comps and then end up going for a mirror match straight afterwards. Clash is obviously going to win that mechanically and fundamentally with 2 more takedowns, 48,000 more damage. So pretty sweet there for Clash.
Very nicely done. Yeah, the much more healing on the side of BD, but Clash is playing the objective ultimately at the end of the day, and that is what it's about. A ton more in terms of damage as well. So yeah, Clash are very suppressive. No sort of stranger there to you know, our knowledge. Ultimately, in parallel plays, you know, I'm kind of expecting to see Leon still. I was kind of curious going into today actually whether we see as much of Leon as we have, simply because, you know, with the lollipop drop nerf, I wasn't sure whether for a map that did tend to have a lot of stalemates around that lollipop drop, whether we would see it as much. But Leon definitely going to be coming out to play on this one, I feel. As well as, you know, you've got a lot of potential here for Stu, for Spike, Sandy, Bell potentially as well. The bans were a bit weird for this one, though. They're Poco, Frank, Rico, and Meg. So yeah, that's definitely going to leave a lot of the usual suspects available for both teams to consider.
Yeah, we'll have to see, of course, you know, like you rightly said, we've seen him. Leon's been pretty staple, hasn't he, really, on this map in particular, especially when they're trying to contest the opposite objective from the front open path, isn't it? We see it time and time again. Bell, we've also seen, has been quite a staple as well, isn't it? You know, very standard to try and pick off anything which the Leon may not be able to get due to the range issues or anything like that. But yeah, we're going to have to see here. But again, you know, right from the very get-go here, Ark, I'm not going to predict any comps. But then again, I just did. So I just shot myself in the foot there. So let's see what we're going to get here already. Okay, so we've got the Byron here on the right-hand side. And we've still got the Gene on the bottom left. But even then, though, this is going to be interesting in itself here, as Gia with the Brock has taken down Ali. And interesting to see the Brock as well, because it's been a while since I've seen the Brock on this map, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I like the Gale, though, from Clash. It's one that works well, and providing that they can handle the pressure, should be able to be good on defense here. And it can be quite a traditional idea here, of just the defense on both sides, for the most part. I do like the Byron, though, for BD. Interesting to see how they'll make that work. But at the moment, just that same idea of just capping the zone before going on the aggressive.
Well, that's one thing I do love, though. I love the Gale pick for the defensive purposes here on this map. I really do like it. I think people actually utilize them really, really well, and we'll have to see if they can continue to do that if they can. As Ali's actually taking down Gia, Chaos and Yoshi are both in the objective, though. But the problem is Javi's actually coming straight in with the spike, gets one, and that is going to be Yoshi clean up there. Gia's going to try and go round with the Brock. He was almost in between both of them here, almost got sandwiched between the two, but looks like it's going to be a stalemate situation. Blood Diamond's still up by 16%. Rafa's just lurking around in that right lane, trying to catch Gia, which he has done, and actually took him almost, well, just over half the HP there. But Javi's actually taking down Yoshi. and he's going to do a little bit more damage on the gear, and Blood Diamond looking very solid so far.
Yeah, really nicely done. I think the Byron and the Leon is working really well for BD at the minute, and Clash just cannot get out of this position. They need to get on the zone and just start getting Javi taken care of on his left-hand side. And at the minute, the problem is Ruffer and Alice is staying on the right-hand side. They got to take care of them first before going on the aggressive right now, and BD should be able to take this comfortably so.
Yeah, you'd think so. Chaos is somehow just being able to survive. He's dodged quite a lot here, actually. I'm quite flabbergasted, really. Down by 35% still, though. Still got a minute to try and find his extra percentages. Javi's just having a good time, really. Just trying to make sure he can keep away from the rest of Clash whilst his teammates regroup. And Yoshi's just trying to keep Rafa back as well, though. But Kez has already taken a lot of damage. He's been taken down as Ali finished him up. And Rafa, look at him, literally beelining towards the other point. And now he's going to try and extend that lead further just to make matters worse for Clash. Actually, he's going to close out here.
Yeah, they must do. I was surprised they even got knocked off it in the first place. With the Byron as well. Yeah, that's going to be that one. They're not be able to shake BD. So, yeah, I mean, a great start for Blood Diamond. Clash just didn't get a look in on the zone. Very unlike them to do so. Again, I don't see this going any other way than to the fifth and final set at this current rate, especially if Clash don't sort themselves out in that offensive zone.
Don't mind it, mate. This is what I mean. More games, the merrier. I even said it before the series started. It could be a late one, and it certainly is. So it's good. It's fine. Hopefully BD will take this set as well. So, because we know that this fifth set is going to be a doozy, isn't it? It's going to be ridiculous. So if BD do take us that far, then yeah, I think it's a nice little way to finish up the season before we head into finals in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, Blood Diamond looking very good. We have to see how Clash can counter it. Interesting with the Gale though, because I would have thought he would have got a lot more out of it, but Yoshi didn't, which is a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, normally Gale is such a great brother to have in defense. I mean, he's really going to be struggling to push into that. And I think, to be fair, though, the ability of having that Byron and the Leon doing its thing on the side of Blood Diamond, it worked out really well. It did provide a great ability to push. That was definitely lacking on the Clash side. They're very persistent to play Brock. I don't feel like Brock, since the update, is worth playing for me. I don't. We haven't seen it all evening. We haven't seen it banned, except for obviously SK before we were going to see some land Clash. But again, I don't think that it's now in the best place, but Clash seem to think it is. So all I'd say is that for me, I kind of prefer a Bell in the mid if you're going to play something mid and that side of things. But at the moment, yeah, they're going to have to make a change because Blood Diamond are all over it.
They certainly are. And they did the same thing with the Brock in the first game of Purple Paradise earlier on. And then they switched to that really dodgy lineup. So we've got the Rosa, the Mortis, and the Byron for Blood Diamond. That's interesting, actually. To be fair, I don't actually mind it either, but I'm worried about the Rosa a little bit. That's the only problem I have here. But as long as the Rosa is able to tank some damage and be able to be a real pressure point on the objective, especially their objective in particular, but actually, it might not be too bad of a pick. We'll see how she's going to get used. Not a good start already, as Yoshi's just taking down the Rosa straight away. And Ali is just trying to play some shenanigans here with Chaos. Rafa dives in straight away, but Chaos does get a very important trade.
How much value Yoshi got from that wall as well, just picking out so much of the bush, and ultimately that's what the Rosa needs in order to be able to do much. I'm not convinced by this Rosa pick, by the way, at all.
I know.
I mean, it's got the Byron to back it up, and that could be a hard thing to shake, but ultimately, you know, at the minute, Clash are all over it and starting to push back on the zone again with the Byron of their own. I think they made the right change bringing in the Byron here, for sure. That was what was lacking for them in the last game, and dropping the Brock, definitely the right call. So the Spike and the Sprout and the Byron here should do a lot better here. I don't know why Blood Diamond brought in the Rosa, honestly. I don't know what they were thinking.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, the only thing I can say is if the Rosa was on their objective, then you can use those 4 tiles with the map geometry just to abuse that to, you know, force Clash to basically come towards the Rosa. But apart from that, I can't think of a way around why Rosa could have been a great pick here. So all 3 members of Clash are on their point, and it looks like they will be able to gain their, well, not tie things up, and it will be match point now for Clash.
I guess they were going with the idea of like having the Byron and the Rosa. If we get that in the offensive position, then it's gonna be a hard thing to shake. But you know, I don't know what they were kind of thinking they were gonna do more than they did with it. I mean, more I get. It's a great thing to have to go on the aggressive. Normally, Stu now is taking a bit more of the mantle in terms of what Mortis did do on parallel plays in a few methods back, but no, it didn't work out well. Blood Diamond really could have gone with a much better comp there to be able to counter it, and they didn't.
Yeah, what I said about the Rosa was literally the only option I could think of to make it work. But, you know, the Rosa didn't even get onto their half of the map, let alone try and be a bit of a pain in their objective. We saw that clear as day, didn't we? So, yeah, I'm hoping he doesn't think, oh, I could have got a little bit more value out of it. You're not. Just change. Just go to anything but Rosa at this point, or no more fisticuffs. Let's just get a bit more range going. Do what you did in that last time, or, you know, just bring Leon out. You know, that will, you know, that's some pointers there from me. Just, you know, just do something else. Just don't figure out. But we'll see what's going to happen in this next game. Of course, Clash coming at match point. They could definitely end this. If not, we're going to have a bit of a doozy on pit stop. Maybe. We'll see what BD.
Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, ultimately, I think that as long as they drop the Rosa, then that's going to better their chances. I mean, you know, Byron, Stu, Spike, Leon, I mean, they're kind of the ones here that are going to thrive. I think you're going to have to Byron a little bit more than I gave it credit for at the beginning of this round to see. But as it's not banned, you know, it's going to be a thing to, oh, Byron Ash, why not, you know? Let's see. Morse again for Rafa, not too sure. And the Rosa again. And I don't know. I think Clash should be able to tie this one up. They can't, honestly. I mean, the difference in strategy is going to be that Rafa now, Javi is going to be going for the zone this time round and going to push on that side of things instead of being on the defense. Makes a bit more sense. And I thought that's what they were going to do originally for it as well. But Morse on defense, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, and the only problem is with two throwers now, it's going to give Rosa a lot of trouble, isn't it? This is the only issue with the Rosa. Like before, it was just a Sprout, but they've got to deal with the Sprout and the Spike. You know, this is the problem it's going to have here. But saying that though, Rosa's got a lot more value this time round. I'm a little bit surprised here at the moment, and they do have the lead by 20%, and literally all taken down here. There's only Chaos left standing. He could get pinched if Ali wants to try and get a little bit of damage from behind, whilst Javi's already taken him down. Okay, this is weird, but a good weird.
Okay, well, Javi coming in, but not able to do much about it. Chaos, though, it's going to be held up nice with Gear. It's a nice hit down from Rafa, but yeah, it's going to get taken down by Chaos in the end of things. And Blood Diamond should be able to win this set then. If they just get on the zone fast enough, then there's going to be an attempt made by Chaos to stop it from happening. But yeah, with the Rosa coming in, I don't see how they're going to be able to prevent this now at this point.
4% now as Blood Diamond just trying their absolute best to seal the deal, but Clash has just continued to be a nuisance. Rafa's already in though. He could definitely be able to help out and finish this off. Of course we are. Of course we are. We're going to set 5. Lovely stuff. We are going to go on to pit stop for the 5th set. And what I don't get about that is the fact that, you know, one thrower dealt with the Rosa quite well with the Sprout, but the problem is with the Sprout and the Spike, surely it would have caused even more issues for Rosa, but somehow Javi made the Rosa work better. It doesn't compute.
Let me explain it very clearly, Paul. At no point should you ever play Rosa in parallel plays. It's as simple as that. There's no which way about it, mate. You don't do it. It's just not done. You know, at the same time, the strategy was different there to go on the right-hand side. That was a better approach for it. But honestly, the comps are all over the place at this point in time. I mean, there's no logic behind any of this. It's just kind of, you know, Clash and Blood Diamond having a little bit to end the day out as they've got their positions locked in. And again, you know, trying to compare this to any rational meta is not going to work.
It's not. They went to the 5th set on purpose. Like, I just kind of feel that for Blood Diamond. 7 more takedowns. 32,000 more damage, better healing, of course. And yeah, it just, you've got 2 hours. The Rosa just should not have worked. But okay, so pit stop. Honestly, you could ask for every brawler in the pack right now, which is literally available here. Go on, what do you think? What do you think?
Triple tank, Daryl, Bull, maybe Edgar as well. Just starting to rush. Starting to rush here. There's not going to be any control-based options. It's just going to be
trade.
Go for the save and see what happens. Yeah, exactly. Maybe a Stu, but yeah, it's just going to be eyes on the prize and just yeah, very straightforward.
Yeah, they're not going to treat this like a bounty game, are they? They're just going to go for each other's save.
No caution,
when it comes to objective efficiency, yeah, you're going to see a lot of that here. And we're lucky to see 1 or 2 takedowns if we're lucky. But of course, that's if all, you know, both teams literally just take completely different paths and go for each other's safe. And it's like whoever has the more DPS wins. Yeah, it's going to be literally like that. So I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to predict. You guys at home can more than happy to guess. Hashtag ESL mobile. Let us know what you think is going to come in this matchup. I don't know.
Play next.
Yeah. What weird comp do you think is going to come out of the woodwork here? Let us know. Please let us know. I mean, we'll definitely read it out and see if you predict it correctly here. So yeah, we should. but that's too late now. It's getting past midnight here in the UK. It's actually past 1 a.m. for these two teams, and they're still absolutely going at it in this 5th set. But what a lovely way to finish off the season, though. I'm pissed.
And production in Australia, mate. It's sun's coming up. It's coming up in Australia. So,
some breakfast meals to be had. This is what we're talking about. Deary me. I'm sure they're all thinking about it in production now.
Yeah, I think you've got to, for me, you've got to have a Stu and Ems, and I'm just looking through the bands again. Frank, Enrico for Blood Diamond, Poco and Meg for Clash. Stu, Ems, and the Edgar. That is my go-to here. Whenever it's available, if the Stu's not banned, you've got to go straight for. Again, work for production. Have been up. Well, the sun's been up for 4 hours, so it's definitely getting towards the afternoon in Australia in that case. Then, yeah, I think that's the way to go for me. You can bring in a spike if you want to have defense, or you're anticipating the tanks coming into play. I just feel like at the moment that the tanks for Clash are going to be surely on the cards here. Power through the middle with the ball. Maybe even have a Byron on the way. Byron actually could work out okay here. Pit stop is not the worst place for Ash actually, but we'll see. At this point, I don't know what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's just take a ball out of a hat. I mean, that's what they're going to play at this point. But I do feel like we're going to see 2 tanks, a healer. Could see on just a full-on base trade. Edgar is a huge shadow. I'd be surprised if one of the teams don't play the Edgar. If they don't, then I don't know. Maybe they've got some other composition up their sleeve, which we've never even seen before. I don't know. This is the point we're going to get to at the moment here. We're just still waiting for these 2 teams to decide on what's going on, getting the lobby ready and getting, well, I was going to say getting warmed up. It's 1 a.m. No, but getting themselves prepared and get ready for this last and final set. I'm surprised it's gone all the way, but with the shenanigans both teams have been up to, we shouldn't be in for much of a shock either, as Clash are currently going at 12-1. Could go 13-1 if they win this outright. But like we said before, for these 2 teams, no storylines, nothing, no extra cash, nothing like that. They've already guaranteed their place in the finals and their seeding, being first for Clash and third for BD. And let's see exactly what's going to come here. So, okay, we've got the Stu, the Barley, and the Gene. Okay, that's definitely something not expected. And we've got the Cole on the right-hand side as well. Interesting. We've still got the Stu here from Chaos. And speaking of that, though, Chaos is just trying to see if he can do a little bit of damage onto Rafa, which he has done there. And Gear's going to see if he can put a little bit more pressure in the center if he can, but not a huge amount as of yet. But it does take down Ali in the meantime, while Rafa's just trying to stay alive, but Gia takes him down.
I'm pretty sure I put this on my tier list actually for pit stop as being an idea, and every pro was like, B on pit stop, what are you talking about? It actually can work if you're pairing it with the Cole. And pretty good idea that BD did not bring in the tanks, because honestly this could absolutely tear through the very idea. So the idea is obviously to break open your entire defense, break open as much of the map as possible from the side of Clash, and then allow the B to do its thing. And it is working. It's got to be said, it is working in favor of Clash at the minute, and Blood Diamond are really quite struggling against it.
Yeah, Ali just playing on defense at the moment, just trying to keep away with the Barley. And he's actually doing a good job of it. He's actually kept Chaos all the way back here. And we've gone from assuming it's going to be a madhouse of a base trade. Instead, we've seen only 2% depleted overall over the last minute or two, which is a little bit of a shock to the system for us here. Using that super to give Rafa a nice clean path, actually. You could push up on this, but the problem is you could see info being fed by Chaos already to let him know that Rafa's trying to make that push. And it's been a huge stalemate, because they Clash have had a little bit of dominance, but just kind of lightly here. Gear still filling up the kill feed here.
Let's get Yoshi onto this safe. I mean, ultimately, he's got the silver bullet. I assume maybe 1 left, or maybe he actually needs super to be able to break through this, because he did do a lot of quick breaking at the beginning part of the map. But Blood Diamond can just sit behind this Chaos, so someone needs to break this wall down to allow Gear to put some pressure through the mid, ideally. I think if Yoshi gets to super, that'll be the first place that he breaks open is this covering wall, because at the moment, Blood Diamond have got the lead. It is by 2%, but nonetheless, that is 2% that is going to win them the game if Clash do not get some damage now.
That is right indeed. Gear again just getting these kills, is constant takedown. But remember, Clash are 2% behind here. It's just a matter of trying to make this push, but so far the defense from BD have been very good. 15 seconds left though, so it's gonna come. It's just a matter of time here. So actually just backing away, and Ali's gonna try and give him back a little bit more with the Barley. I think he was quite tempted to maybe push on up onto his opposing save, but it's just not gonna happen. It looks like the 2% is definitely, actually it's gonna be a tie. It's a tied game here, and we're gonna have to restart the first game of this set.
Of course it's a tie, Lethal. Of course it's a tie in Heist. Why would it not be a tie in Heist, Lethal? I mean, How often do you ever see a tie in
We
heist?
almost saw one earlier, actually. I don't know who was against, but we definitely almost saw one earlier. Oh, I can't remember it was because someone got 4%, literally 0.2 of a second, something like that. I can't actually remember, but very weird. I'm not used to this kind of pit stop.
Oh my word. Right. Well, okay. Well, we're back to square one. We're back to square one on an exciting game of heist that was 2% on each side of the field. So, definitely gonna have to rethink through the comps a little bit more. Again, you know, as soon as I gotta say, I kind of saw it coming. As soon as I saw the walls were being broken, I'm thinking they've gotta have something else to break through this mid, otherwise nothing's gonna change. You know, ultimately that was in credit to BD not feeding the Colt side of things. To be fair, Yoshi would have liked to have had a super. He was looking to get it, so they were good at keeping that in mind when it came down to things. But you know, towards the end, I felt like the breakthrough should have been a bit better for Clash. Ultimately, they had the stew, they had the super that they needed to break through the wall, but it kind of got fumbled along the way. And yeah, that's a draw.
Yeah, a draw which we would never normally see, but yeah, my goodness. And just the whole concept of it all, it's just the style of play we weren't prepared for either. We was expecting a bit of a ruckus and the game to end in 30 seconds, not stalemate, which is going to bring, what, 4% damage total between both teams on the damage on the safe. That's ridiculous. So we have to see now if someone's going to throw just some completely random, drastic combo. Of course, with the B, it may cause a bit of an issue here if BD decide to go for it, but let's see. Do you know what? Let's just have a look at. Let's just have a bit of a wonder and find out what these comps are going to be here to find out what is exactly going on. So have a look. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a complete, no changes at all here. Still, of course, you know, with the spike there on the side of Blood, I'm just trying to do a bit more work. But apart from that, no, not really anything different. Rafa's been very aggressive, but in the end, Gear takes down Rafa in the end. And my goodness, more than 4% has been done here, Ark. We have a winner.
Wow, I don't call it just yet, mate. That's all I'll say. Having been caught off guard here a little bit as the silver bullet comes through, but yeah, got the fertilizer, I think, coming. Yeah, it's running fertilizer, so you can heal up off the back of that. Rafa as well, putting good pressure onto Chaos, but at the moment, though, I mean, Javi's still at the top right-hand side of the map, and that's a good thing, as Chaos gets taken down quickly on the defensive side of things. Now, Clash have finally got this taken care of, but Yoshi with the super up can hopefully get some damage, or at least break open the mid a bit more to allow Gear to do his thing in the mid.
Yeah, Rafa's well on that left lane, trying to keep Chaos back, but he knows it's a matter of time. He's hoping that Gia can maybe give him a hand and trade out Rafa, but sadly, it was a little bit too late. He was actually trying to give Yoshi a hand instead, so luckily for Rafa, he does stay alive, but they've only got 2 tiles to really try and abuse if they can, but Rafa sometimes to stay alive. Ali does keep Chaos back, so they have switched lanes so that Rafa can try and take down Gia if they can, but he's got to keep an eye on Yoshi, though. He's being very proactive in that right lane.
Well, good pressure being applied from Gear. The last call goes out from LSJ. Not the greatest of them. Doesn't connect with much at all. Let's see. It's 88% on both sides, Lethal, at the minute, and there's 1 minute remaining. But I'm looking at the scoreline. It's very closely tied at the minute. So someone needs to make a break for this, or this could end up in the second draw.
It really could be. 45 seconds left. There is a gap, though. So Gear can definitely try and get more damage onto the safe, which Chaos has done. Rafa still alive, and Chaos has taken down Javi here. So now Blood Diamond are behind by 11%. Rafa and Ali are just trying to join together and try and push on up. But remember, Javi's still trying to catch up with both Ali and Rafa here. Chaos has also done a lot of damage, and you see Yoshi just trying to stay on the front line, but Chaos trying to get that additional angle as Ali's taken a fair amount of damage so far, trying to use that Barley to give a bit of dominance on the map so he could push Gear back, but Gear's not really having none of it, really, just walking around Barley's shots here. But they need to make this push now. The super is going to be coming out. He's going to be trying to do it, and let's see if he'll be able to overtake. Will he be able to do it? It's going to be another tie game, I think. No, it's not. 1% here by Blood Diamonds, and Blood Diamonds are going to be on match point, as if it was going to be another draw on highs. Come on.
It was looking like it was going to be. It's that final trickle of damage, and I know the production was seeing my reaction when it happened. It is going to be a match point then, finally. Not a second tie in a row then, as it looked like it was going to be. Oh,
goodness,
my word.
this is the closest highs game I've definitely seen, troll or not. It definitely has been. Oh, dearie me. Couldn't make this up if you tried, and I'm sure production are absolutely loving it as well. But it does mean that BD are, you know, currently up. They do have match point as we speak. Wouldn't surprise me if it's going to be double match point in all fairness, because we've seen Clash adapt quite well in the past.
Yeah, do you know what? I think you could well be right, Liverpool. It could well go to double match point at this rate. Again, I mean, I don't know whether Clash are doing this intentionally to try to kind of like throw off the idea of the double tanks. We are looking pretty pixelated on my screen. I'm not sure about you, Lethal.
It looks pretty good, actually. It's a bit of a makeover having here at ESL Mobile Challenge. So I think we should probably keep this until the game goes, but it looks like the game's not going to start for at least a little bit of time. It would have been perfect timing, though, if the game did start. But I must say, you look wonderful behind those pixels.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're okay on the stream, though, at least looking at my phone. So we should probably just carry on, maybe just reset during the match when it's live. But it could as well be for us. But yeah, I mean, if only you could see this at home, it looks very, very abstract, let's say.
Mosaic.
Mosaic. Clash could very well be using this B idea to throw off the idea of the tanks. It could well be to kind of place their heel into the ground to say, look, if you guys go in with tanks here and try to overthrow us, you are going to struggle because we're going to keep playing this B. That might be part of the plan here. Ultimately, it's very, very close in terms of the score lines, more often than not. So I feel like they've got to start to be a bit more aggressive. Oh, they actually are backing up visuals. That's great for us there. It was fine on the stream. I was keeping an eye on it as well. But yeah, I mean, that's the only way that I can explain the B pick. I mean, it's kind of out there and a bit crazy, but it does make sense when you consider the fact that, you know, a tankier push could be an option here.
I felt like a bit of a lost cause not seeing your beautiful face for at least 30 seconds there. I felt a bit, I know. I didn't know what to do with myself then. I was going to just give up. But let's have a look here. As the people not giving up, though, is going to be Clash. They're going to see if they can at least try and come back for this. We're going to see the Ruffs come out, though, instead of the Spike. So let's see how much of a difference this is going to make. As Javi now just going to push it onto the left lane here. As Ali now have to back away in the center. As Rafa now also done a little bit of damage onto Yoshi, but already the aggression coming in nicely for Blood Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start, and Rafa going to break through now as well. And now the follow-up as well is strong with SSJ there and Javi using the sandbags for good measure for the defensive. And at the moment, Clash are just not defending this as well as they could do realistically. And Rafa staying in position here, just dancing around this. These sandbags are doing a great job for Rafa. And there's the takedown as well. Much, much better start for BD here.
Certainly is. Chaos is still alive. And he's going to try and get a decent angle, actually. But the problem is Rafa is going to be there. He's going to push on forward. Look at the duel coming out. They're both doing almost the exact same thing. And both of them almost on equal HP. Literally like a 63 HP difference after that little scuffle. And now Ali's just still in the center. And Clash haven't really found an opening to push on to Blood Diamond side of the map here. They really are struggling, but they're going to have to take some risks at some stage.
Yeah, as the pinch comes in here, as Chaos staying alive in the top right-hand side as well. They've got to get a break of this mid, but if Clash can get a break here, they can start to get some damage to come down onto the safe, and there's another supply drop coming in from Javi. Ali is still staying alive as well with his, and Rafa coming back into the respawn now. So at the moment, unless Clash can get a break, they're not going to get much damage. Now Yoshi able to do just that. So that opening of the mid is going to play a vital factor here in terms of the damage coming from Clash.
Certainly are, and now finally Clash are putting on a bit of pressure, but they have been piling on a lot of pressure, let's be honest. But the problem is, though, as Blood Diamond, a couple of members are constantly just sticking together, just making sure they have numbers in certain lanes here, and Clash know able to capitalize. But Chaos. See, this is how late it's getting. Chaos does take down Rafa here. That's going to be 2 down. Surely that's going to be an opener now to try and do as much damage physically possible. Rafa comes in a nick of time just to try and at least tank some of that damage with the respawn immunity. And now Rafa just looking in the left lane. But the problem is 15 seconds left here, Arc. Blood Diamond will need to make a move.
Yeah, they really have to push forwards now, because at the same time, Clash going to take this to match point. Alice J has got super to hand. Can't quite connect, and Gear's going to be, placing down the honey molasses there. Rafa's trying to make a move for it on the left-hand side. Not going to be able to make it through. Goes down himself. That is going to be match point then, as Clash bring it back.
Here we go, double match points to finish the day. Lovely, absolutely lovely. It's I still find it weird watching a normal game of pit stop though. It's I just find it strange. But yeah, it does look like Clash, they had a lot of trouble, didn't they? Let's be honest. Those first couple of minutes, they kept finding ways to try and push him back. But in the same time, though, the aggressive approach from Blood Diamond at the start did absolute wonders, didn't it? They definitely took advantage of it, getting as much damage done to the safe as possible. But they didn't really get any more damage done after that, really. So I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased about it. The problem is, though, for Clash, they were very proactive with a lot of the things they were doing, just trying to help each other out in different lanes. The only problem for Clash, though, is the fact that BD was just trying to stick together, having 2 people in one lane to try and push some of this aggressiveness back from Clash, and it did work now. But the only problem is, though, is it going to work again? I just feel a little bit worried for BD because Clash, they were just a little bit more proactive and a little bit better with their shots. But at this point, no. Some of those duels were just interesting in itself. It was a lot of bad accuracy across the board because everyone was just had such unorthodox movement. It was just unreal.
I mean, again, there's still, I don't know why no one is playing Edgar, Stu. I mean, that is pretty much, we're talking about now being on match point. Well, how about you play the go-to meta comp on pit stop? I mean, that might give you an edge when you're on match point. At the same time, Clash are not breaking the mid nearly as quickly as they need to. They're going to get the damage that they need. If they're going to keep this B idea, they're going to have to break that mid much faster. They tend to get that push coming in, but then there's no ability to make the damage go down, hence why you need an Edgar to jump over to get the damage done faster. All of which are still available. Let's see if they go in with any of them. Note going to keep the roughs on the side of Blood Diamond with the B and the Stu, and yeah, Frodo will actually do wonders for Clash here, so bringing out the Bard, not the worst idea in the world.
We saw this exact comp, I think it was on Nuts and Bolts, I'm pretty sure. Like, or maybe, it was at least on one of the maps anyway. We've definitely seen it at least once during this series. We can see if it works on pit stop though, as Ali just had to pull all the way back in the center. But this is what's good about having these two throwers, is the fact that they're trying to exert aggression a little bit easier, because they probably thought to themselves, well, we've got the range, we still couldn't push them back, or they had a difficult time doing so. But hopefully with this method, it could calculate in their favor.
Well, Ali's pretty low here, and Chaos going to throw down the super there to force through Rafa, pushing him into Yoshi. Nicely done. Clash is pushing their way forwards here as Gear will get some shots surely onto the safe now. Placing a few on the left. Lifeline going down from Chaos as well. That's the first sign of damage. And again, the thing that was lacking from Clash in the last time round. Nice placement as well from Chaos. On the left-hand side, just going to keep Rafa and Javi still back here. Rafa could choose to break through the mid here, and I think he probably needs to. Yeah, he's going to do just that and go straight onto the aggressive for Guille. That is not the worst idea. It's going to open up the mid, and obviously that could be a place where, Clash could be able to get some damage from, but that was a pretty good way to go about that situation from BD.
Certainly was. But now, though, Blood Diamond need to try and find 19% though. Reminder, though, they've still got a minute left, so not all doom and gloom as of yet, as the trade comes out from both his teams. Only problem is, though, you can see Chaos trying to do a bit of damage onto the save. Only 1%, but do you know what? At this point, every little helps after what we've witnessed the last couple of games. But we need to try and find a way around this. It's, having these two throwers, it's really difficult, and sometimes they may just have to push into some of these attacks, but for Javi, though, that's not going to help. Gear managed to keep him back in the end. Ali could actually sneak around that right-hand side, but he knows that Yoshi's just standing his ground waiting, so he can't make this push. And Clash are really making this difficult so far for BD.
Yeah, Blood Diamond can't really get the way forwards. They've got to get Rafa to break through this mid, ideally, or Javi have that air superiority break through in some way. This definitely the time to do it if they're able to. Rafa's going to break through the mid now. Surely not going to go for it. I guess worried about the last call, but without that cover, if that cover's not broken, then BD cannot get the damage that they need. There's 5 seconds left. They left it way too late for me, and surely now Clash will take it.
Yeah, they will do, and they will take it by 14%. So after that little saga, you want to call it, finally Clash do end up winning that 3-2. So it's not going to be 2 L's dropping them. It will be just a 1 against SK Gaming earlier on. And yeah, my goodness, I feel like Clash have had a very long night, not just because of the time, but they've had to deal with 2 double match points so far today, and it's been takes a lot out of you mentally, and especially in terms of your stamina as well. But at least they can call it a night now. They'll be happy. But to be fair, like I said, both teams had nothing to lose, nothing to gain in the fact that they got first and third seed going into the finals.
Well, we got there in the end.
Yeah.
Got there in the end, finally. Again, I was praying that that was not going to be a second draw, but it was. But yeah, I mean, out there comps, as again, we kind of expected to see going into pit stop. But yeah, I mean, the story on the stats is that, Clash had almost 3 times the amount of kills there. 33 to 30 in the Blood Diamond, yeah, and 250,000 almost in terms of damage. But yeah, big numbers for a game of Heist for sure.
Yeah, it just shows how good Blood Diamond's defense was, wasn't it? We know it's 20 takedowns, but the thing is, when you look at the slaying power and you look at a 20 takedown difference, you would have think that would have been an absolute dominating performance, wouldn't you? But yeah, it was more the respawn cycle, wasn't it? It was always 2 alive, no matter how you went about it, and it was just really tough. And to be fair, you'd think those stats were lying to you, considering what we just witnessed and how close the objective efficiency was. But finally, we're done. That is the season over, and we of course will confirm our top 4 soon enough, because it has been a very crazy day, but also just been a crazy season all season long. But it's been incredible nonetheless, hasn't it, Hard?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing season. There's been so many incredible games. Great to see SK today, honestly, up against Clash earlier in that last game. Just take it all the way and back to what we kind of were used to seeing. It's going to make things very, very interesting going into the finals to see how that is going to fare. And again, looking forward to seeing Blood Diamond and Navi and seeing how they fare under those stressful circumstances. Got to give big congrats as well to Navi this time around, because last season it really was a big struggle for them, but they've really started to battle some of their demons this time around.
Yeah, they didn't get a win on the board until like the last week, did they? But by then there's no point by then. There's literally no need for it, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is we did see some big improvements in the last week of play last season from Navi, and they have improved over time, and they're looking much better. Like, look how they defeated SK the other day. That was just ridiculous. But let's have a look at the match results. Let's go through exactly what occurred. If you missed it and you only just joined us over the last couple of matches, and I don't blame you, because I swear it's been like 3 hours to take down or to go over those last 2 games. So as you can see, Navi took down 3x, a very close affair indeed, and it went into double match points, and Blood Diamond make quick work of Fix straight afterwards. FA again, and another close affair between them against Reply Totem, and FA, I feel sorry for them. They did secure those 2 wins, but of course, because of the tiebreaker situation, they will lose out on the chance to go into the finals. But SK, though, taking down Mood and Clash, not too shabby for them, as Clash do iron out the day, and a long evening for them, of course, taking down the counterparts of Blood Diamond there. And we have to look at the, do you know, I completely forgot about the caster predictions. I didn't even think twice about it, let alone once, to see exactly how that worked out in our favour. And do you know what? All of us got 6 out of 7. Can't be bad.
Yeah, even the audience who separated us on the SK and AC Milan Clash game, but then separated us against us on the Reply to them FA game. So everyone on a 6. That is actually personal. I think we're all pretty close together now, to be honest. I have to go back and watch the streams to see the results of the previous ones to find out whether there's anyone who's slightly in the lead or not. But yeah, I mean, pretty much bang on the money, except for that 1 game here or there today. But yeah, I think we can all be proud of ourselves for that.
I'll just give myself a pat on the back then, mate. See,
you should.
6 out of 7. It's not bad.
Definitely.
It's all right. And audience could have had 7 if they went FA. That's a little bit of a shame. But I must say, risky approach from the audience with SK to take down Clash. But fair play to them. They managed to, knock it on the head and actually get that right. I was quite surprised about that. But obviously, you can't get more right, can we? But I think we've all been consistent. Like, me, you, D-Man, and the audience have always got between 5 and 7 right each and every single time, didn't we? So not really too much to complain about. But for you guys at home, we will go through the standings in a second, and we're just getting prepared, and then we're going to talk about exactly how things are going to work out between now and when we get to the finals, because it's only probably about 10 days, 2 weeks away, something like that. So of course, whilst we're waiting for the standings to come up, make sure you follow us on socials, and I think it's at ESL_mobile or at ESL Mobile, just to make sure you keep up with exactly what's going on, and so you know the time, the date, and the place to exactly watch the finals occur, because it's going to be incredible. And of course, it's going to be 2 weeks before the BSC finals as well. So this is going to be a nice little November to have, a lot of finals to be had.
Yeah, it's going to be a very eventful month, honestly, and I'm super looking forward to it. Again, we're getting down to that nitty-gritty time now where teams have had a bit of a time off to kind of have their relax, have their kind of refresher going into these big moments. But now, realistically, that time has come to an end. I mean, you're looking at a point now where, only 4 weeks away from the BSC, and then again 2 weeks for the playoffs here. So, players have got to start getting really into their preparation process, into their scrims. We've got, again, a new meta forming. Okay, it's not the craziest of differences in terms of the previous meta, but there are still changes to consider. So everyone's going to have to start really knuckling down in that respect. And that's where we get to see the best results, the most exciting gameplay that we can get. So that's exciting for me. I'm sure it's for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, definitely. This is what we're excited for. Next month is going to be a doozy, of course. Let's have a look at the standings, though. We're going to confirm it here and now. And yeah, I must say this, though. For FA, it was a 3-way tiebreaker, but due to the score difference, it does mean that Blood Diamond and Navi will be the ones who go through into the final. For Clash and SK, we knew they were through already due to the amount of wins they accumulated over the first 3 weeks, but we knew that Reply, Totem, 3x, and Mood Gaming were out. But FA and sorry, well, actually, let's just mention the entire bottom 4 teams, but we'll get a nice little bit of chunk of change for their effort anyway. But it will be the top 4. We will see them in the ESL Mobile Challenge finals in 2 weeks' time.
Such a close finale, honestly, because there was so little in it. I mean, Blood Diamond had a 35-23 score difference. There was a 30-26 score difference for Navi and a 27-28 score difference for FA. So again, you know, every set honestly matters. Every single game you play, gotta be always in the moment, because you never know when it's going to be this close. A three-way tie, not a thing you see every single day, but yeah, I think that all of the teams that are in that sort of mid part of the bracket did phenomenally well. FA, despite being just out that top 4, can be feeling and reflecting upon their performance very, very proudly. So I feel they played great, but just again, just coming just a little bit short at the end of the day.
It certainly was. Some people were saying, oh, FA didn't make it. Yeah, the problem was just the fact that it goes head-to-head and then it goes by score difference. So head-to-head, they all beat each other once. And when it goes to score difference, I can give you a quick straight-up verdict already. With the fact that Blood Diamond, they placed 3rd out of the 3 of them because they went +12. Navi went in 4th because they're +6. And FA were -1. So if I say it like that, then it kind of makes a lot of sense. You know, losing by 7 sets, it's actually quite a big margin. But, you know, rightly said, Ark, you know, sometimes in terms of longevity of things, you know, these sets you lose out does count up in the long run, and these things happen sadly. But I still think for FA, they should be proud of themselves to how they managed to make it this far. Because if you think all the way back in play-ins 2, they were in losers round 1 and they made it here, and they still managed to defeat a lot of these teams and caused a lot of upsets here. And sadly, their road has come to the end. Same with 3X for Plight, Totem, and Mood Gaming. But we've got our 4, and now I think it's time for us to head off it, Ark. Any final words?
No, not really for me. Just thank you to all the players, to all the teams, again to everyone in the Twitch chat, to all the viewers at home, to Purple as well on the moderation side, and of course the production going here. It's very, very getting towards the late part of the day in Australia, I think now. So definitely can have a nice rest, everyone on the production side, because it's been a long day for you guys, and we know it.
Exactly that. Thanks to Ark, thanks to D-Man, thanks to ESL Australia. They'll be going for lunch in just a few moments. And not only that, thank you guys, the viewers at home, for watching. It's been a long night, but it's been an incredible night of Brawl Stars action as always. And we'll see you guys for the ESL Mobile Challenge finals in 2 weeks' time. Take care.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. You know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all, for like I'm in know. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is two, all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. You know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all, for like I'm in nose. Can you